The story begins with the fact that the huge dark monster bowed above the ground at dusk. His body was pierced by a huge spear. He was clearly about to do something bad. The main character approached an unfamiliar mutant and carefully looked at him. The black monster saw a man nearby and began to gradually rise from the ground. The mutant looked an evil look at the man. The guy looked in surprise at the monster in response. The guy looked at his hands in surprise and on the sides and decided that he had already died. The man looked around. He could not understand what place he had now hit. A little blood dropped on top of the guy. He looked up in surprise. A huge black monster with luminous eyes angrily looked at the man on the ground. The mutant opened his mouth and attacked the protagonist with the help of a white bright light. The body of the mutant began to shine very brightly in white. He screamed very menacingly. The guy was frightened when he saw a bright light in front of him. He closed his hands from him. The weather was very clear on the street. A schoolgirl with red hair approached a huge flowering tree. A girl with a bandage on her hand with discomfort thought to herself that she had drunk a lot of tea today and could no longer endure. The student carefully looked around. She realized that there was no one nearby. The schoolgirl prepared to sit down near the tree. She told herself that she had no choice. The student felt relief. It seemed to her that she would be better. Suddenly, a very bright portal lit up next to the girl. Lightning appeared inside him. Suddenly, the main character appeared from the portal. He landed on the green grass. The guy grabbed his head abruptly. He felt a severe pain in her. The main character looked at the sides and could not understand where he was. A frightened girl was sitting on her knees near the tree. Many years ago, when humanity was at the peak of technological development, the large armies of ancient monsters rebelled from the graves and arranged a massive massacre everywhere. Eastern cultivators and Western magicians began to return again, one after another. All states suddenly realized the importance of immortal. Therefore, they began to conduct special support for them. After all this, a new teaching called cultivation appeared at universities. But in the end, people did not rally in the fight against evil spirits. They just showed their greedy natures. The main character was an ordinary student from a poor family. He did not have education or cultivation skills. During the massacre, he found a powerful treasure called the Hall of Heroic Souls. The Empress, who then the rules of the Dunlun, became his mentor. Therefore, he was very strong. The great warriors of the present and past became servants of the heroic Hall of Souls. They arranged an ambush on the guy during his battle with monsters. To protect his mentor, the protagonist opposed enemies alone. He called on all possible heroic souls. The protagonist ordered the strongest drivers and evil voice to appear in the same world and obey his call. On top of the guy, images of golden warriors appeared. He urged those to protect the human race. Someone urged Panga to rebel again. A huge demonic monster rebelled and human souls flew around it. As a result, all people, along with Pangu, were wiped from the face of the earth. There was a very strong explosion and the shockwave went in all directions from the planet. There is absolutely nothing left of the world. The guy looked in front of him and could not understand what was happening now. The protagonist looked aside and saw the building of the Academy of Cultivation Tianquan. He remembered that this building was destroyed by demons. The guy looked carefully at his watch. He realized that he returned at a time when he was 18 years old. The main character looked aside and noticed an unfamiliar girl with him near the tree. The guy with a smile and a joyful voice asked the stranger, "Did she really decide to be relieved here?" The student silently looked at the stranger. She felt a strong shame and fear. Suddenly, the gift of voice returned to the student and she screamed very loudly. The students were very worried. They shouted that they had heard the voice of their president. They decided to find this girl as soon as possible. The student viciously wrapped around the protagonist behind her hand and clamped his mouth. She shouted so that the guy would not say anything. The schoolgirl scaredly thought to herself that if someone caught her here, then her reputation would come to an end. The main character understood with fear that next to him is the most outstanding student of the academy named Zhang Yu. School children continued to search for their girlfriend. The frightened main character sat with a stranger behind a tree. The student carefully looked at the guy and asked what he wanted to say. The main character pointed a finger at the girl and said in a cunning voice to get dressed. The girl felt a very strong constraint. She screamed displeasedly, and her voice scattered around the district. The main character sat and smoked cigarettes. He said in a dissatisfied voice that he did not understand what he was so guilty of. The schoolgirl dressed very quickly and asked the guy, "What is his name?" The main character said that his name is Jiang Qingchen. He was a freshman of the humanities. Because of his poverty, he did not attend cultivation classes. The student carefully looked at the guy and said that he had a completely different faculty. She asked if he knew who she was. The main character with a smile told the girl that her name is Jang Yu, and she is the president of the disciplinary committee. She was the best student. Zhang asked the guy in a very irritated voice. Does he know who she is? Qing waved his hands in fright and answered the girl that they had never met her. Zhang turned her back. She threatened the guy that if he blabbed, she would immediately become a corpse. Two schoolgirls approached the side. They were surprised and were glad that they found their girlfriend. Jang stood and looked scared at her girlfriends. One of the schoolgirls said that next to the girl is her future husband. A frightened main character sat nearby. The student told her girlfriend with a frightened voice that she was engaged in indecency in a public place. Zhang, in a frightened voice, explained by Enam that all this is not the way they think. The schoolgirl waved her hands and promised the girl that she would be silent. The student looked slyly at the protagonist and winked at him very joyfully. The main character smiled very slyly and showed her a positive gesture. Zhang was very displeased with displeasure. She turned to her Onam. The schoolgirl viciously asked the girls, wasn't they tired of laughing? Lightning lit up around her. Ji sat behind and was very scared. The girl stepped forward and very bright lightning appeared around her legs. Suddenly, lightning struck from above. She hit straight near the tree. Schoolgirls scaredly wrapped around the tree with their hands. In the place where they stood after the lightning strike, a hole appeared. There were still bright flashes around. Ji said in a joyful voice that he sees one of the best students at the academy in front of him. The students sat in the classroom and looked at the big screen. The news reported that yesterday they invaded the hordes of monsters and staged pogroms into the neighboring city. Over the night, more than 100 cultivators and 10 million citizens died. Pupils from the university were called upon to join the army and defend their homeland. The main character carefully turned around and looked at the girl who was sitting next to him. Several students unfolded in their places and showed something with gestures to their friend. Ji sat on the spot at his desk and thought very deeply. He looked in front of him. Suddenly, the main character jumped to his feet and hit his hands on the table. He shouted that he really returned. Jai shouted in a joyful voice that now he should succeed. He decided to save everyone. The guy promised that this time he would not allow the empire of Donglun to sink into oblivion. The teacher near the board turned and looked at the protagonist with great interest. School children in the classroom turned out at their desks and looked at the guy with surprise. Students in the class laughed merrily. The main character was still standing near the desk. Gao Hao was a 5th-degree cultivator. He said that the protagonist mutters to the nonsense of his consumption. Other guys also looked at the protagonist in surprise. A schoolgirl named Chen Yuan told the main character that their country is one of the greatest in the world and no one would risk attacking her. Chen carefully studied the protagonist. She began to worry about him. Ji carefully looked at the audience in front of him. He looked very thoughtful. Gao told the chief hero a dissatisfied voice that he looks like today, like a stranger. He invited him to measure his strength. Chen turned around and said in a displeased voice that she even sorry to look at the guy. Ji thought that rich students always looked at the poor from top to bottom. Students always tried to intimidate him during his training here. A huge demonic monster on the street killed people. When the demons appeared on the battlefield, they were simple ants, which were about to trample. The teacher sternly told the guy to leave if he is not going to listen to the explanations of the material. The main character looked at the woman very carefully and silently. The guy at the table asked the teacher forgiveness. He realized that a bunch of students infuriated him. Ji thought about himself displeased that, after the revival, he lost not only his skills. The main character turned around and carefully looked at the student of Chen Pin next to him. The guy thought to himself that he had not noticed before that he was in love with a girlfriend. Chen, with excitement, told his friend that he had the courage to sleep at the lectures of the teacher Yue. The student looked cunningly at the guy and asked if she was in his dreams. Ji told his girlfriend a thoughtful voice that he sees her face everywhere. The girl shyly wanted to ask the guy, why did he act so suddenly? Ji did not have time to answer her. The protagonist, in fright, remembered to himself that he could have saved his girlfriend before. He sat near her body. If the protagonist had a small chance to become a cultivator, then he would be ready to die for this. A week ago, a low-ranking demon appeared at the school and he began to destroy everything. Around that day, Chen Nin and thousands of other students died. The main character carefully looked at the girl and promised that he would definitely protect her. Chen held out her hand to a friend and said that she was at the 8th stage of development. She enters the top hundreds of students of the immortal rating. She slyly told the guy that he should work hard to be her defender. She realized that after the rebirth, he lost absolutely all the knowledge that went beyond this era. Their return was only a matter of time. The guy carefully looked around and realized that someone was following him now. Students at the table looked displeased at the protagonist with a girl. Someone said that G is not at all for a Cheng. Gao at the table viciously said that he would give a reward of 100,000 of those who would force to Jesserize before his girlfriend. The student jumped to her feet and shouted in a loud voice to everything that she was in business. The girl carefully looked around and said that they would do everything now. The student pointed a finger at the protagonist and shouted that he stole her money. The girl looked at the guy silently. She thought that for 100,000 she could go to the Faculty of Cultivation and become the best. The students all silently turned around and looked with interest at the protagonist. Jai was silent. He looked displeased at the students and did not say anything in his excuse. The teacher strictly asked the guy if all the accusations against him. Gao said in a loud voice in the audience that the girl's money is in the bag of the protagonist. He was a witness. Ji looked at his backpack and realized that the students managed to replace it. The main character sat at his desk and realized that in his backpack there will be a girl's money and maybe even other things. Pupils in the classroom turned out to the protagonist displeasedly. They accused him of stolen money. Someone said that Yi is an orphan and therefore does not have a normal education. The guy thought and realized that other students did not give him a passage due to envy. The protagonist decided that the students did not like that he was very close to his girlfriend Chen. The main character decided that in this life he would play plenty with students. The student came up and strictly demanded that the guy return everything. She threatened him to search. The teacher demanded in a stern voice that Ji would not pretend and return the stolen. The girl Chen jumped up and with all her might hit her hand on the table. She shouted that she was with her friend since childhood. Therefore, she speaks only positively about him. Gao was unhappy when he heard such words from a girl. He looked at her with hatred. The student jumped up from his seat. He said in a dissatisfied voice that everyone saw how Gao Hao and other students constantly climbed to Cheng. Their words cannot be believed. The student said in a dissatisfied voice that their academy is very merciful. They even have enough pity to communicate with various garbage. The girl came up and said for Jiang that her boyfriend is 1,000 times worse than you can imagine. The student turned around and strictly asked the girl if she knows what kind of GI really. Jiang was frightened and worried. She asked the students why are they streaming. The girl in a cunning voice decided to explain to what they all overtake. The student said that her panties were stolen besides money. Gao Hao and other guys caught the protagonist. Students got angry. They turned around and shouted that the main character is a pervert in the program. Students in the classroom shouted that the protagonist should be excluded urgently. They did not want to sit next to him. Jiang shouted that her friend was completely different. The student said in an evil voice that the guy should allow him to check his bag. The girl swung and with all her might hit her hand on the table. She asked the protagonist, was he really sitting against Qing and was silent? The student told the girl in evil voice so that she would not get closer to the guy. Qing could have lustful thoughts in the head. The student smiled slyly and told the girl that if everything suits her, she would just keep silent. Chen in an exciting voice explained to her partner that she, along with her friend, are ordinary friends. Zhang demanded a dissatisfied voice from the protagonist to open the bag and end the accusations. King was sitting at the table and with excitement realized that if he opened his bag he could remain the loser. The main character resolutely leaned his hands on the table and prepared to get to his feet. King stood and thought that he should now teach all students a lesson. Although the guy after rebirth, he lost his skills, but the shower hall returned with him. The Hall of Heroic Souls was also cleared by the ancestor of Tao Hongjun. He united the history and myths of the 3 ancient kingdoms. For our days, the hall was created to protect the heritage of civilization. The legend says that a person who owns a shower hall can move through time and space. He can call the heroes of the past and the present to acquire their knowledge and strength. The main character realized that his servants are demons, along with the goddess of birth, San Xiao Nian. The body of the protagonist brightly lit up. Students sat in the audience and did not notice this. The guy gathered the spiritual key of heaven and earth and let through his own soul. The body of the protagonist shone. The Hall of Heroic Souls could open in this world. The main character saw a very bright glow behind himself. He prepared to turn around. The guy called for the heroes. He asked if any of them shares his repentance and rejection like himself. He urged someone to come to him to rewrite the terrible fate of mankind. The level of Qing's cultivation was very low. He could use his abilities only the first stage. Before the guy appeared a pillar of shower called repentance. He was complete. The main character stood in front of a large pillar. A magical voice told the guy that he wants all three kingdoms to collapse under the oppression of his anger. Qing said in a thoughtful voice that, of all the families of stars, only 6 have lit up. The guy thought with the excitement that a pillar of souls would continue to absorb the obsessive ideas and thoughts of the world. New places for warriors in the Hall of Heroic Souls will open. The main character stood and looked at the pole. He said that the 6th-level soul of God appeared only once when the Buddha was called. Zhen Yuanji appeared in front of the main character. He was the majestic god of the Hem and the ancestor of the earthly immortal. Ji shouted loudly when he saw the first spirit of the quasi of the holy level in front of him. A small luminous ball appeared in front of the main character. He went to the guy. Qing held out his hand to the ball. He said in a joyful voice that Zhen Yuanzi is one of the followers of Taoism. He owned one of the largest techniques called the magic sleeve. God in the sky told the guy that he has no knowledge to materialize the heroic soul. He could not call the deity. Qing answered the partner that his wisdom is inside. Even the highest creatures of the 3 kingdoms should obey him. Zhen said in a displeased voice that he himself comprehended all the secrets of Taoism and dominated the immortals of the earth, the main character thought. After a small pause, the guy answered the surprise deity that he needs to be called Enjiba. Gao inside the school audience was very angry and viciously glanced at the protagonist. The student shouted to his friends to disperse. He ran at full speed to the main character. Gao very sharply extended his hand to the table and prepared to get the backpack of Chinny from there. Gao opened the guy's bag and saw a girl there and things there. The student viciously accused the protagonist that he tried to take away from him Chen Nin. Gao strictly threatened the main character that he would always walk with his head down. The main character asked the deity Zhenya to lend him his strength. The celestial viciously asked the guy, does he really want to collect female things? The main character held out his hand to his backpack and she lit up. Zhen shouted to the guy that his technique called the magic sleeve is a multilateral. It is useful in defense and in attack. God viciously shouted to the main character so that he would not dare. There was a bright radiance around. Gao grabbed his backpack and raised it over his head. He said that today everyone will find out the truth about the pervert of Qin. Someone offered to exclude the guy. The student discovered the backpack Qing and began to show it to the surrounding girls. The teacher told the guy in a strict voice to look more carefully at the bag. There was nothing there. Gao was very surprised when he heard from a woman that there was nothing in the backpack. The guy looked in an amazed manner inside the bag. He shouted that he saw the evidence inside there. The teacher strictly commanded the students so that they would not make no noise and return to their places. The main character approached the student from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked in a menacing voice who allowed him to leave. Gao was very unhappy due to the fact that Qing spoke to him in a similar tone. He was surprised by the strange behavior of the guy. The teacher came up and told the main character that Qing was worried about his classmate due to good motives. The protagonist said in a dissatisfied voice that she is young, but she has a problem with the eyes. The teacher asked the protagonist in a dissatisfied voice, "What is he talking about?" Qing pointed his hand to the student and explained that he stole things and decided to dump on another. Gao got angry and accused his partner that he wanted to call him a thief. He had a scholarship of more than 10,000 and he did not need to steal anything alien. The protagonist knocked the student with his hand on the shoulder and said that they all know about his material well-being. Suddenly, Gao had a wallet straight to his feet. Buildings spilled out of it. Suddenly, women's linen fell from under the clothes of Gao on the floor. He was very surprised. On the floor in front of the student lay underwear and the girl's documents along with the wallet. Gao was very scared. At this time, the main character stood behind him. Behind the protagonist, the disgruntled god Zhen appeared. He shouted that he was defiled and did not know how to wash him. Students inside the audience, I was very surprised. They looked in amazement at the protagonist. Gao was very amazed. He did not understand where his clothes came from in his backpack. The student told his friend Gao that they could together go to the women's linen store and he should not steal someone else's. Pupils in the audience viciously looked at the student. Someone called Gao a scum. The guy got to his feet and viciously said that no one imagined that Gao had such a hobby. A fat student ran up from the side. She shouted to the guy that it was him. A full girl named Jiang Mei Li rushed at the guy. She angrily asked where her underwear went. Gao swung sharply and hit the full girl who had attacking him with all his might. Mei, after a strong blow, flew far to the side. Gao angrily shouted to the girl to fall off from him. He advised her first to look in the mirror. Mei, after a blow from the student, flew to the side and fell near the wall. She was very beaten. The teacher angrily told the guy that he was crazy. She reminded him that students are forbidden to use magic on ordinary students. Qing screamed with a very loud and vicious voice that he himself was the law. The student sharply pulled himself away from the ground and ran forward to hit the protagonist with his hand. The main character asked the deity to lend him the strength again. The situation has aggravated. Jen answered the guy that they need to join forces now. Gao ran at full speed and swung his hand to hit the opponent. The girl came up from the side. The student told the guy in evil voice so that he would not dare to attack the protagonist. She activated the skill called the Blood of the Wind. A girl named Chen Nin was an 8th degree. She launched a pen against the guy. The pen at high speed flew forward and broke through Gao's hand through. The student felt a very severe pain in his hand after the blow. He screamed very loudly. Qing looked at the student. She was short and shy, but showed character. The main character in a strict voice told students that they will now see a performance performed by the young master Gao called a fetid mouth. Qing swung his hand and hit the guy's face. He took revenge for all the girls whose linen stolen. Xin, with the help of a deity, Zhenya used a magic sleeve and swaying flowers and joint compounds against the student. The head of Gao, after a very strong blow, sharply turned to the side. He felt something inside. After that, the students sharply spat out from his mouth someone's underwear. The beaten Mei was very angry and displeased at the student. She recognized her underwear. The student angrily asked a frightened guy, why did he stuff her linen in his mouth? On the side stood a girl of Chen. She carefully monitored the reaction of a frightened student. Jen fell into the ground with displeasure. He did not like that his battle technique was used to collect underwear. The teacher from the department viciously shouted so that the students fell silent. She threatened that the violators would be given to the disciplinary committee for the sentence. The woman looked angrily at the students, especially with hatred. She looked at Gao. The student was very scared. He was extremely worried about the disciplinary committee. The frightened Gao spread his hands to the side and shouted that he was not to blame for anything and everyone should believe him. Gao showed aside the protagonist and shouted that he wanted to make him guilty and spoil the reputation. Qing viciously looked at the frightened student and said that today is not his day. Qing pointed a finger at the student and said that such a shameless should not be allowed to lectures. He invited the teacher to exclude Gao. Gao was very scared. He demanded that the girl Chen Yuan confirm his innocence. He recalled that they together put the money and underwear in the bag of the protagonist. Yuan, with a tired movement, put her hand to the head. She did not want to help her friend. The girl pointed angrily with a finger at the student and reminded that he offered her 100,000 yuan for her to slander the main character. Gao wanted to exclude a competitor due to the fact that Qing rolled up to his acquaintance girl, Chen Nin. Students were very surprised. They turned around with fright, looked at Gao. Students are very angry. One guy shouted that Gao, along with his girlfriend, came up with a plan to make the main character an outcast for 100,000. The main character looked at the girl and said that he was not worth this amount. He called her a beauty. Chen, with a smile, answered a friend that he was flattering her. She looked at the guy and said that they were joking, and now enough, Qing could not understand what the girl had in mind. The protagonist looked at the student and decided to himself that if it was gaining momentum, then you can make it even cooler. Qing hugged a girlfriend. He promised her that he would follow her from today on the heels. Beating awaits all disagreements. Chen looked in surprise at the protagonist with a delighted look. She was silent. Students inside the audience were very happy. They shouted the words of support for a guy with a girl from all sides. Qing remembered that in a past life he was to blame because of the death of the girl and everything happened because of his weakness. The monster from the ancient tribe invaded the territory of the academy without any warning. He was low-ranking, but the students could not stop him. Students massively ran away from monsters. Someone shouted that teachers would figure out mutants. One of the attackers of the monsters swung his hand and attacked people with the help of bright radiation. The main character, along with his colleague with the help of powerful blows, violently fought off monsters. A beaten and crippled girl lay unconscious on Earth. Nearby stood the main character. The main character looked at the body of his girlfriend. He barely restrained tears. Around there were flaming buildings. The main character shouted loudly. The nightmares were the only thing that reminded him of the past. The guy hugged his girlfriend and decided that in a new life he would surely end monsters once and for all. He rewrites the fate of the girl and the rest. The main character stood in the audience and held a student with his hand. He decided to overcome all the obstacles that interfered with the growth of his cultivation. The protagonist stood in a training class with a girl. He decided to remove all the obstacles that interfere with the growth of his cultivation. The teacher angrily asked the guy how he dares to pester a schoolgirl in the classroom. King with a smile answered the woman that this cannot be considered harassment. Gao shouted with an angry voice on the side that Chen could wink if the guy holds her forcibly. The teacher viciously promised the student that she personally guarantees her full protection. The student was very fastened. She said in a slow voice that she was all right. Students in the class were surprised. They looked at the girl with great surprise. The girl thought. She silently asked for forgiveness from the protagonist to herself. The student angrily asked the protagonist how he dares to touch the girl. The protagonist turned around and viciously looked at the student. He was immediately scared. Gao said in a dissatisfied voice that the protagonist decided to beat the situation in his favor. He viciously remembered that no one had yet tried to get in his way at the academy. Gao pulled out the pen that stuck in his hand. He viciously told the chief hero that he would hide behind his girlfriend all the time. Gao pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that his legs would no longer be here. Qing answered the student so that he would not be angry much. Otherwise, wrinkles would have appeared on it. Gao went out and the buildings of the institute and went home to his friend. A fighter in an evil voice told the student that Chen Nin is a waste of time. Liu Bao was vice president of the Society of Ancient Martial Arts. He viciously asked his friend, did the girl really offend him so much? The student opened the suitcase and promised the fighter $500,000. He demanded that Liu Bao kill the protagonist and catch the girl. The fighter at this time threw his victim into the wall with a powerful movement of his hand. He explained that he is an ordinary student and not a killer. The girl remained a kind and cute goddess in his heart. Liu Bao took out a cigarette from his mouth. He strictly demanded that the guy add money to him. Gao looked at his partner with displeasure and demanded that he call his price. Liu Bao demanded an $800,000 to the guy. He promised that the main character would not be, and the girl would come to him the next day. Liu Bao viciously demanded from the student to come to him after him the next day. King lay in the park on a bench. He thoughtfully told himself that this world is both ugly and beautiful. Jen appeared. He reminded the main character that the student would do everything possible to take revenge on him. Qing explained that he could now mock Gao. Jen, in an exciting voice, warned the protagonist that he was still not strong for strong rivals. The main character stood on a bench. He explained to God that he, with his act, defended other students over whom Gao was mocking. The protagonist said to Zhenya, with a thoughtful voice, that the student would come to the student very soon. God looked up and told the main character that he once imprisoned a fighter named Sun at Kun in the temple. There, he subjected him to torture the sacred whip for 3 days and 3 nights. The main character smiled and told God that he has already realistically represents this leather whip for himself. King thought and realized that Zhen was completely right. After birth, he lost his magical abilities. They needed to quickly join the initial stage of development. God told the guy that the level of cultivation of his teacher is not particularly high. He demanded that the protagonist knelt down and perform the ritual of 3 throwing and 9 earthly bows. In return, he promised to become a divine mentor. Qing, with a smile, told the partner that the month for him would be a very long time to get superiority over a weak rival. The main character recalled that the monster, which invaded the academy, had a force in the volume of 2,000. If such a monster appears, then no one can survive. Jian told the guy that he could not defeat anyone without his power. He demanded that the main character train hard for 5 years. Qing sat in a meditative pose and promised the deity that he would see what he was capable of today. The main character was in a meditative pose. He passed through various skills. The strength of each step has a significant gap among themselves. Chen explained to the guy that without his knowledge, he would never repeat magical attacks. The main character shouted loudly. He demanded that the stars discover an art called pristine chaos for him. Around the protagonist, a shockwave appeared on the bench. Leaves scattered everywhere. Jin saw a shockwave over him over green grass. He said that the guy does not absorb spiritual energy. God saw how the grass after the shockwave began to disappear on the ground. He shouted that the guy makes energy to obey himself. Jen screamed in a frightened voice that such a result could be achieved only if you use the pristine chaos. Jen looked at the student in surprise. He could not understand how the treatises of the priest Kun Junya were in the hands of an ordinary guy. The main character was sitting on a bench in a meditative pose. From the side next to him hung in the air. The guy shouted in a joyful voice that he had finished the first stage of creating the basis. The warrior looked at the protagonist in disbelief. He was surprised due to the fact that Ching, in 10 minutes, was able to go through the first degree. He warned the protagonist that he was not very walking with the body of an ordinary mortal. God strictly warned the protagonist that his body reached the limit. Ching answered his partner with a serious voice that he began the first stage of cultivation called the creation of the basis. The main character shouted angrily that he was continuing. Strong twisting appeared around him. A huge whirlwind appeared above the stadium and rose up. The players on the field were very scared. Jen shouted very surprised to the main character that he was not a man at all. The main character with excitement asked the deity to lend him even more divine power. Jen called the protagonist a villain. King raised his hands up and activated the magical hand of the second style. He shouted so that the energy of the mountains and rivers give him strength. Jen felt a very strong twist around him. He screamed very loudly. A huge whirlwind raged over the stadium. Frightened students stood on the ground. The guy shouted to his girlfriend to go out as soon as possible. He explained that God appeared to humanity. The student scaredly pointed his hand forward. He waited for him to look at him now. A strong tornado continued to rage over the city. The student said that he has no girlfriend. The student stood and carefully looked at the center of a huge whirlwind. The girl saw inside the tornado a very small silhouette of a guy familiar to her. The teacher said with excitement that an outstanding talent and the future student of their academy may have descended to them. The woman ordered the disciplinary committee to go to the school site. They needed to find out who owned such power. The girl on the balcony of the old building saw that a huge whirlwind was walking towards the city of Tianquan. She was surprised due to the fact that in her empire of Donglun, once there was a genius of cultivation. To begin to cultivate, you need to let air into your body. After the breath of air, oxygen will begin to run through the blood vessels inside the body. It will begin to learn new martial arts faster. During the stage of development of ki, mana and spell of the cultivator are formed. After their release from the body, the magician can use spells. At the stage of purification of the soul, magical power accumulates and soon strengthens. 3 souls and 7 spirits of the body after the completion of the process can be used by the soul spell. At the stage of transformation, 3 souls and 7 spirits are connected, and the deity awakens and his thoughts. During the stage of accepting immortality, the soul of the powerful god is thickening and begins to resemble a gold pill. She then becomes indestructible. At the stage of the emergence of the soul, the golden pill is transformed into a baby and gains strength. At the stage of returning to the eternal, the immortal shell returns to the origins of the creation of the world. She learns invisible and not audible that it is not subject to man. After that, a true body is formed. At the stage of spiritual separation, thoughts in the head begin to be crushed into many separate ones. The soul begins to separate from the body. During the stage of complete perfection, the soul returns to the human body. It was nourished by the knowledge of the world and stands at one step along the path of becoming immortal. 1 hour later, the main character continues to sit in the courtyard of the educational institution. King sat in a meditative pose. He soared above the ground and looked in front of him. Jen angrily said that the guy could really break through so far. The main character was approaching the ground. He looked at his hand. On the side in the air, a surprised Jen flew. Qing carefully looked at his hand. He decided with her help to test his strength. The protagonist hit the stone with his hand. He scattered into small pieces. King said in a joyful voice that with the help of a palm he could break stones and crack gold. It was a sign of successful consolidation at the stage of creating the basis. The guy joyfully raised his hands up and said that he again received his strength. The teacher looked at him with excitement. The protagonist looked carefully at his watch. For him, the base step of the 9th level was opened. Jen pointed to the guy's watch and asked, "What kind of strange item is?" Ching explained to the teacher that the girl gave him a watch of progress. They determined the current level of elevation and combat power due to the detection of mana. King stood near a large school board. He explained to the teacher that, with the help of his level of 9, he could easily deal with Gao Hao. But he will have no points to resist the real geniuses of the academy. The protagonist looked at the teacher with excitement and wanted to tell him everything about the Soul Hall. "Qing, along with the teacher, was in the room next to large columns. The guy said that when the pillar scale is filled with the obsessive thoughts of the world, then one of the immortals is called on the ground, which is obsessed with such ideas. In this situation, he can receive new strengthening to his current skill. Jen said in a thoughtful voice that the Hall of Heroic Souls was originally a sacred relic. She contained all myths and legends of the past and present. They were agreed with the laws of heaven. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that the illusion created an artifact based on his history. Qing was able to call him only thanks to repentance. He used it as an obsessed desire. The guy answered the deity that the reason for the call of the saints to the world of people is that the emotions that torment the soul remained deep in them. Jen thought for a while and said that everything was to blame. The main character looked aside and noticed how the teacher was approaching him with the guards. King realized that Professor Sui Jen came up to him, and next to her was a disciplinary committee. The woman viciously asked the guy how could the terrifying key fluctuations dissolve in the air. Su shouted to his subordinates to search the territory. They could not lose such talent. School children ran in all directions. King ran aside. He thought joyfully to himself that a technique called pristine chaos could hide the energy of a person. You can further disguise yourself under the mortal. The main character in the late evening, accompanied by his teacher, walked along the evening street. Zheng in a thoughtful voice told the guy that an ominous aura emanated from his teacher. Qing explained to his partner that his teacher was called the devil. All other teachers are her younger sisters and brothers. Zhen thought very deeply. He clearly recalled the rage of a woman. Shin remembered the evil face of the teacher. She seemed to be destroyed by at least 1,000 lives. An ordinary woman could not have such energy. The main character, along with his companion, approached the lively street. Qin told the teacher the story of his life. After escaping from the cabin, he almost died of exhaustion of the body. Chen Nin found him and decided to take him to her home. Jen told the main character that the strong streams of qi energy were located next to the door of his house. 2 girls stood near the house. The main character took a closer look and said that there was the head of the disciplinary committee named Zhang Yu. The teacher advised the guy to carefully listen to the conversation of the girls. The teacher activated for the protagonist the secret style of sensitive hearing called Shuner. Jian in a displeased voice asked her girlfriend, "What is the good, Zhang Qin?" Chen smiled at her girlfriend and asked her to calm down as soon as possible. Zhang grabbed the girl by the hands and strictly asked, "Is it really more important for her now than true love?" Chen in a displeased voice answered her girlfriend that nothing could be between them at all. The girl told the schoolgirl that she is the head of the disciplinary committee. If someone finds out the details, then a dirty spot will forever remain on her reputation. The main character, along with his teacher, were surprised when they heard a conversation between students. Zhen said in a frightened voice that he sees love between the girls in front of him. Qing told himself with the excitement that Zhang Yu also appeared among his competitors. Chen went into the house. She told the girl through the door that she now has a boyfriend. She asked her girlfriend to behave more restrained in the future. The teacher said in a cunning voice for the protagonist that the girls look very beautiful together. The family may soon have replenishment. Qing displeasedly asked the deity to be more condescending to him. The main character went into the apartment and looked around. Everything remained in the same form as in his memory. The guy went to the table. There was a monitor on it. He used to find this table with his father at a flea market. The main character noticed a game console on the shelf. Father bought it at the request of Chen Nin when she got into the top of the best students of cultivation. The girl then gave the prefix to him. The main character lay on the bed and held the robot in his hands. Next to him, the surprised Zhen studied the game console. The door opened and his father told his son that his parents wanted him to report something. King thought to himself that when a person wants to rise, he did not notice the score of time. 100 years as a result can become like an instant of an eye. The man brought the packaging to the main character. He reminded his son that he dreamed with Nin to study with her at the same faculty. Parents could not pay a registration fee to the guy. Father opened the package and money lay in it. The main character looked at Pax with surprise. Kin recalled that his father had a sore heart and his parents put money for his operation. The main character carefully looked at the money. He remembered that his father hid his illness and died a year later. The man told the guy that he might not be afraid and take money. Mother told her son that if he works well, he would be able to advance to the step of the foundation of the foundation. If the son is fine, then parents are happy. King brought his parents to the door to the exit of the room. He told them that he would never take money from them. The main character slammed the door behind his parents. He was left alone in the room. Jen soared above the bed. He told the main character that he had already reached the first level of development. This stage can be compared with many best students of the university. Ching answered the teacher that he did not want to shock anyone. First, you need to find a way to cut money to treat your father. The teacher told the guy that his father would have enough healing elixir. Ching told his partner that alchemy was invented in antiquity. The knowledge of the sages can be used to accelerate the development of cultivation and restore magical forces. The protagonist said that now magical art was lost. Due to the lack of wizards of alchemists, spiritual pills have become the most important resource towards enlightenment. King said in a dissatisfied voice that even the weakest pill costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. Ching asked the teacher with excitement, "But what was the name of the ancestor and creator of alchemy?" The main character joyfully raised his hands up and shouted that he was fabulously rich. The teacher was surprised to find several magazines for guys and girls in the protagonist. King demanded that Zhen not open magazines with a very malicious voice. The main character rushed forward and fell to the floor. Magazines scattered around him. The girl went into the room and asked the guy in a strict voice, why did he refuse the money of his parents? King sat on the floor. He looked at his sister with fright. Magazines were lying around. The girl left the room and slammed the door behind her. She apologized for the invasion at the wrong time. Ching remained very frightened in the room. The main character rushed after his girlfriend and shouted to listen to him. The main character silently looked at the girl. He felt a very strong constraint in the body. Chen looked displeased at the guy. She also felt constraint in herself. Zhen read an interesting story in the book with surprise in the book. He smiled cheerfully to himself. The teacher soared in the room and said in a joyful voice that he liked the book. The main character sat on the bed opposite the girl. The main character at the same time with a girlfriend shouted so that each of them began to speak. Qing said with the surprise of the girl that he could not believe that she was still pursuing Jiang Yu. Chen frightened the guy with her hands and shouted that he understood everything misunderstood. The main character told the girl that it is very good for her to be loved and to receive various signs of attention. She thanked the guy with excitement. The main character was surprised. He asked the girl with excitement, what did she tell him? Chen grabbed the guy's hand. She thanked him for playing a drama with courtship in the class. She was able to get rid of two pursuers, Gao Hao and Jiang Yu. The protagonist thought to himself joyfully that the girl Nin today accepted his recognition. Chen told her friend that Gao received completely deservedly. Now the rest of the students will understand what a rotten nature has. She looked at the guy in surprise and said that, unfortunately, she had never had such a bad simple solution before. Chen told his friend that he would be her boyfriend. Therefore, study and elevation of cultivation will be calm. Jen sat and read stories from the book with great attention. These were the oldest traditions of the creation of the universe. The teacher viciously threw a book away from himself. The girl with excitement told the guy that they could go home together after lessons. Everyone will decide that they live under one roof. She asked a friend, why did he have blood from his mouth? Qing was surprised when he heard such a question from the girl. Qing said with the excitement of the girl that they grew together, and he agreed to help her. Chen, in a cheerful voice, told the guy that he saw her ugly face in various periods of growing up. No one would like such horror. The protagonist lay on the wall and blood went out of his mouth. He told the girl in a cheerful voice that he really could not imagine their relationship. Chen, with excitement, asked his friend, is he all right? The main character with a smile answered a girlfriend that he has the days like a girl. Chen with a smile answered a friend that boys and girls are similar in this regard. The main character shouted about gender equality. After that, with all his might, he hit himself on his chest. The main character explained to the girl that she could call him her boyfriend. He promised her to solve any problem. Jen read the next book. He said in a displeased voice that her author is a real fool. The girl went to the door and carefully and looked out from her. She prepared to close her. Chen stopped near the closed door. She thought deeply to herself. The girl cunningly told herself that she was in vain driven out with strange thoughts, and she was offended. The girl smiled joyfully to herself and shouted that she could live with a guy like a brother and a sister. At this time, the main character beat himself with his hand. He viciously told himself that he dreamed for a girl to be her umbrella from bad weather. Now this dream is fulfilled. King fell in relief to the floor. He felt that the blood from him had finally stopped flowing. The main character struck the teacher cunningly and invited him to go somewhere tomorrow. Jenga scaredly asked the guy, what did he think? Qing smiled slyly and said that he wants to get rich and get acquainted with the girl. He will be able to enjoy the benefits of life. The main character was with his companion in the city center near the large pavilion building. Jen asked the guy if there is definitely an elixir pharmacy in this place and what kind of family is this. Su Qing answered the partner that the clan Su was managing an underground black market in the city of Tianquan. In that place, you can purchase various pills and other spiritual resources. The protagonist cunningly looked at the teacher and said that he was the founder of the science of alchemy. Jen was very unhappy due to the fact that the guy decided to cash in. The guard at the entrance viciously shouted to the guy to leave here. He explained that in this place there is the main point of sales of the family. Su commoners cannot come here. The main character looked at the watch and read the detailed combat characteristics of the guard. Jen was surprised due to the fact that a fighter with such an insignificant level of cultivation shows people to the door. The guard did not stand still. He sharply pulled his foot out of the ground and went to the main character. The man in a suit grabbed the guy by his clothes and in an evil voice invited him to extend his hand to help. Guests around near expensive cars carefully looked at the conflict near the door. The girl told the guy to leave. He did not need to be in such a place. King grabbed the man by the hands. He realized that the guard took him for a regular mortal. The main character sharply turned the man's hand to the side and threw him to the ground. King held out his hand forward and abruptly rushed at the guard to finish him off. The protagonist, after flight with all his strength, nailed the guard into the ground. The surrounding people were surprised. The passerby looked at his watch and said that the protagonist had a 9 of the protagonist. The girl came up from the side. She said with a smile to the main character that he is a young master of some kind of famous kind. A beaten fighter was lying on the ground. He realized that the guest is a member of some influential group. The protagonist angrily asked a man, "Can he enter now?" The guard got up and showed the guy with his hand to the entrance. "He invited him to go," Jen said, in a thoughtful voice that people everywhere respect the cultivators for their skills. Trade continued inside the building. The goods stood on the shelves and sparkled brightly. Sellers shouted prices for their potions. They called customers. The teacher looked carefully around the pavilion. He said that there were low-grade goods around. Qing carefully looked around in search of the necessary things. The main character took out a small twig on the counter. He told the seller that if you prepare a pill from it, then the father's illness will leave forever. The seller joyfully told the guy that he could buy the drug, and then the alchemist of the Su clan will create the right medicine for him. Jen angrily told the main character that the master of the Su family is completely stupid. Qing held a magic branch in his hands. He said that in their time, cultivators, who can create 10% of a good creation of an elixir, are called the best. The seller with excitement said for the protagonist that the drug costs 300,000 yen. The same amount will leave the alchemist if the pill is successfully treated, then it will cost more than 2 million. Jen told the guy that the alchemist may not succeed. Qing answered his teacher that alchemists are not responsible for failure. Qing looked in front of him and said that this direction should be easy to pray money, where in no way to lose profit. The main character told the seller that the artifact is in good condition and he is ready to buy it. The man asked the guy how he would pay. Qing answered the seller that he had no money with him. The seller looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he would not joke with him in this way and threatened the consequences. The main character fell silent. He did not answer the man to his accusations. The seller said in an evil voice that he would now complain about a client who wants to tear his free jackpot. The seller, because of the counter, pointed to the protagonist and demanded that no one would let him leave. Fen Lun appeared. He was one of the 5 tigers of the clan. The man viciously asked, "Who was creating problems here?" The main character looked at his watch, and they showed that Fu had a 15 combat power. The seller continued to point a finger at the guy and complain about him. Zhen frighteningly demanded from the protagonist so that he would not behave recklessly. The level of enlightenment of the opponent was higher than him to the whole area. Qing demanded from the opponent to call the head of the family here. Zhen was scared when he heard such words from the guy. The main character viciously demanded that the man call him the head of the family. Nearby stood surprised sellers. The man in the back in a dissatisfied voice shouted to the protagonist that he was very arrogant. Fu asked the guy with a dissatisfied voice, who did he imagine himself? The main character said in a confident voice that he is an alchemist of the 2nd rank in the city of Tianquan. The guests inside the pavilion fell silent. They looked with interest at the protagonist. Clients around laughed loudly. They looked at the protagonist with distrust. The man with a grin told the main character that at the stage of creating the foundation, the cultivator still lacked knowledge. The seller said in a confident voice that Only after reaching the level of Ki can you fully use magic. A fighter can create pills, control fire, or fly on swords. Fu told the guy that alchemy as art was lost many centuries ago. He called him a recent student. King advised the man to expand the horizons. Fu was unhappy when he heard such words from the guy. The main character held out his hand to the side and a green branch flew from it to the side. The guy swung his hand and shouted to the fighter that it was time to play in the back of him. Jen grabbed a magic branch in his hands. He said that he could make a pill, and he does not need to use the stove. An ordinary spiritual fire. The main character loudly repeated the words of the teacher who was behind. He shouted that the sky is fire and the earth is a hearth. King began the alchemy of creation. A very bright white radiance appeared in front of him. Fu was frightened of a bright radiance. He put his hands in front of him to defend himself. The green twig in front of the guy's hands began to transform. There was a yellow glow near her. The green magic branch melted and it turned into a round ball. The ball flew in front of the hands of the protagonist. He used the burner of the greatest illuminating flame. The seller behind was surprised to look at the guy. He realized that the client had told him the truth before. Guests in the pavilion looked at the protagonist in surprise. They were surprised. Someone said that a guy with his level of success can be attributed to the second rank. Fu looked at the protagonist with interest and said that even the best magician could not achieve 100% processing. The man looked carefully at the protagonist and approached him. Fu grabbed the guy by the hand and in an evil voice told him that he had prepared a potion without using a stove and fire. Even a 10th ranking master does not have such powerful skill. He accused the guy that he turned the focus. The main character showed a man in his hands a blue ball. He asked him, did he see or someday a fake pill in 2 million? Fu scaredly asked the guy, how does he know about it? He told the Qing to the man that he accepted the potion Xian 13 days ago. He increased his breakthrough in the steps. But 10 days later, the effect began to fall quickly. King in a strict voice told the partner that the process of manufacturing the pill should be performed by an intelligent cultivator. Not everyone can give the grass the right cooling. He advised the man to process the grass very slowly in a chilled room so that the properties would not disappear. Fu joyfully folded his hands in front of him and thanked the protagonist for the advice. The main character asked the guards whether he showed him enough to meet with their leader. The guards in a friendly voice told the main character that he was a magician alchemist, and they were very blind. They asked for forgiveness for ignorance. Fu thought to himself with the surprise that the 18-year-old master is the only one capable of such miracles in the entire state of the Eastern Dragon. He realized that the Su clan should get a connection with the guy at all costs. Fu turned around and viciously demanded from the guards to bring a girl here. A stranger came to the side. She shouted to the guards that she saw everything with her own eyes. The girl viciously asked the fighter Arun, did he really decide to entertain the guests here? Qing stood and calmly looked at the stranger. Fu bowed to the hostess and explained that because of the past actions of the protagonist, he lost all the manners. The girl explained to the fighter that if the guest behaves arrogantly, there is nothing shameful here. Not every person is an outstanding alchemist. A girl with pink hair asked the guy what his name is and where did he study. The watch on the hand of the protagonist showed that they cannot determine the combat power of the girl. Jen told the main character that the girl's skill is enough to beat a dozen people with enlightenment, like Fu Wen Moon. The main character realized that in front of him was Su Yun. He introduced himself to the girl and said that he was a student pulling from the Chuan Academy. He did not want to tell his partner the name of his master. Su Yun looked at the protagonist with surprise. She did not answer him. The main character laughed out loud. Around him stood frightened sellers. The sellers scaredly told the guy that he did not support his self-confidence. Su Yun rushed forward and shouted that the guest needed to shorten his tongue. The guards tried to stop her. King realized that no one would believe him if he said that he was covered by the Empress of the Eastern Dragon GC. Su clenched her fists with displeasure. She decided to calm down and turn to the main character. Su Yun explained to the guy that her father was very seriously ill. Therefore, she now owns the title of the head of the clan. The protagonist looked at the girl suspiciously. Su thought to himself that a guy could be one of the cultivators of superpower. The main character handed the girl a pill and asked her to pay the full amount for the grass. Su displeasedly answered the partner that although he was a wizard, he is poor as a church mouse. The protagonist invited the girl together to eat delicious rice with him. The guard angrily shouted to the guy so that he would not molest the mistress. Su told the man to write off the money from her account. For her family, outstanding geniuses were needed. Sue explained to the seller for the counter that she personally pays everything. The man joyfully told the girl that when the guy came to them, he felt a strong aura in him. The main character looked at the girl in surprise. She paid $300,000 without hesitation. Sue folded her hands and told the guy that they are always happy with outstanding artisans. She asked him to make pills for them sometimes and offer a profitable deal. Shu Yun with excitement told the guy that he could sometimes make pills, and her clan will issue a bonus for his services twice as much market value. Qin told his partner that he was ready to fulfill any whim for her money. Zhen was unhappy when he heard such words from the guy. The girl handed a gold card to the main character. She demanded that he collaborate with them. Sun smiled at the guy and said that there were 10 million yuan on the card. It was a gift for him. Qing was surprised when he heard about money. He did not believe that the alchemist of the second class is so expensive. Zhen clasped the guy behind the guy's shoulders. He asked him to not lose his prestige before the girl. Qing answered the teacher that he would not sell for 10 million. Zhen proudly looked at his student from the side and said that this was another conversation. Suyun smiled at the guy and said what a sage is, as he does not need such little money. The main character grabbed a gold card in his hands. He told the girl that he was accepting her gift. The seller looked in surprise at the protagonist and said that he was behaving like a master. Fu at full speed ran to the side. He shouted to the main character that he would try his method of processing the potion. The main character finally remembered that his manufacturing method is effective, but a person can feel sick for a couple of days. Fu stood on top of a large piece of ice. He had a very strong bloody vomiting. The main character raised his hands up and clicked them. He shouted that he was taking the card for a reason. In the trading floor, various things flew near the ceiling. The guests looked up in front of them in surprise. Su Yun with excitement told herself that it was in front of them of high levels. She asked the master, why did he need these things? The teacher asked the student if he wants to make the same pills. Qing answered the partner that he wants to make such pills. He asked Zhenya if he remembered that correct recipe. Zhen looked displeased at the guy and wanted to say something about this remedy. The main character, along with his teacher, raised his hands up and shouted loudly about the invention. Qin extended his hand up and very bright glow in all directions went from it. Gradually, a bright luminous magic ball appeared in the room. Sherrick became brighter and brighter. After that, the transformation ended. The guests around were surprised. One of the guys shouted that he had never seen such an elixir before. Someone in the city was finally able to process a second-level potion. Su-Yun looked at the drug with admiration and said that even her father could not create a spiritual elementary pill. The seller, because of the counter, looked at the protagonist in surprise. He shouted that the clan spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the creation of a pill, but they did not succeed. The girl shouted to the guy that he was the best. One of the guards said that Qing is a real emperor of alchemy. The main character handed the girl a pill and said that he wants to repay her duty. Su-Yun was surprised due to the fact that the guy wanted to give her such an incredible thing. The main character told the girl that this potion would reduce the inhibition of the elevation of cultivation while reaching the step of purification of the soul. Su-Yun was surprised to tell the guy that their clan spent the whole capital just to get the formula, but her father turned out to be not skilled enough for her. The girl waved her hands and explained to the guy that she did not deserve such a gift. King suddenly took a pill and put her straight in the mouth of a surprised girl. SC Yun was very surprised. The main character squeezed her mouth to swallow the drug. The main character raised his hand up. He told the girl that she would feel an improvement in her triple spiritual principle. 3 days later, she will be able to fully switch to the third stage of cleansing the soul. King headed for the exit from the pavilion. He waved his hand to the girl and said that any spiritual materials would be at her expense. The main character was at home in an apartment in a high-rise building. He looked at the cards in his hands. Kim remembered the conversation with the girl. She joyfully told him that they are from now on business relationships. Jen said cunningly to the main character that he had a bold thought when he first saw a girl. Qing answered the teacher that there are laws in the state. For their violation, a person can be in prison for half a century. The teacher asked the guy if he wanted to tempt the girl step by step and give her false promises and hopes. The teacher told the main character that a couple of affectionate words is enough for a person to trust someone. After a small pause, Qing answered the teacher that he needed support to withstand Gao Hao and his environment. The guy looked at the pill. He said that he was able to get a medicine for his father's heart. Now you can calmly and measuredly prepare for the battle. The guy was sitting in a meditative pose. He said that after applying the art of pristine chaos, the nodes of the soul begin to open. They absorb QO heaven and earth. After that, it is better to continue cultivation as expected. The teacher told the guy that the speed of increase with him is much faster than that of ordinary spells. The main character stood next to the teacher and looked at the polls. He said that today in the black market in a pharmacy, pillars absorbed a huge amount of emotions. The greatest surge was when the guard was on the verge of life and death. Jen said on the side to the main character so that he would prepare well, Gao is not ready to retreat so easily. Revenge is very close. Qing looked in front of him and said that soon the pillar would be filled to the end. After that, another soul of God will be called to the earth. The guy remembered the attack of a huge monster into the city. The mutant massively killed people. King sharply rushed forward and tried to hit the monster with a powerful blow. The girl's body lay on the ground. The main character grabbed her in his arms. There was a fire around. Suddenly, a schoolgirl appeared on the side and spread her hands to the side. The guy looked at her with surprise. The girl strictly demanded from the protagonist to run away. He had to take his legs. Sin wrapped his arms around the girl's head. He shouted that he would like to become immortal. The woman from the side asked the guy strictly for him to change. Qing, with excitement, wanted to tell the mentor something. The woman viciously told the chief hero that he was gently behaved and therefore lost. The guy saw a whole bunch of corpses in front of him. He asked the mentor to give him a chance to protect the rest. He was ready to use any dirty products. The main character sharply opened his eyes and woke up. He realized that he had just seen a dream. The teacher was focused on a computer game. He soared in the room. The main character sat on the bed and said with a fright that he had seen a dream about the past. King displeasedly remembered the past life and countless sleepless nights. He heard the cries of the girl and the Eastern mistress. He recalled the mountains of corpses of innocent people. The guy covered his face with his hands. The terrible paintings were captured in his memory and turned around by nightmares. The guy thought to himself that he could now use a powerful artifact. He will be able to rewrite the fate of mankind and Chen Nin. Suddenly, a very loud noise rang out from behind the door. The protagonist turned there with surprise. Mother shouted to the girl Chen Nin to be more careful. The main character decided not to waste time. He quickly went down the stairs and asked what happened. Several bandits ran into the store. The woman scaredly told the guy to go to her room. One of the hooligans with a grin told the guy that he would not hide behind his mother and sister. The bandit threatened the girl to return the debt 200,000 for the treatment of her father. He threatened her with the destruction of the store. The main character hugged his mother. The woman shouted to the bandits that they had no money. A bandit named Chu Tianyun sternly said that in these areas no one dares to give him taken from him. My daughter asked her mother, why did she not say anything about her father's illness? A woman with tears in her eyes told the children that she could not complain about anything. One of the bandits viciously shouted that his younger brother is one of the 5 tigers of the Su family by name Fu Ven Lun. The main character waved his hand and remembered that he saw Fu Venya in the pavilion. Hu told his subordinates to defeat the room if no one wants to fork out. The leader viciously said that the girl could leave with them. They will then reduce the debt. Nin was scared. She stepped back in front of the bandit. One of the fighters said that the boss is very smart. The girl frightenedly retreated to the wall. The bandit was approaching her and said that rumors could spread around the academy. She will be excluded with her brother. The main character angrily extended his hand forward and asked the bandits, are they really looking for death? The sister laid her hand on her brother's shoulder and shouted so that he would not fool. She warned the guy would not contact the bandits. Chu angrily looked at the guy with the girl and said that he could beat anyone and crush like an ant. The main character looked angrily at the bandits and decided to attack them. King turned around and looked with excitement at his sister. She wanted to reassure him. The main character calmed down and ordered himself that he should behave more restrained. The main character promised the bandits that his friend would now bring the desired amount of money. Chu said in a dissatisfied voice that students do not have such amounts. The boss with a cigarette very viciously told the guy that he could call. King grabbed the phone in his hands and called his friend Fu Ven Moon. The main character called the phone and called Fu about one very important question. A surprised sister stood behind him. Fu shouted to others loudly so that they all fell silent. A very important guest called him. Fu on the phone thanked the guy and explained that his elixir worked with a bang. Nearby stood surprised workers. The main character told the partner that Boss Chu broke up to him and demands money. He threatens that his gang will arrange a pogrom in the store. The guy asked a man to help. Chu sternly looked at the guy and demanded 400,000 from him. The woman displeasedly explained to Boss that they occupied only 50,000 from him. Chu looked at the family in front of him and demanded that they pay him everything. The protagonist demanded by the man's phone to come as soon as possible. Fu explained to the guy on the phone that he understood everything and that he would not be worried. The man waved his hand and said that the work appeared for them. They prepared to leave. The man viciously shouted that he would break the head in half to the one who wanted to defeat the house of their best alchemist. Mother was surprised to ask the protagonist what for his friend who was ready to lend him a lot of money. Chu looked at the guy and said that he had more brains than his parents. Boss angrily looked at the girl and decided to take her to himself. She looked like a fairy. A lot of black cars drove up to the house. They slowed down near the entrance. Black cars stood near the building and people prepared to get out of them. The bandits were surprised to turn to the entrance. They realized that their main boss had arrived. The fighters were surprised to realize that Mr. Fu was now facing them from the black market pharmacy. Chu stood in the center of the room and looked in surprise at the arrived fighters. Chu scaredly asked the boss, "What fate did he come here?" Fu asked the bandit with displeasure, "Who is that one?" Chu told the man that he was his younger brother's younger brother. Fu demanded from the bandit to dump out the road. Fu went to the main character and called him a mentor. Qing demanded with gestures a man so that he would not give him out. Fu asked the guy, "Is he all right?" A surprised girl stood nearby. The main character pointed a finger at the bandits and demanded from the man to break his hands to all. Fu looked displeased at the fighters and promised the guy that he would do everything. Chu tried to justify himself in front of the tiger Fu. He shouted that all this was a misunderstanding. The protagonist asked the man not to break anything in the store. Fu grabbed a frightened bandit with his hand by the clothes. He promised the main character so that he would not worry. After that, the man swung and with all his might hit the boss with his hand over his face. The fighters seized other bandits and began to beat. Fu shouted to his subordinates to deal with the couple. The daughter, along with her mother, watched in surprise how the fighters beat the bandits who came. The main character turned around and told his mother and his sister that everything happened as they asked. Sister was surprised to ask the guy how he was able to get acquainted with Fu Venom Lunum from the Su family. The protagonist told his sister that he met with a man when he worked as a courier. Fu said in a joyful voice that his friend does not dare to bully a bunch of freaks. The woman behind the counter said that to beat people up to half a death is an enforcement. Fu explained to the hostess that the three bandits are at the stage of awareness of the foundation. For them, a fracture of the hand will only be a small scratch. 3 beaten bandits lay in the corner of the store. They could not get to their feet. Fu showed his hand to the beaten bandits and told the main character that everything was ready. He asked what next? King came up and asked the boss, "Does he still want money from FU?" The beaten Chu answered the guy that he did not know about his friendship with the tiger. Chu voted the main character with a frightened voice that they would write off debts specifically for them. The main character strictly promised the bandit that he was accepting his proposal. King went to the bandit and viciously said that he would not just leave mockery of his family. Chu was very beaten. He tried a frightened voice to justify himself to the guy. The protagonist demanded from the bandit that he would not come here anymore. Chu thanked the guy. 3 bandits very sharply and quickly ran out of the room. Fu told the main character that now he was leaving too. The protagonist said with excitement that he had almost forgotten something. Mom and daughter looked at him. The guy handed a small blue ball for his mother. It was a medicine for the father. The woman took the ball in her hands. She said with amazement to the guy that they could not take such a valuable thing. Nin said in surprise that this pill can cure any ailment. The protagonist explained to his mother that he took a loan and will pay it off after graduating from the academy. The match looked joyfully. She said that her father would finally stop suffering, but they must return the money. The main character noticed that the girl looked at him carefully. He asked her, did she really see something on his face? Nin explained to the guy that she was just something. She smiled and said that Nin matured and matured. Qing asked cunningly from the girl, in what place did he grow up? Chen answered the guy that he was behaving like a fool. The main character went into the room and closed behind him at the door. He decided to turn to the teacher. Keen explained to his mentor that he could not constantly rely on him. The main character looked very carefully in front of him. He wanted to see his teacher. Qing stood with the teacher near large pillars. He said that the pillars shone even brighter after he absorbed the fear and greed of Chu Yuan and his subordinates. Zhen told the main character that he had power higher than that of all the fighters combined. He did not need to worry. The main character said with the excitement that his real rivals are not weak at all. In a month there will be a battle. The protagonist knew that soon the monsters were an attack on the city. The fighters stood on the roof of the building. Some of them shouted to come to them, the Black Dragon of Springs. A huge dragon appeared in front of people. They prepared to attack the monsters with bright magic. The dragon continued to fly around. Someone ordered the dragon to grab the monster. Fighters used the 10th style and destructive land against the monster. The dragon squeezed the monster with all his might and tried to crush it into pieces. One of the scientists activated the skill of water and the whipping wave of foam. The man launched a huge blue wave in front of him. Suddenly, a large hand grew out of the ground in front of him. A huge blue wave wrapped his hand on the ground and began to twist it to the side. On the side, someone ordered his hand to freeze. After that, she froze. People on Earth shouted to the girl that she was their last chance for them. Jean commanded the lightning of the sky to turn into a divine sword. She demanded that the spirit of D and bring down her rage on the unclean. The girl swung and launched a bright lightning from her hand. It was a shaking field. There was a very bright explosion. Bright lightning was able to completely hit the monster. The man looked down with the fighters and heard a strong roar. They began to fall. A huge monster began to get out of the ground. Huge stones broke up around him. The scientists scaredly shouted that even a joint attack could not break through the defense of the mutant. The monster jumped out of the ground. There was a gap of space. A frightened man stood in front of him. The scientists scaredly saw how everything around him began to crumble. Fragments flew in front of him. The rector was scared. He saw a split in front of him. At this time, the girl called him scared. Suddenly, the man's body began to crumble. He scattered into the fragments to the sides. Jing looked at the monster in dismay. She shouted that his magic could destroy the matter of the planet. The monster angrily called the girl a miserable commoner and shouted that she would die. King very vividly recalled the death of the girl inside his body. Insight happened. The main character asked the teacher, "What are his chances in a battle with a lower demon with combat power of 2,000 points?" The mentor reminded the guy that his level reaches only 9. Qing looked at the teacher and asked if he knew how to cope with the tribes of undead. Jen said in a thoughtful voice to the guy that it all started with the creation of the world. The guy demanded from the teacher to speak closer to business. The teacher said that the soul of the god creator was transformed into 3 supreme celestials. The witchcraft power took the form of 4 demon emperors. The physical shell turned into 12 ancestors of descendants, entering the clan of monsters. The main character asked the teacher, "Is the power of the monsters a relationship with God the Creator?" Jen answered the guy that everything was so. Jen told the main character that he at one time reborn as a saint. He reincarnated with a lot of chi of the soul. Therefore, he became the head of all other cultivators and gods. Jen said that all the demons were born from the flesh of God the Creator. Therefore, they have eternal life and abnormal power. The mentor explained to the guy that for demons the human race was the lower species of animals. But soon humanity had extraordinary methods in order to resist the mutants. The protagonist turned to his teacher with great interest. Jen explained to the guy that there were only 3 methods. Jen said that you need to find a sacred artifact. It should be strong enough to impress the body of monsters to counteract the opponent's natural skills. The teacher told the guy that it was necessary to call as much soul as possible and unite their knowledge with their own. Jen explained to the main character that combat power must be at least 900. This is the 9th level of improvement of enlightenment. Qing answered the teacher that to do so much in a month seems to him something unrealistic. The mentor told the guy to worry about the people who pursue him at the academy. Gao Xiao, along with their fighters, pose a serious threat. The main character looked in front of him and said that Gao could not do anything with the fighters and stop halfway. The main character stood and looked at the poles. He said that the technique of pristine chaos is getting better when more people come to die. Their actions will force his fighting power to increase faster. Negative emotions will become the perfect feeding of energy to pilots of spirits. The mentor looked at the guy in surprise. He thought that only emperors of past dynasties were familiar with such great skill. King sat in a meditative pose with his eyes closed. Jen could not understand whose reincarnation the guy was. In the afternoon, the main character sat in the academy building in the classroom and looked at the street. King sat at his desk and looked out the window. He told himself that cultivating through meditation for a very long time to promote, he needed to focus on real fights. King looked at the students next to him. He could not understand in any way with whom he would spend fights. The student whispered from behind the main character that Gao Hao hired a dangerous hooligan for a lot of money to kill Tsina. The main character joyfully turned around and asked his friend with surprise, "Is it true?" The student said with excitement that the fighters want to distract Chen Nin and unexpectedly attack the protagonist. The protagonist shouted in an unexpectedly joyful voice to a friend that all this is fine. The teacher was unhappy that the student chatted at a lecture. She launched it into him with chalk. After the flight, chalk fell into the face of the protagonist. His friends around were very scared and surprised. You, in a dissatisfied voice, demanded from the guy to answer her who is the center of power in the eastern state of dragons. Students in the audience looked with interest at the protagonist. Someone said that Sina was not lucky. King stood near his desk and told the teacher about the #1 sect called the Pavilion of the Dragon, lifting in detail. The protagonist said that the current ruling empress of the East is called Cheji. The main character pointed to the teacher with his hand and said that the ruler was nicknamed the Holy Virgin Pavilion. Shuwu froze with surprise. She looked displeased at the protagonist. King looked at the street with interest. He could not understand what the ruler was doing now. The student in a cunning voice told the teacher that she could ask him more complicated. Su realized that the main character really listens to lectures. Gao looked at the protagonist and said in a displeased voice that in the physical education lesson, the Club of Ancient Martial Arts would make its move. Or sport a sport bakar shak smorinins. Qing joyfully thought to himself that Gao Hao and his gang would be the perfect option for him for the battle. In the physical education lesson, students for training gathered at the sports ground. The teacher at the sports ground told school children to move freely. The teacher thought to herself that in the age of cultivators, sport was not needed at all. Girlfriends approached the main character and invited him to play tennis together. The girl with excitement advised her friend so that she would not invite a bad person. Chen answered her partner that she and the main character grew from the diapers. King said on the surprised Onam that he was looking at games with the ball and not part of them. Chen threw the ball up and hit it with all her might and threw it over the net. The ball very quickly flew over the grid, and the schoolgirl did not have time to beat him off with a racket. The student joyfully raised his hand up and shouted to the girl that she had a great blow. The protagonist watched with interest the game of girls on the court. They threw the ball to each other. King looked with great interest at the body of his girlfriend. She studied her breasts. The protagonist carefully looked at Li Shilan's girlfriend with a racket. The student in displeasure told the main character to watch tennis in a non-marine one. An unfamiliar student came up from the side and called the protagonist. There were other fighters next to him. Van Tao was one of the strongest freshmen. He strictly asked the guy if he knows why they are here. King beat off the athlete's hand and explained to him that he was enjoying the game. The student was surprised when he realized that next to him is one of the 3 club leaders. Van viciously told the main character that he was following the ball. After that, the athlete hit with all his might and broke the bench. He shouted to Chinu that he would improve the review for him. Qing looked at the opponent and told him in evil voice that he was a chain dog Gao. The protagonist angrily told the student that he was running into trouble. The students on the site stopped the game and carefully looked at the protagonist and Bath. Li cunningly told her girlfriend that the bandits would now beat the protagonist. Chen was worried and decided to come closer and find out everything. Students got angry. He shouted to the girl that she wanted to protect the protagonist. The fighter swung his hand to hit the girl. He shouted that she should first worry about herself. Li, in a frightened voice, shouted to her girlfriend to be more careful. Chen was not at a loss. She put her hand forward and defended herself from a blow from the student. The girl, after the blow, was very wounded by a hand. The student bounced aside. Chen Nin was a freshman. Her combat power reached 8. Liu Bao was a Sortone. His combat power reached 9. Chen grabbed her wounded hand. For her, the attack was unexpected, but the left hand was broken. Li looked at her girlfriend with a frightened voice and shouted that she had blood. Chen looked in front of her at an evil student. She shouted to her girlfriend so that she would not fit her. The student understood displeasedly to herself that her rivals were very well prepared. Chen turned around and looked at the protagonist. She realized that the guy is also in danger. Liu jumped up and prepared to hit the girl's hand. He shouted that she had enough time to worry about others. The teacher sternly told the guy to answer her question. Qing answered the woman that she decided to talk about common sense. Su said in a thoughtful voice that explanations are needed to understand the whole picture of what was happening. A whole group of fighters stood and looked at the protagonist. Qing asked the athletes displeasedly, "But where is Gao Hao?" Frightened by a guy, with a trembling voice, said that this time they really end. Van viciously glanced at the protagonist and asked, "Did he really decide that he was worthy of the presence of Gao?" The main character slowly moved and went to the students opposite him. King stood opposite the fighters. They looked at each other displeased. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that the student wanted to kill him. But he himself does not want to get into trouble. A friend from behind said in a confident voice for the protagonist that he was ready to share the fate with him. King carefully turned to the side and noticed how the fighter attacked his girlfriend from the side. The main character immediately carefully saw in his memory how she died in a past life. Chin's eyes immediately lit up brightly. He sternly told himself that he needed to quickly deal with everything. The student swung his hand and shouted to the guy so that he did not blame him for ruthlessness. King swung and hit the student with a bat on the head with all his might. The main character decided to move Manu to a baseball bat. As a result, the blows will be equal to flying stones. The student displeasedly pointed out the protagonist and said that he attacked him stealthily. After a small pause, the beaten fighter froze dead to the ground. King stood with a bat on his shoulder. He told a beaten student that he had chosen the shortest path to his death. The main character smiled very brightly and looked at the students around him. King began to wave in all directions. He was no longer interested in whether Gao Hao would appear or not. He decided to deal with other fighters. The student asked his friend with a frightened voice, "Why so much mana is whipping from him?" Van looked at the protagonist and said in an evil voice that he was an evil loser that was not capable of cultivation. The fighters around were very surprised when they saw that the protagonist was a large number of ki. The student's watch could not measure the combat power of Qing. Van viciously called his opponent garbage and shouted that he would always remain. King swung and with all his might launched the bat against his opponent. He shouted that local villains have enough brains only for empty insults. Van dodged to the side. He shouted to the main character that he could not even touch his clothes. The main character sharply rushed forward and grabbed a flying bat. Van was very surprised when he saw that his opponent had such a high speed. Qing clenched his fists in his arms. He shouted to the opponent that he had a very smug smile. The main character, with all his might, hit the student with a powerful blow of his hand. He flew to the side. After a very powerful blow, Van flew to the side and crashed into the wall. Around stood surprised students. Students were very surprised. The guy shouted that the protagonist defeated one of the three of the martial arts club with the 8th level of the foundation of the foundation. Van threatened the main character with a wearing voice that he would beat him. The student viciously shouted to the fighters to run forward. He promised a reward if one of them beat the protagonist. Qing calmly stood opposite them with a bat. The student shouted in an excited voice to the main character to be more careful. Zhen appeared in the sky. He advised the main character to use the ability of the Soul Hall. The guy answered the teacher that he would do so. The main character shouted and activated the first style of skill in the artifact in his body. King shouted about a single soul called Zhen Yuanzi. Bright lightning sparkled around him. The guy thought to himself that his body would merge with the spirit of the saint. As a result, he will show his omnipotence. Around the protagonist there was a bright radiance. He threw the bat to the side. The main character used the second style of the magic sleeve and the aura of mountains and rivers. A blue lightning appeared around one of the students. He was very scared and screamed. The main character was surrounded by bright lightning. At this time, the bandits scattered from him to the sides. King put his hand forward and used the immeasurable splendor of the sky. The fighters, after a magical attack from the protagonist, scattered far to the sides. The blow against the students was so powerful that after the flight, the wall knocked at full speed. The student screamed due to the fact that the main character was able to defeat the opponents. Among his opponents was the leader of the club. A friend shouted to the main character that he was very cool and asked why he hid his talents. King looked at his hands. He said that his opponents were weak and only a little increased. The main character viciously approached the frightened bath. He recalled that he had previously ordered the fighters to break his legs. The student was scared. He looked at the evil guy and realized that in front of him the very moron Zhang. The fighter realized that he had come to run away. He jumped to his feet and headed to the side. Van shouted to the main character on the move that he could not kill him today. The main character activated the second style of the magic sleeve after the rivals. The running student realized that his strength began to disappear. He seemed to be pulled back. Van could not stand on his feet. The main character, with the help of very strong magic, attracted him to himself. The main character swung his fist and shouted to the opponent so that he would not underestimate him. Qing, with a scale with all his might, hit the students with a hand on the face with a powerful blow. The main character continued to beat the opponent with all his strength. He shouted that this is the fury of ordinary people who are desperately trying to survive. The fighter swung and prepared to hit the girl from above. He shouted to her that she had enough time to concern others. Chen, after a very powerful blow from the opponent, flew far to the side. The girl jumped to her feet and ran back a little to achieve a safe distance. Chen knew that if we transfer key winds to various objects, then you can disperse them to the maximum speed of the flight. She launched a green leaf against the fighter. Liu viciously glanced at his rival and at a flying sheet. He remembered to himself that his body passed through training of 13 mentors. His muscles became a real steel. The fighter ran forward to the girl. He shouted to his rival that she would not stop him with leaves. The girl moved very quickly in all directions and tried to dodge the fighter's blows. Chen realized that the bandit was moving very quickly, but she tried to keep up. Very soon, Liu does not have mana. The girl remembered the instruction of the teacher. The woman said that the technique of 13 mentors is very strong, but it is not perfect. Liu swung his hand and prepared to hit Chen. She attacked him with flying leaves. Chen wanted to find a vulnerable place with an opponent. The man put his hands forward. He menacingly shouted to the girl that she would not give him adequate damage with the help of flowers. The man swung his hand to finish off the schoolgirl with all his might. He shouted that she now has nowhere to run. Chen joyfully realized that she found a vulnerable place on the body of a fighter. She picked up a pen. Chen looked at the pen. At a short distance at the speed of the wind, the pen was supposed to bring victory for her. The girl remembered the teacher's words. The woman strictly reminded the girl that if you definitely get into the target, then mana would completely run out and the person will die. Liu looked strictly at the girl and very viciously asked if she had the spirit of killing a person. The girl sharply bounced back, but the man with all his might managed to hit her with his hand on a grand scale. Sen, after a very strong blow from the opponent, grabbed the stomach. She felt severe pain. After the blow, the girl could not resist her feet and she was taken to the side of the sports ground. Liu grinned very viciously and headed for a confident step towards his victim. The man grabbed the girl by the hair with all his might and pulled her behind him. Liu held the girl by the hair and shouted that thanks to Gao Hao, he got a student. Li ran to the side and shouted in an evil voice to the man so that he would not dare to touch Ning. Liu hit the girl with his foot and shouted that she would make him a company with a girlfriend. Chen tried to free himself from the capture of the bandit. She grabbed her hand by her hair. The girl looked around and noticed that the main character disappeared somewhere. King suddenly appeared from above, and with all his might, a powerful blow hit the man on the head. Liu, after a very powerful blow from his opponent, flew far to the side. Chen joyfully and scaredly sat on the ground and looked at her friend. Qing turned around and shouted to the girl to take care of her hand. He promised to deal with the rest. Chen sat on the ground and with excitement asked the guy, "Is he all right?" She excitedly asked the guy, "Where did he get so many magical forces from?" She warned him that Van Tao headed for him with his minions. Qin explained to his girlfriend with a reasonable voice that there should not be garbage on the academy site. The student brought a large cart with the bodies of the fighters. He told the main character that they were driving them back to the club. Chen was surprised that her friend was able to defeat so many fighters. The protagonist turned around and told his friend that he worked perfectly and could continue in the same spirit. King looked at the girl's face and asked, "Did Liu push her bruises on her face?" Chen silently looked at her friend. She did not answer him. Li ran to the side. She demanded that the main character take revenge on his girlfriend. She was ready to fulfill any conditions. Li sternly struck the guy and said that she was ready to become his girlfriend with Chen. King looked displeased at the girl and said that now is not a suitable time for such proposals. Lu Bao jumped to his feet and went behind the main character. He shouted that he would die now. Chen scaredly screamed for the protagonist to leave her alone and run away. Liu jumped up and swung his hand to hit the opponent. The main character told the girl that he would end a fighter straight in her eyes. The main character looked at his hand and activated the immeasurable splendor of the sky. Jen flew up behind the guy and scaredly shouted to stop. Qing asked the mentor, "What happened?" Jun explained to the main character that with his level of combat power, he could only use the ability called a common soul for 5 minutes a day. Liu Bao waved his hand with all his might and prepared to hit the guy on the head. Qing was unhappy due to the fact that his teacher was silent before. The man, with all his might, hit the protagonist with his hand over his head. The mentor looked at his beaten student. He said in a cunning voice to himself that he forgot to say, "The main character of the beaten lay on the ground." There were cracks around him. Qing lay on the ground and could not rise. He spoke some strange words. A friend looked at the guy and decided that he had damaged his head. Chen, in a frightened voice, asked the guy, "Is everything good for him?" Li, in a reasonable voice, told her girlfriend that Liu Bao is very skilled in battles. King understood his hand up and shouted that he specifically succumbed to his opponent. Behind him stood a surprised and angry Liu Bao. The man was very surprised due to the fact that the main character received a direct blow and remained alive. She was dissatisfied with his voice, told the guy that he should be in prison for his boast. Qing turned to the girl and strictly asked, Did she really not believe him? The main character suddenly pointed with his hand to the man. Liu Bao stood very surprised. The main character viciously demanded from the opponent to try to hit him again. Li, in a displeased voice, told her girlfriend that her boyfriend had his last brains during the fall. The man ran forward at the guy at all speed. He shouted that he was looking for death. The main character stood calmly. Liu ran up close to him with an outstretched hand. Qing turned around and calmly asked the man, "Is it all that he is capable of?" He did not suffer from a blow to the head. The main character angrily shouted to the opponent that now his turn has come. He hit his hand with all his might. Qing looked angrily at the man and shouted that he had very little strength. Liu was very angry when he heard such words from the guy. Liu Bao asked the guy with an evil voice, how could his blows be able to break through such protection? Qing put his hand forward and blocked the blow from the opponent with it. The main character held his hand and held her hand to a man. Liu Bao could not budge. The guy with all his might hit the man in a grand scale and angrily asked, did he really allow him to attack? Qing shouted in a loud voice that no one could defeat him. The more he fought, the more experience he received. The student was very happy for his friend and screamed very loudly. Li said with admiration that the protagonist was a very cool fighter. Chen could not understand when her friend managed to gain so many knowledge. Liu Bao jumped to his feet and shouted to the main character that he would tear him to pieces now. The student from the side looked cheerfully at the fighter and shouted that he had become furious. The man put his hand on the ground and activated in his fiery tiger. His body began to increase. Chen, in a frightened voice, shouted to friends that Liu Bao was going to use spells. Li said with excitement that such spells are intended to increase strength and battle to the full. Such exercises are transmitted only from the master to students. They do not tell them at the academy. Chen, in a wave of the immortals. The battles depend not only on the level of combat power. The man's body began to increase sharply. Even the weakest spell could increase the fighter several times. Liu Bao viciously glanced at the guy and shouted loudly. He rushed forward at the attack. Liu Bao rushed to the guy at full speed. The student stood on the side and said in a frightened voice that things were bad. Li said in a wavy voice that the guy went to the peak of his abilities. Qing calmly stood on the ground and watched a huge opponent fled to him. The main character looked at the opponent and prepared to repel his attack. Liu Bao accelerated at full speed and crashed into the main character. On the side of this was followed by frightened students. The students scaredly looked aside. Excited girls stood next to him. The protagonist held out his hand forward and was able to stop her surprised Liu Bao. Ji grabbed his opponent with two hands with a strong grip. Ji looked at the opponent with a smile and said that he was now absolute impotence. The main character sharply threw the fighter over himself and hit him with all his strength about the ground. The main character threw the opponent over himself and hit the ground with all his might. Cracks went around. Li said with surprise that the guy with the help of bare hands was able to defeat Li Bao. A beaten fighter was lying on the ground. The main character strictly asked him, was he really wounded the girl of Chen? Qing stepped on the hand of a fighter and asked what hand he beat the girl. The main character with all his might stepped on the fighter's hand and she cracked. Liu Bao screamed very loudly. He felt severe pain in his hand. A crowd of surprised passers-by gathered. Qing asked the man if he still wants to kill him. The main character grabbed the fighter by the hand and viciously demanded that he answer. Liu Bao shouted in a frightened voice that he was wrong. He asked the guy to let him go. Qing turned his hand to the fighter aside. The main character stood silently and looked at the beaten fighter on the ground in front of him. Liu asked the guy with a frightened voice so that he would not make him disabled. He promised to beat Gao Hao. The man scaredly thought to himself that Gao mocked others and substituted them. After a small pause, the protagonist answered the opponent's vicious voice that the train had already left. Qing pressed a man on his foot with his foot. He told him that everyone should have their own boundaries permitted. Liu Bao raised his hand to the girl. The student is surprised to look at the protagonist. He remembered how they were beaten before. The bandits in tracksuits with bits attacked the protagonist and his friend in the room. Students beat the lying Qing on the floor. One of them put his foot on his friend's back. The delighted guy viciously demanded from the protagonist to kill the fighter so that he would not lift them again. She demanded from the protagonist to stop. Such an act will not distinguish Jing from Liu Bao. The main character turned around and looked at his joyful friend. Two frightened girls stood nearby. Ji said in a strict voice that he today wants to be a villain and a killer. The affected Chen could not understand. Was her friend stand now? The beaten Liu Bao threatened the main character that, in his clan, one of the founders of their club, Ho John-woo, he was the greatest master of the second year. The main character stood and silently looked at the fighter. He listened carefully to what he said. A girl from the disciplinary committee came up from the side. She sternly said that students arranged an open brawl right at the academy. Liu lay frightened on earth. The student, along with the main character, turned around and looked at the girl with interest. Zhang looked with interest at the fighter lying on the ground. He looked as if a pig on a slaughter. The student approached and looked with great interest at the fighter. The man looked at her displeasedly. Zhang laughed unexpectedly loudly. She said that a bunch of discharges from the Martial Arts Society received merit. King looked strictly at the older and asked why she granted here. The headman carefully looked at the student and asked, "Is he really a student of a student who is rumors about?" Ching answered the partner that he and the girl lived together. The girl looked at the guy with displeasure and demanded that he give way to her. King looked at the student and said that she was with large forms, but a rude woman. Chen appeared from the side. She excitedly asked the guy and the girl what they were arguing about here. Zhang told the main character in a strict voice that the committee had arrived to complete justice. He had to leave. The main character told the partner that she was alive only thanks to him. He threatened her to beat her chest. Chen approached her friend and said with excitement that he could not say such words to the girl. Chen laughed slyly. She cheerfully said that jokes about fake breasts were really allowed. Zhang in an evil voice told the main character that her breasts are completely real. The girl reminded herself that she should keep a blow and reflect any custody of her. In the morning, she studied enough material and did her homework in advance. Zhang ordered herself that she should continue to remain confident in order to comply with the status. Zhang angrily pointed to the protagonist with her finger and shouted that he did not dare her. Jean strictly pointed a finger at the protagonist and demanded that he do not play with fire. The girl fell silent. The main character stood with his girlfriend. Next to him lay a beaten Bao. Silence reigned around. Qing with a smile told the headman that she was trying to mow under dominant women from strange stories. A friend with excitement reminded the main character that he was facing Zhang Yu. She was the leader of the school order. The student with excitement said that Jiang is a relative of a teacher, Shui. The origin of their family takes its roots further in history than even the clan's Gao Hao. Qing looked at the girl and said in a thoughtful voice that he realized why she was so impudent. Jian was unhappy. She did not understand why the guy remained calm and stood in a severe pose. Jian understood displeasedly to himself that the guy wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend. The headman viciously pointed to the protagonist with a finger. She threatened him with punishment and detention for vulgar words. King stood calmly and looked at the girl opposite him. Around stood admiring students. Students around with great surprise and interest looked after their headman. The girl continued to tell the guy something. King carefully looked at the old. He decided that she suffered from a heavy form of sociophobia. He told her out loud that he understood it. Chen with great excitement told the main character so that he succumbed to at least a little for her. Jian with great fright asked her girlfriend, "Where did she get hurt?" Qing demanded from the girls to leave and give him the opportunity to end Liu Bao. The headman strictly asked, "Did Liu Bao create all this hype?" Qing answered the girl that he himself created a fuss and asked her to leave. The headman laughed. She told the guy that no one would believe that there was no limit to his skill. Zhang looked displeased at the guy and said that he was angry due to the fact that he had been opened. She could not believe that the student could teach such a mess. The main character turned around and went to the lying fighter. Jean was unhappy due to the fact that the guy decided to ignore her. Qing turned around and asked strictly from the girl, did they really not see each other in this life? Jean remembered her past meeting with the main character. The guy then shouted to her that they had never seen each other before. The headman, in a dissatisfied voice, told the partner that they met for the first time in their life. The main character turned around and viciously asked the girl, why should he worry about strangers? The headman answered the guy that she caught his thought. But she does not interest her. Jean explained to the main character that the gang of Liu Bao deserves death, but it was impossible to start a fight in a public place. The headman demanded that the guy go into a special educational part with her. The headman looked angrily at the guy, and she wanted the student to then not blame her in the personal accounts. King looked at the girl and viciously asked what would happen if he refuses to go with her. A bright glow appeared around the headman. She sternly told the guy that in this place no one could refuse the head of justice. The clock informed the owner that his difference with the girl in combat power is very large. It was impossible to recognize the exact parameters. The main character looked at the girl. She ranked first in the ranking of the cultivators of the academy. Her skill exceeded any skill among other students. Jen flew up on the side and said that the girl's aura is like the energy of Su-Yun. The teacher shouted to the guy with a displeased voice that he should listen to his words. Ji turned around and sternly told the girl that she had run into a man who was not interested in her threats today. Ji turned around and shouted in a dissatisfied voice of a surprised teacher that the whole pathos had disappeared in the face of her rival on the love front. Liu Bao looked at the girl with a very vicious look. He gradually came to his senses. The man looked at the girl and remembered that she had hit the senior Huo slap, and he was lying in the hospital for 3 months. King stood opposite his headman. The Union of Students and the Disciplinary Committee is the most influential organizations of the academy. Each of their participants is at the peak of incredible skill. Jian could withstand power with the president of the union named Li Tian. The man looked at the protagonist, decided that he would die at Jian Yu's hands today. The student ran to the side of the guy and warned him to stop his provocations. He reminded him that even Gao Hao had to retreat. Sen from the side asked the chairman so that she would not be angry with the protagonist. She explained that he had no other intentions. The headman realized that she needed to maintain a good image and not fall in the eyes of Chen. Jiantu herself strictly ordered that she could not let go of the protagonist. The girl remembered the instructions from the book about how to leave behind a sense of maturity and experience. Jian decided to shout at her girlfriend. She viciously turned to her by name. Chen turned around and looked at the older with great excitement. The headman angrily asked the girl when she dared to order those who are higher in rank. Chena asked her girlfriend in dismay why she intimidates her so much. Jian noted with surprise to herself that she began to be afraid. Qing went to the lying fighter and sternly said that they would now continue to clarify the relationship. Liu thought about himself, displeased that the girl could not calm the guy. The main character reminded the fighter that all his limbs were broken. He asked if he wanted to object. The lying fighter scaredly realized that the main character wanted to humiliate him in front of the others. An irritated man squeezed his hand with all his might. He wanted to explain everything to the main character. Liu Bao told the guy with excitement that only he was to blame for everything that was happening today. He did not need to climb the main character. Students were very surprised. Someone shouted that Liu Bao was really very scared. The main character told the lying fighter that he himself supported justice and their conflict has been exhausted. The main character maliciously told the frightened fighter that they will now move on to the second skirmish. King told the man that he raised his hand to the girl and beat her. He threatened to destroy his place of concentration of vitality inside the fighter. After that, Li Bao will not be able to cultivate and will not pose a threat to the girl. The man in a frightened voice asked the guy to stop. King in an evil voice told the man that even if he refers, he will still have to get rid of his life center. The main character held out his hand to the man and viciously reminded him that it was forbidden to kill people. A good-natured society gives him salvation. Liu Bao scaredly turned to the headman. He strictly asked her, "Will the disciplinary committee really observe how the student is deprived of immortality skills?" Jin turned around and viciously asked the student, was he really courageous to attack Chen Nin? The headman hit the man with all her might and shouted loudly that he would die. Liu Bao, after a very strong and powerful blow from the girl, flew far to the side. The girl sharply jumped up and rushed forward to finish the man with a powerful blow. Liu Bao, after a strong blow from the rival, crashed into the wall and stones scattered around. A beaten man lay on the ground and repeated to himself the words about his magical energy of Qi. The main character stood and looked at a beaten man with great fright. Students looked with great fright at their old. They did not expect her to finish the man. Chen, in an exciting voice, told her girlfriend that their elder really scares them. Jiang stood and silently looked at the beaten man. On the side, someone screamed that a person needed help. The headman felt a panic. She turned around and realized that she had destroyed her image of the defender's sister. Jean at full speed ran to the side. She shouted to the protagonist that this time they would disperse in peace, but she would follow him. King looked in surprise after the girls and thought that she had completely gathered her brains. The main character extended his hand forward and grabbed the man by the clothes. King raised a fighter on himself on one hand and strictly demanded that he tell him where Gao Hao is located. Liu scaredly shouted to the guy that Gao took a couple of guards of the clan with him and led the girl Chen Yuan to a bar called Liu Nan. The main character threw the fighter aside to the ground. He shouted that he was free. The beaten by Bao in a broken voice thanked the protagonist for the liberation. Qing headed aside. Liu asked the fighters with a displeased voice to take him to the hospital as soon as possible. Chen with excitement asked the protagonist if he knows what he was going to go for. She explained to the main character that the bodyguards of the GAO family are much stronger than Liu Bao, and they would not dare to arrange riots in the school. Chen turned to a student named Liu Jiming and asked him to reason her friend. Min told the main character in a joyful voice that he would go with him to look for Gao Hao. The main character strictly asked the fighter if he wants to get in response. The student reminded the guy that when they were beaten, he never ran away. Qing told his friend that for arrogant words you can get very strongly. Ming hugged his friend and said that Gao Hao would receive twice as much from them. The main character told himself that after the fight with Liu Bao, his Taoist technique called Pristine Chaos improved very well. He left very little to climb the stage of key development. The guy needed the enemy more powerful. King stood near large pillars. The energy of the Pillar of Heroic Souls was finally filled to the end. For the protagonist, his trump card was the call of a new immortal warrior. Gao stood near the entrance to his estate. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the tramp from the martial arts club took 800,000 to deal with the sucker. The student said in a dissatisfied voice that he would have to ask his father more pocket money. The bodyguard told the young master to turn to him if it was necessary to kill someone. He had the value of combat power in the volume of 15 units. Gao turned around and told the bodyguard that one student had violated the rules of the academy, and the director excluded him the next day. The man explained to the guy that ordinary students have no threat to them. Gao turned around and suspiciously looked at his bodyguard. He wanted to say something important. The student told his partner that members of the Union of Students and the Disciplinary Committee are much higher than 15 units of combat effectiveness. This is similar to the skill of the clan of elite killers. The leaders of these organizations named Jiang and Li Tian can even compete with his father. The guard from behind told the guy, or Tian belongs to the gang Li. The student stood near the statue of a lion. He explained to the man that these families are the greatest in all Tianquan. Gao said that the clan Li controls the laws of commercial circles, the Su clan controls the underground world, the son of the first community is the president of the Union of Students. The man said in a thoughtful voice that the young Master Tian is no more than 18 years old. The man was interested in. This fighter could compare with the best mercenaries of his family. The side suddenly rang out a very loud noise. Gao, along with his guard, were very scared and surprised. Near the entrance to the estate lay beaten fighters. Gao did not understand what happened and who dared to come to their estate. A man lying on the ground, in a frightened voice, announced a bastard from Li clan. Gao said in bewilderment that they, together with another clan, carried out business for several years. He did not understand why someone sent a man against them to raid. The beaten guard told the owner that only one young owner attacked them. A fighter in a pool of blood lying on the ground shouted to the student that they had attacked Li Tian and the fighter was scared. He realized that he had been able to defeat 10 cultivators in the stage of key development. Gao shouted in evil voice that his father was at the steps of cleansing the soul. He could not lose anyone. The man in the office informed his partners that the young Mr. Li invaded the meeting of the shareholders of the Council of Gao and wounded most of the subordinates. The owner at the table looked at the guy near the entrance. He told him in a strict voice that he would not get off with only explanations. Li straightened his glasses on his head. He told his uncle that he was asking for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit. He came to discuss an important issue about trading. Li Tian was an ingenious student of the academy. His combat power was unknown. He asked the owner forgiveness for tactless behavior. The man looked at the guy and said that he had never seen negotiations in this way before. Li Tian held out his hand to the side and said that the formal style is very tiring. He wanted to say something to those present. The guy very strictly demanded that the participants in the meeting throw all the assets of the GAO family in his name. He demanded subordination from them. People in the hall were very unhappy. The old man called the guy arrogant. After a small pause, the owner asked the guy if they made a mistake and did they create a conflict? The owner could not understand whether they brought dissatisfaction with Li. Li Tian explained to the owner that his father did not oppose his family at all. The guest explained to the owner that he wanted the future genealogy Tian Chuan to obey him exclusively. Guests at the table were surprised. They could not understand why the guy issued such requests. The meeting participants laughed out loudly. Someone shouted that the guy imagined himself that he was heading all the merchants of the city. A huge fighter jumped up and annoyedly headed straight to the guy. Verzilla told her partner that the strength and authority of the assessors are incommensurable with some worthless minion. The man grabbed the guy by the clothes and demanded that he dumped him as soon as possible. Li Tian hit a man with all his might, and after that a very strong explosion was born around. The meeting participants were very surprised and frightened. They looked with excitement at the guy. The owner of the office did not say anything. He looked at the guest very scared. Li Tian headed forward. A beaten man lay on the floor and cracks scattered around. Li Tian stepped aside and took off his glasses. He decided to turn to those present. The guy viciously told the meeting participants that they will now move closer to the essence of his proposal. The men were very scared. They stared at the guy and screamed loudly. Li Tian began to finish off all participants in the meeting. In the office from the building, a loud scream. The student went into the room and saw a beaten father. He called him in dismay. Busted fighters and broken furniture were lying everywhere in the room. Li Tian stood in the center of the room. The man demanded an evil voice from his son so that he would not approach him a single step. Li Tian grabbed his glasses and straightened his sleeves. He realized that the owner of the owner had come. The guest turned around and told the guy Gao that they had not seen him for a long time. The student asked his father with a frightened voice, "What happened between him and the president?" Did Tian ask his uncle? What would he have an answer? He explained that the fate of the rest of the family depends on all this. The owner, in an exhausted voice, told his son that he tried to get to his feet. The man demanded that the guy find the best girls for Mr. Li. A man in a frightened voice explained to the guy that they would now belong to Li clan. Gao answered the man with a frightened voice that he understood him. He decided to fulfill everything. Li Tian told the guy that his father made faith in the decision. He promised to handle Gao and his father well when he became a ruler. The man looked angrily at his partner and asked why he committed such a crazy act. Li Tian seemed to explain to the owner that they themselves always walked along the heads of the weak. He wanted to get rid of Belm in the eye. From early childhood, the guy thought that power was needed in order to cause pain to people. Therefore, he had no desire to cultivate. Parents insisted on the opposite. The guy ran up and put his leg on top of the student lying on the ground. Young Gao viciously asked the student, "How dared to go out without money?" Li Tian ran up from the side. He shouted displeasedly to students so that they would not intimidate others with the help of magic. Gao looked with interest at the guy opposite him. His friend stood behind. Gao told the frightened student that he was a young master in a family Li, and he has absolutely no power. The student swung with all his might and hit the guy with glasses on his face. He menacingly called him a loser. A beaten student fell to the ground. The guy viciously shouted to him that he was very stupid. Gao angrily kneed his hands. He said in a strict voice that, in their world, the mind is power. The student crushed his head with his foot to the ground. He demanded that he give the money. Gao looked at the wallet with great surprise. He shouted to his friends that they cut down the jackpot today. Li Tian at that time scaredly ran away. The student continued to regularly give the hooligans his wallets, but the bullying did not stop. Hooligans regularly beat the guys very much and always demanded money from them. Li Tian looked with excitement from the side. As one of the hooligans beat his friend, the guy told the fighters that he would steal money tomorrow and give it to them. He asked them to let the student go. Gao grabbed a pack of money in his hands and shouted to the guy that he was very obedient. The student patted Li Tian on the head and warned him about the consequences in case of a violation of his promise. A beaten guy asked for forgiveness from a friend because he was injured because of him. Li Tian decided to himself that he would no longer remain weak. He answered the student that from now on they were no longer familiar. Li Tian confidently went to the side. He said that he was not going to endure humiliation from some morons. Li Tian stood with a book in his hands on his knees in front of a man with a woman. From that moment on, his search for the master began. The guy began to master various martial arts. He decided to destroy every bastard in his way. Li Tian was able to greatly increase his combat level and very much beat the hooligans in the lane. The guy said in an evil voice that this is not enough and he needs a higher level. A beaten schoolboy was scaredly kneeling. Li Tian decided to eradicate absolutely all the forces of the world. The guy looked angrily in front of him and decided to crush all the rivals with his own foot. Gao came up from the side. He told President Li that the place in the bar Liu Nanny's was already booked. A very beautiful student of the academy was supposed to approach them. Li turned around and viciously glanced at the student. He shouted that they are now advancing. The main character walked with a friend along the street. Ming suggested that he go to the pub and come off to the fullest. The student said that the bar has a heartless seducer. King was surprised to turn into a friend and asked what he had in mind. Ming in the lane told the main character that the clan Su controls the underground world and the black market. The family is responsible for order in the field of business. These two families are the most influential in the city. The student told a friend that the girl Su Yun was always very attractive and smart. The student told a friend that Su Yun was called a fatal woman for this reason. The two of them approached the entrance to the bar. It was fun inside the institution. Everyone danced and played loud music. The protagonist looked carefully aside and noticed how a very weak girl appeared next to him. The stranger stepped forward and stumbled. She began to fall on the protagonist. King was scared. He shouted to the stranger with an excited voice to be more careful. The girl could not stay on her feet and fell straight to the guy. The student scaredly extended his hands forward. King sharply pulled his hands back and, in an apologetic voice, told the girl that he wanted to help her. The stranger got angry. She strictly pointed her hand to the guy and shouted that he climbed to bake her. Min came up from the side. He sternly told the girl that she herself flew into his friend with her breasts. Min looked strictly at the stranger and explained that his chest himself had more than her. The main character looked piercingly at the girl and asked where Gao Hao is located. The stranger joyfully asked the protagonist, "Is that friend Gao?" She asked what kind of Qing family. The girl hugged the protagonist and told him that Gao is now on the 3rd floor in the VIP Deluxe VIP. Xin grabbed the stranger with his hands and explained that he would definitely say Gao, so that he would then thank her for the hint of the path. The main character stepped aside. He shouted to the girl on the move that he and the owner of the institution were not friends at all. Qing turned around and in a strict voice explained to his partner that he had come here to kill Gao. The main character told the surprised girl that he hopes that Gao would not take revenge on her for helping him. The main character stepped forward into the room. There were many guests there. For some reason, they crowded. King went into the room and looked around. He decided that, taking into account the character of Su Yun, the security in this place should be decent. Ming made his way through the crowd. He asked people to give him the opportunity to go through. Men from the crowd shouted to the main character that Gao Hao was in this place with his girlfriend Chen Yuan. Gao angrily shouted to the girl that, through her fault, he hit the mud with his face in front of the young master. The beaten Yuan sat on the floor. She was very sick. Gao sternly shouted to the girl that he would force her to drink all the alcohol to the bottom. He reminded her that she would better serve the Master Li. Yuan angrily looked at Mr. Gao. She asked in a weak voice that he would no longer force her and let her go. The main character stood aside and very carefully watched the disassembly between the girl and the student. Gao strictly demanded from the girl to finish the remaining whiskey and leave. Yan scaredly shouted to the guy that her stomach hurts very much. If she continues, she will just die. The protagonist turned to the side and carefully looked into the next room. Li sat there at a table on which there were a lot of bottles. Li sat near the table and looked at him very carefully. There was some kind of twist around him. The main character looked at the table carefully. There were a lot of bottles, especially for the girl. Yuan could no longer sit and fell. The main character realized that such a quantity could lead to death for a girl. Gao hit the girl with all his might with his foot, and she flew to the side. The student shouted to her angrily that she was not pretending to be an innocent sheep. The main character stood and looked at the lying girl in front of him. There were frightened guests around. Yuan felt very bad. She opened one eye and looked around. The girl tried to rise in her arms from the floor. She was surprised to call the protagonist by name. King carefully looked at Yuan and strictly asked why she was not trying to resist. The girl was very worried. She looked at the protagonist with fright. Yuan said with the excitement of the guy that the president of the Union of Academy named Li Tian was in the room in her room. This clan is one of the most influential in the city. The girl was an ordinary rogue without the formation of cultivation. She did not want herself problems and did not see the point of fighting. Yuan looked at the protagonist and explained that otherwise she would soon endure humiliation from the rest and would become an outcast. Qing looked at the beaten girl and said in a displeased voice that he hates people. The protagonist remembered how students attacked them. He told himself that some of the people are looking at the weak, and they do not even try to resist them. King said that it is foolish to believe that life will be better. He explained to the girl that because of her unwillingness to rise from the knees, there would be a very terrible disaster. 7 great powers will be destroyed by ancient monsters. A teacher appeared from behind. He thought to himself that the guy really fought against the demons. Gao turned to the side with displeasure. He realized that someone has entered the room now. Gao looked displeased at the protagonist and recalled that Liu Bao had to kill him before. King turned to the side. He told the girl that he would show her a different way to live. He does this act not for the help of someone. The main character stopped. He decided to explain to the girl because of why he does it all. A bright light appeared around the protagonist. He viciously told Gao that he got him. Gao looked at the opponent in dismay. He remembered that he himself was at the 5th level of the step of the foundation of the foundation. Qing looked strictly at the guy and shouted that it was time to collect his debts from him now. Gao got angry and a bright red glow appeared around him. He shouted to the main character so that he would no longer say nonsense. Qing held out his hand forward and calmly stopped his opponent's blow with his palm. Gao was very surprised when he saw that the main character began to turn his hand to the side. Qing viciously told the fighter to leave the words about his parents. He twisted his hand. Gao fell to the ground. He had a well-turned hand very much. The main character grabbed the opponent by the clothes and swung his hand. He demanded that he return everything that he took. Qing swung his hand and hit the students on the head with all his might. The main character extended his hand forward and grabbed the student by the hair. Qing grabbed Gao and viciously demanded money with interest. The protagonist hit the student with all his might. In flight, he viciously demanded that absolutely every stolen thing. Gao, after a very powerful blow from his opponent, flew into the wall and it scattered. Students around joyfully shouted for the protagonist to continue to finish Gao. Qing turned around and told the girl that she would become vile in the eyes of others. After all of today, he asked what would she do next with her life. Wen burst into tears. She looked scared at the guy and could not restrain emotions. At this time, 2 guards entered the room. They stood opposite the protagonist. Qing viciously asked them, did they really decide to stand in his way? One of the fighters told the decree of the senior master. He ordered anyone who would harm Mr. Gao. The clock informed the owner that the combat capacity was analyzed. The bodyguard stood and viciously looked at the guy. A mentor appeared on the side. He warned the protagonist that one of the fighters is a practice threshold for the development of QE. The girl turned around and called Madame Su with a very frightened voice. The subordinate informed her mistress that someone came to them to make a mess. Su Yun listened to her carefully. Su Yun said in a thoughtful voice that the young master was indefinable at the command of fate. They met in her own tavern. Su Han told her mistress that their guest had a conflict with the son of the Gao family. Fu said, in a displeased voice, that he hates the clan Gao. Han turned around and asked the mistress, should they intervene? The bodyguard's Gao had experience in battles. Su Yun said in an evil voice that Mr. Alchemic could not be some kind of clamped schoolboy. The teacher shouted in a frightened voice to the main character that they needed to find a way to avoid a clash. Jen said in an exciting voice that the protagonist has no opportunity to use now. The technique of uniting souls against 2 enemies for him would be a very dangerous. Qing answered the teacher that he could not throw the case halfway. An angry Gao shouted in a stern voice in a strict voice so that they would quickly finish the protagonist. One of the fighters with gold rings in his arms rushed forward to attack the guy. The man swung his hand and extended it forward to activate the spell. The guard folded his hands and activated the skill called the Art of Gold and a Dissecting Hand. Jen, in a frightened voice, warned the guy that his opponent had a spiritual weapon in his arms. It increases the power by double. The fighter sharply jumped up and prepared to beat the protagonist with his palm. One of the guards held a huge spear in his hands. He was heading to the main character. The fighter held in his hands a spear of 8 categories called the Greatness of Thunder. Yuan warned the protagonist with a frightened voice to take care of the attack from behind. The main character stood calmly. The man ran to him from behind to pierce the spear on the go. Fu told his mistress that he wants to intervene in a fight. The guards had artifacts for self-defense. Few could cope with the cultivators of the level of key development. Madam, with excitement, told the fighter to better take a closer look. The aura of the wizard has changed. The main character stood calmly in the center of the hall. From all the sides, guards with weapons fled to him. King shouted in a loud voice so that the shower hall opened as soon as possible. The guy shouted that he was sacrificing the shower of emotions and greed of the world. He called him to his aid. King held out his hands forward and a bright lightning appeared from them. He shouted so that the deceased hero appeared before him. The main character stood and held his hands in front of him. A bright lightning continued around him. King saw something very exciting in front of him. His gaze froze for a long time. The warrior stood near the fortress. Initially, he was the Taoist of Mount Shorshan, but in Yangchen he met one person. The warrior stood near the fortress. There was a girl on the wall and looked back. She really liked the miserable mortal. The girl looked piercingly at the guy. For 50 years, off the coast of Lake Danjiang, he watched how people are aging, love, hate each other, and die. The warrior told himself that he was able to renounce his affection. He suffered the secrets of the highest principles and gained immortality. Then he was nicknamed the Righteous Sanya Phenom. The warrior said in a thoughtful voice that if future generations took possession of his knowledge and techniques, then this would become an anecdote. The main character held a luminous ball in his hands. Inside the ball were the memoirs of Chan Fenya. He was the founder of the Bud School, and his whole life tried to understand the power of yin-yang. On the side, a mentor approached the main character. He told him that the ghost did not come now, but the teachings of the past arose. Ching answered the teacher that the Soul Hall calls not only the late masters, he can also call on any things that have ever been recorded in mythology. The main character held out his hands and grabbed and squeezed the burning ball with all his might. King shouted loudly that he absorbed the insight of the celestial. He decided to study the highest level of skill of spell without elevation. The protagonist put up his hands to protect against the attacks of the guards. He activated the excellent style of Mount Buck and the power of yin-yang. Su Yun, along with their fighters, stood on the side and watched with interest the main character. Yuan, along with Minim and other guests, were waiting for what Qin would do now. Surprised and beaten, Gao closely watched how the main character activated his magic. A bright glow appeared around the guy's body. He put his hands to the side. The hand of one of the guards stopped straight near the head of the protagonist. The dangerous and sharp blade of one of the fighters stopped straight near the guy. Near the body of the protagonist there was a bright glow. A fighter with gold rings looked at him in fright. The guard with a spear in his hand screamed loudly and rushed forward to attack the guy. The main character felt a very strong breakdown in himself. He closed his eyes and leaned back. King waved aside with his hand. He activated the skill of Tai Ji Yin. The protagonist swung sharply and with all his might beat off the fighter with a crusher attacker. On the side, one of the guards ran to the guy and decided to finish him off with his palm. The main character stood in a combat pose. He prepared to fight off the fighter and activated Tai Ji Yang. King dodged. He struck his opponent using a secret skill called a regular fist. The guard, after a very powerful blow from the opponent, flew and stuck in the ceiling. The main character looked angrily at the rivals and said that they were weak. Huan was surprised due to the fact that the fighter fell due to one slap in the face of a fist. Fu shouted with surprise that the spell was 9 points of combat power and killed 2 enemies with artifacts. Su Wen joyfully shouted that there was a unique technique of ancient school at Dan. The maximum merger of the 2 senior kingdoms of the world occurred. The lady could not understand how the main character was able to study such difficulties at a young age. The followers of this martial art for their lives comprehended only his basics. The teacher in a thoughtful voice told the guy that he used interesting spells. Among the descendants of the Taoist teaching, there is also geniuses. King was calm in the middle of the room. Next to him, his mentor flew in the air. Fu shouted with excitement that there was an ominous aura around. The holder of the aura is able to compete with anyone who is indoor, except for the hostess. Su Yun said with surprise that the aura comes from a monster named Li Tian. President Li appeared from the side. He, delighted, slammed the girl with his hands. Li Tian took first place in the Immortals rating. He said with a smile that the guy became stronger over the years. The main character was very amazed when he realized that opposite him was his old acquaintance Li. Gao worshipped the guest. Li, with a smile, told his rival that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Su Yun was very surprised when she realized that the guys were familiar with each other. Fu said in a thoughtful voice that if the young master sides the protagonist, then the Su clan will be in a very disadvantage. The surprised minds ran up from the side. He shouted in a joyful voice that he sees the old union live. Li Tian greeted the student and called him a student. Qing was surprised due to the fact that Ming was friends with the master. Ming, with a smile, told the main character that Jiang and the young master were considered the greatest duo of the school. The student, with a smile, told the main character that President Li did not look at all at the crazy chairman of the disciplinary committee. Min said in a joyful voice that the young master is the idol and idol of students. Li raised his hand up and said that all these words and reputations are just an illusion that the locals created. The protagonist said with excitement that fate gave him the opportunity to meet with Su Yun with Jian and another legend. Min came up and told the master that he was his fan and asked for an autograph. A friend looked at the protagonist with a cunning look and said that he was jealous of him. The main character said that President Li had just drank alcohol with Gao. The main character said in a strict voice that President Li is the main supporter of Gao Hao. The girl raised her hand on the side and screamed that all this was true. Students looked at her with surprise. Su Wen spread her arms to the sides and shouted angrily, Or something is a wolf in sheep's skin. Fu told the girl that their lady is very angry with the young Mr. Lee. Han explained to the fighter that their families have always been sworn enemies. Han said that the guy wanted to win the girl's heart, but she rejected him. Han told or decided to take revenge on the girl. He pushed a 6-year-old brother from the roof of the building and he crashed. Everything happened without evidence. Li Tian pointed aside his hand to the guy and said that there was a good relationship between them. Li, in an evil voice, told the main character that the loser suddenly became immortal. He also became the best among the first year. The main character answered the guy that there are a lot of outstanding experts in the Union of Students. He could not get to the first places with small performance indicators. Li Tian said in the main character that he could guarantee him that the Gao clan would not touch him anymore, and the conflicts will end. The main character looked angrily at the opponent and asked what would happen if he does not agree. Li Tian looked strictly at his partner and threatened that he would die today. The young master looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he had long wanted to do it. Ming, in a frightened voice, told the headman that his organization was responsible for order and justice at the academy. He should not threaten innocent people. Li Tian demanded an evil voice from the student to shut up. The main character maliciously told the student that he had not let him go unbearable the past. King explained to the guy Li that in the end he lost his own beliefs. Li Tian straightened his glasses and said strictly to his partner that he knew nothing about regression. Li put his arms to the sides and shouted that the heroes were always respected for strength. His enemies knew Kara when he acted with them in the same way as they acted with him. King asked strictly from a partner, "Does he really like to play the role of a bad person and mock the others?" Li Tian looked strictly at the protagonist and shouted that he could not be patient to die. The teacher, in a frightened voice, told the main character to prepare to run. Qing explained to the abbot that he still had one ace in his sleeve. Jen thought with the excitement that the guy should have better weapons than the techniques of Tai Chi. Yuan said with fright that the guy had the courage to confront fearlessly whether it was fearless. The main character smiled slyly to himself. The original idea occurred to him. The guy called Madame Suyun in a loud voice. He reported to her that gray-haired Rude is arranging chaos on her territory. Qing with a smile told the girl that if she does not intervene, then his head will be soaked right now. The main character's mentor, along with the girl Yuan, listened with surprise, listened to his words. Han, along with Fu, stood very frightened. They were surprised that the main character asked for help. Su Yun said in a dissatisfied voice that the main character is a shameless and insolent. Su Yun went to the main character and said that he would not be worried. She promised him that in her institution, no one would touch him with a finger. Ming was very amazed when he realized that he was in front of him, the mistress of the clan with her own person. Was he strictly looked at the girl and asked if she really wants to fight with him? Su Yuan angrily glanced at the student and said that she wanted to try a couple of new tricks. Li Tian looked strictly at the girl and recalled that their families were not openly at enmity with each other. Madame viciously shouted to the guy that she was covering the main character. If Li Tian wants to touch Qing, then he will declare war on the whole city. Qing, along with his teacher, joyfully shouted that Su Yun and unexpectedly seemed very cool. Li thought, and realized that if he enters into a fight with a girl in this place, he would not get any benefit. Gao on the side reminded the fighter in a frightened voice that their clan worked for him for many generations. Li could not just turn away from them. Li Tian stood and looked in front of him. He realized that he was now a very important choice. Li Tian exhaled very relaxedly. He decided to fulfill the girl's request. Li straightened his glasses and said that if the hostess asked him, he would certainly give in. Li Tian threatened the main character that he would regret that he did not listen to his advice and beat the guards. He threatened that the mercenaries would still find Qin. Qing looked displeased at the student and said that he decided to threaten him. The main character waved his hand to the master and shouted that he could approach him. Han said in a dissatisfied voice that the protagonist decided to work out with posture. Fu explained to the girl that the guy did not have a drop of conscience. Li Tian looked at the protagonist with a very great hatred from the side. He was silent. King hid behind his girlfriend's back and shouted to the master that he could try to attack him. Li Tian prepared to leave. He shouted goodbye to Gao that he had not learned to appreciate the chances that could save his life. Li Tian jumped to the side and unexpectedly disappeared. Gao with a fright held out his hand in front of him. The main character looked out from behind a girlfriend. He said that he became those whom he hated more than anything else. Su Wen was silent. She thought about the words of the protagonist next to her. Students laughed merrily. The mistress joyfully said that she first met a man who had so failed Li Tian. Yuan was surprised due to the fact that the main character was so powerful. Mrs. Su was on his side. The mistress asked the guy, what would he do with Gao Hao? The main character answered her that the student now owe him in 1,000 class payment. The protagonist angrily asked the student, how will he pay him for ordering Liu Bao to kill him? Gao strictly reminded his partner that his father is a representative of Li's family. He was a man of stages of cleansing the soul. Qing strictly explained to his partner that in front of him was another representative with the same level of strength as his father. Gao Hao scaredly fell to his knees in front of the main character. He was very scared. Gao scaredly asked the guy not to kill him. He promised to give in return everything that he wanted. The student scaredly kneeling in front of the main character and shouted so that he would not kill anyone. He thanked him for the salvation of life. Gao promised the main character that he would always stay from him as far as possible and they would never meet. Qing looked strictly at the student and explained that he would have to repay the debt. He asked Gao, why is his life so valuable to him? Gao Hao explained to the main character that his family has a high position and he could be useful. The main character said in response to the student that he liked his spiritual weapon. Qing was already at the 9th level, but did not receive a worthy equipment. Gao promised the guy that he would bring him the object that he would like. The student decided to himself that life for him is equally more expensive. Qing explained to the student that he did not need magic objects. Gao was surprised. The main character said that Li's family is artisans who own great spiritual weapons. They united with 7 richest people and gave them their knowledge in exchange for fidelity. One of these people is the father of Gao. The protagonist demanded from the student to give him a subject for self-defense. Gao scaredly answered the guy that this item is a family relic. Father will score him if he finds out that his son gave this artifact. The student suggested the main character to choose something else. Qing looked at the guy with a strict voice and said that he wants to take his life. Gao on his knees reminded the main character that he agreed to give his weapons. After a small pause, the student handed the main character a small blade on his palm. A bright glow appeared around the student's hand. The process of pouring qi energy has begun. Suddenly, a small blade rose from the guy's hand and turned into a huge sword. Everything around continued to sparkle. The mistress said in surprise that in front of her a weapon that could change the size. Even the Su family did not have such an artifact. The main character held the blade in his hands. The mentor behind him told him that this item was made of 1,000-year mysterious gold. It can break through physical protection. Gao kneeling, he asked the protagonist in a frightened voice, "Can he leave now?" Qing answered the student that he still should stay. The main character put his hand in his pocket and told the student to prepare his wallet. Gao Hao asked the protagonist with a frightened voice, how much did he want money? Qing began to calculate damage for himself. He said 8,000. Gao in response invited the main character to pay 10,000. The protagonist viciously reminded his partner that he should pay the debt in 1,000 line size. It will be 10 million. Su Yin looked with interest at the protagonist and told herself that such a guy should not put a finger in his mouth. The main character looked into the phone and saw that 10 million yuan had passed at the expense. Ji stood near the entrance to the bar with his friend. Min joyfully shouted to a friend that he had concluded an alliance with the Su family to crush his enemies. Min joyfully told the main character that a new fan appeared among his fans. From above, the protagonist flew his sword. Ming asked a friend, "Why does his spiritual weapon soar on its own?" The guy looked at the sword and asked the teacher if this blade could show a low-level demon. The mentor answered the guy that the sword was made of rare material. Li's skill has lost its former glory. Zheng said in a thoughtful voice that to create such a sword of one unclean help, it would not be enough. The main character thoughtfully told the mentor that the stronger weapons in the city of Tianquan cannot be found. The teacher held out his hand forward and shouted that he would try to put magic runes on the sword. Zhen looked at the blade and said that everything that would touch his blade would be destroyed. Qing shouted in a joyful voice that his teacher was an alchemist. The protagonist carefully looked at the sword. He said that he could cut a whole clan in one fell swoop. Zhen soared above the ground. He told the main character that there was no one to compare with him in this art. Ming did not see a flying master. He asked his friend who he was talking to. Zhen reminded the main character that he took money from different people. He asked that people on the way to skill could be gloomy. Bright lightning appeared next to the hands of the protagonist. He explained to the teacher that the new society was fixated on resources. Even medical herbs need to be bought for money. Zhen M looked at the guy with interest and asked if he would spend his savings on elixirs. The main character said in a confident voice that he wants to buy a luxurious villa and a car. The mentor told the guy displeased that he continues to surprise him. The main character reminded the teacher of the case when he swallowed almost all the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles. As a result, only the 9th level of development was obtained. To break through to the stage of cleansing key, you need more emotions and auras from battles. The main character in a thoughtful voice said that mansions are often built on the outskirts. According to the rules of Feng Shui, the place should be a source of spiritual energy. It should also comply with needs. The teacher with excitement told the guy that he was unjust to him. This huge house has a magic aura. The guy told the teacher that they use a magical aura for their own benefit. Jing at that time fell aside. The protagonist presented how he would drive him with a girlfriend on an expensive red car. This thought delighted him. The main character turned to the teacher and strictly asked why he was silent. Jen answered the student with a dissatisfied voice that he was hiding his brilliant mind behind cynicism. The teacher looked at the hands of the protagonist and said that they were trembling. Qing looked at his hands and said that today is noon on June 6th. A very frightened mind stood behind. He asked his friend with excitement, "What happened?" Qing reminded himself that a brutal battle was supposed to take place today. The demon clan crosses the border of the Dunlun Empire and the world will plunge into the apocalypse. On the border of the Dunlun in the late evening, warriors were on the snowy mountains. The warrior asked the foreman how dangerous the legendary monsters are. The commander answered the subordinate that he would be on duty for several years, but did not see these creatures. The fighter told his colleagues that the patrol could not consist of 3 people. He did not understand why the elite of academicians of cultivation could not cope with such a miserable race. The guy looked scaredly aside and shouted that he was a monster nearby. The fighter wanted to calm his friend and said that he did not hear anything because of the wind. An unexpectedly very formidable predator appeared on the side. He immediately killed one of the warriors. The monster was very huge. He viciously looked at people with burning eyes. The foreman scaredly called his frightened student. The foreman, with a frightened voice, activating the combat style of fencing, Shun, in her body. The monster swung with his paw and finished the man very quickly. The commander died. The young warrior looked fearfully as 2 huge mutants finished his foreman. The young fighter was scared. He was frightened to himself that they could not cope. The guy scaredly headed to the side. He decided to escape from here as soon as possible. The young fighter decided to run sharply to the side. He stumbled immediately after that. The guy looked scared in front of him. He noticed that the monsters were able to kill all members of his detachment. The fighter scaredly noted to himself that the entire patrol detachment died. Huge monsters ran around. The mutants angrily looked at the guy and decided to attack him. The fighter did not have time to escape from them. The young guy scaredly shouted to himself that opposite him, 12 monsters. The mutants together lifted their predatory paws up, various patterns shown on them. On the ground lay a large bunch of human bodies. The monsters called on the gods of perfect formation so that they would appear. The beaten warrior lay on the ground and could not get up. Next to him lay a severed hand. Suddenly, the man came to life and jumped to his feet. He turned into a monster himself. There were other mutants nearby. People turned into a mutant zombie and headed for a friendly step in one direction. The guy looked very frightened in front of him. He realized that he was the only one. The young fighter shouted loudly that he sees an enemy invasion in front of him. A lot of people lived in the border city of Jilin province and high-rise houses stood. A herd of mutants walked along the city streets. The commander ordered the monsters to destroy people. Sorcerers' demons were supposed to continue offspring with the help of human females. People ran around the city streets and tried to escape. Huge demons raced behind them. A frightened woman, along with the child, fell to the ground. Brooded mutants walked next to them. Suddenly, a very strong explosion rang out from under the ground. Large stones scattered around. Frightened people fled along the city streets. There was chaos and destruction everywhere. The monsters, along with the zombie, ran forward and tried as quickly as possible and grab more people. One of the mutants in the back ran to the frightened guy and clung his teeth into his body. Aircraft appeared in the sky. They flew to hit predatory monsters. The huge mutant turned around and carefully looked at the flying goals on the side. The mutant looked very carefully at the planes flying towards him. A special warship flew in front of the air group. He led everyone else forward. The pilot in a helmet on board the aircraft shouted to other pilots to prepare for attack and destroy the monster. After that, a very bright radiance appeared in front of the aircraft. It prepared to shoot. The monster looked at him very carefully and displeased at him. The mutant revealed his mouth and attacked flying aircraft using a bright pink lightning. The monster saw some flying person in a dark sky from above. The elder of the clan Kunluna named Hu Wei shouted to the pilots so that they would deviate as soon as possible. The monster wanted to use a spell against them. The aircraft began to shoot. She directed a bright pink lightning against the monster. The airship shot at the monster with its laser weapons. Aircraft flew around. A very bright laser beam fell into a wooden barrier. Stones flew around. He could not destroy her. After an unsuccessful attack, the aircraft began to smoke. Other planes smoked around. Elder Wei followed the attack of monsters from a height. He was very scared. The mutant grabbed a little boy with his hand. He screamed scared that he wanted to go home. One of the mutants grabbed a helpless and screaming warrior behind his head and prepared to bite him. A young warrior with a big stick in his hands shouted to the monsters so that they would not approach him. Wei felt very strong fear and disappointment in the body. He remembered the border. The elder said in a frightened voice to himself that the border was completely broken. The mutant angrily shouted the elder, flying in the sky, that they would erase all people into powder. The elder looked very angrily in front of him. He decided to try to crush the mutant. Wei sharply flew down from the sky. He used the forbidden technology of 5 great elements against the demon. A very strong explosion rang out on the street near the mutant's feet. It was a phoenix Shishan. The elder demanded an evil voice from the mutant to evaluate people. The monster looked at the man very displeased and angry. He decided to further attack him. There was a very strong explosion above the city and there was a bright flash. A shockwave went everywhere. The elder, after the attack from the opponent, fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and did not see anything in front of him. The mutant strictly asked the old man, what were his last words before his death? He held his hand. Wei told the mutant in an evil voice that he was the sacred emperor of the Eastern Empire of the Dragon. He threatened to destroy the whole genus of monsters. An angry mutant squeezed his hand with all his strength and crushed the elder. The evil monster stood in the middle of the street. Around his body was a bright pink glow. The huge monster began to gradually decrease in size and turned into a guy. The mutant turned into a young guy with red hair. He stood on the city street. The guy angrily told his subordinates to give the prisoners to the soldiers as a reward. They needed people for propagation. A man sternly told the mutants that people are trying to achieve immortality at all costs and are restless. You cannot allow them to cultivate. A captive girl with a collar very viciously looked at a man in front of her. In the Empire of Donglun, in one of the cities in the center of the building, there was a large temple. Inside the ancient temple was a ruler. Warriors came to her with a report. The fighter told the lady on the throne that the clouds of monsters invaded their line last night. Many people died. The ruler in white clothes strictly looked at the subordinates. She listened carefully to them. The ruler of the Eastern Empire, named Dongfan Ji carefully listened to the reports of subordinates about the attack of monsters and consequences. She was excited. One of the spiritual fighters shouted to his colleagues that the province near the snow range was under guard of his younger brother Hu Beli. He is included in the 10 strongest fighters of the clan. Dong told a thoughtful voice to his subordinates to ask the girl about everything. The surviving name was Jiansir. She was the president of the student council of the Academy of Cultivation of Suchilin. The spiritual warrior demanded from the girl that she was not afraid and told about everything that happened. Jian was very frightened. She shouted in a very loud voice that no one had survived. The surviving shouted that people could never defeat the demons. There was not a war, but a real massacre. The ghostly warrior was very scared when he realized that there was really nothing left of land. Jen in a frightened voice said that the monsters did not regret anyone. Young girls who owned magic were captured. Demons keep them for themselves. The ruler extended her hand forward and fiery marks appeared in front of her in the air. She said that in them, you can see the thoughts of a girl from the past. The warriors looked closely and saw the vague memories of the girl. One could notice how a bunch of soldiers attacked and began to kill people. Ghostly fighters stood and looked with great fear at the girl's memories in front of them. The ghostly fighter asked the girl, how could she survive in all this? The survivor said that the leader of the sect named Chila forced the remaining girls to entertain him. He promised one of them to let go, who would give him more pleasure. The ghost strictly asked the girl, why did she go to such a low act? Surviving in an evil voice explained to the partners that thanks to her actions, she is now here. Jin explained with a smile that she will have a child from the demon. Such children are called semi-dull. People are very angry. The warriors shouted to the girl that she was unscrupulous and should not have returned. Jean looked in front of herself, an evil and insane look. Suddenly, she broke off and ran forward. The girl suddenly ran to the warrior and grabbed his huge sword from him. After that, the surviving pierced her body with a huge sword through. Dong looked at the girl in dismay. She was scared due to the fact that the survivor wanted to kill herself. Moyan in a strict voice asked the empress to be used with dignity after her death. The ruler jumped to her feet and shouted to the girl that if you use the art of soul to extract memory, then her shell will dissipate. Jean replied to the lady that she was already very late. They must take measures. The survivor scaredly said that the head of the demon reported that there are werewolf cultivators that cannot be distinguished from people. They mixed up with people a decade ago and is now in every corner of the world. Dun was very worried. She clearly understood what the girl had in mind. The warriors in the hall stood and listened carefully. The ruler shouted that there may be demons among people. Jean explained to the mistress that one demon had already been introduced, and they were looking for something. Dun, in dismay, heard from the girl that the demons were looking for the sacred artifacts of the emperor, and it was the Swan Yuan sword. Dong looked carefully in front of her. A couple of days ago, her inner Hingdan had to change, and time came. Swanwan should appear in the nearest province. The ruler remembered that now the capital of the 7 great empires is safe. But this is the last attempt by mankind. To protect themselves, the demons cross the border to pick up the sword. With the help of this weapon, they want to eradicate humanity. A man in a hoodie said with excitement that if a magic sword gets the Wu clan, then all of them will end. The ruler stood aside and listened carefully to the warriors. One fighter said that death does not scare him. He is afraid that people do not know about the founder of the Wu clan. No one will hear stories about how people fought to the last sigh to protect their empire. The exhausted and dying girl fell to her knees. She remembered her empire. At the last moment before his death, Jian remembered that in her empire, none of the cultivators were scolded. The girl pierced by the sword fell dead to the floor. Silence rose around, Dong thought. She thought about the death of the girl and about the attack of demons. The ghostly warrior said that the empress's uncle lives in solitude and is looking for the same sword. The ghostly guy replied that Shui Zhen is one of the few who could survive after a collision with the Wu clan. The woman is still strong and evokes confidence. The ruler told a thoughtful voice to his subordinates that they would need to turn to Su Zhen for help. With a clear day, the main character was at home. He sat in his apartment. King sat in a meditative pose and closed his eyes. Around his body was a bright aura. The mentor turned into displeasure. He looked with great interest at the protagonist. King shouted loudly. He activated a secret technique called the invisible eye of the aura. Near his body it became even brighter. Zhen scaredly shouted that he sees the materialization of mana, which is characteristic of the period of cognition of Qi. He realized that the guy after 3 yesterday's fights would finally break through the level. The main character sharply raised his hand in front of him and shouted very loudly. The teacher launched a pillow into the guy's head. He shouted to hold back the pulse. King calmed down and looked at his hand with great interest. He was silent. The mentor flew up behind his student and viciously warned him that he could destroy everything here. Qing directed his hand out the window and a bright light went from it. A very bright light flew out of the window and hit the tree straight. He demolished him. Zhen looked at his pupil with great excitement and shouted that he understood everything. King looked carefully at his watch. He thought that without artifacts it would be necessary to leave his body very calmly. Zhen joyfully rushed at the student and shouted in a cheerful voice that this was the reality of training. The protagonist thought very justifiably to himself that he was able to break through to the period of key practice. The guy threw aside a small blade. Very soon he had to turn into a big sword. A small knife flew out of the window, and after that he immediately turned into a huge sword. The delighted guy jumped on the sword and prepared to fly. He shouted that the value of combat power grew from 9 to 15. The main character flew from above the sword over the city. He shouted displeasedly that someone had cut off his 30-year-old tree. A mentor raced behind him. The main character flew in a huge sword over the city. He looked down with interest. Qing, after a very short flight, landed on the roof of one of the buildings. The main character heard the phone ring in his pocket. He received a message. King saw news messages on the phone. It talked about the attack of demons and the death of many people. The main character went down the stairs in the building. He told himself that history develops exactly as in his memories from a past life. A month later, the demons were supposed to attack the Palace of Improvement. King went to the door of the class and heard someone from the inside. Someone talked about an incredible battle yesterday. Ming was sitting in the classroom and talking with admiration for friends about the fighting power of the protagonist. The students listened to him with interest. The schoolboy jumped up and shouted to his friends that usually holy people were looking down at them. But this time, Qing Chen really got angry. Li told friends with excitement that students from the club should be rich. Each of them could afford a registration fee of 100,000 yuan. One of the students explained from his place that the protagonist could not defeat such opponents. A small group of students of humanities without any abilities is going to dream every day. Li in a cunning voice told the guy that he was jealous of the main character. She herself saw what happened on the site yesterday. The student said in a malicious voice that he would not envy the head of the headman. He himself was the third level of combat power. The student went to Min and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that in this world they respect and appreciate power. The student said in a malicious voice that poor kids who have no money for a fee cannot defeat geniuses. The main character carefully looked into the classroom. He thought to himself, something is mainly supported by students of the humanities. King thought to himself that the policy of immortality never divided anyone into classes, but people themselves subconsciously divided themselves into worthy and unworthy. The guy decided that when he would rule, he would certainly get rid of the class segregation. The main character went to the audience and asked the students what kind of dispute they have here. King went into the office and asked the students, were they really talking about him? A student with purple hair, with excitement, told the main character that he was glorified by humanitarian students. The student stood opposite the protagonist and invited him to fight. Other students carefully looked at them from the side. The main character looked angrily at the opponent and shouted that yesterday was not enough. A very dark aura appeared around Qing. He viciously asked the students if they could deal with him. The student was very scared when he saw such an evil protagonist. His legs shook out of fear. A frightened student fell to his knees. Qing decided to himself that he should not show his true power. He needed to use an increase in this chaos. This will be enough to suppress combat power up to 9. School children in the class were very scared when they heard about combat power in 9 units. The strongest in the first grade fighters Van and Nin possessed the battle power of 8 units. Someone shouted that the status of the strongest could go to someone else. Li looked at the protagonist with admiration and said that this guy suppressed the immortal students with one impulse. Ming went to the main character and said with a smile to continue in the same spirit. Ming turned around and viciously asked the student, does he really want to have fun with their freshman? The student scaredly shouted that Qing Chen was a child prodigy to improve all times and peoples. He shouted that he endlessly admired the main character. Qing asked his friend, did this student really flatter him before? Ming answered a friend that this student was still that lifting. A frightened student ran along the corridor and looked into the phone. He shouted that Qing Chen replaced Du Bao and took the 10th place on the list of immortals. The main character took the phone in his hands and began to read carefully. There was a list of Immortal Academy of Cultivation. Tian Chuyan. Qing was in the 50th position with the indicator of the power of 9. Ming with excitement looked at the phone of the protagonist. Qing thought to himself that his real combat power is 15 units. The gap was still very large. The protagonist realized that the student union began to follow him, and Li Tin would not just lag behind him. To cope with all this, he needed power more serious. King knocked his friend on the head and shouted joyfully to take him into the office of Mrs. Yu Zhen. Ming turned around and asked his friend, why did he go this lady? The protagonist told his friend Admiration that he wants to submit an application to the Faculty of Immortals. The teacher sat at the table and carefully read the news in the newspaper. It was reported that the border of the Xun province was attacked by the Wu clan. Xu held the newspaper in her hands. She told herself displeasedly that Hu sacrificed herself because of all this. The teacher said with excitement that this is all because of the demons. Everyone praised the Empress of the Eastern Empire, but for some reason the ruler was afraid of mutants. The woman continued to read the news unexpectedly. She heard some kind of noise from the corridor. The main character did not lose time. With all his might, his foot knocked out the door and went into the office to the teacher. Qing shouted to the teacher with a joyful voice that he wants to transfer to the Faculty of Immortal. We took a cigarette from a pack. She asked the guy if everyone was talking about him. The teacher prepared to light. She did not feel any fluctuations in mana from the guy. She remembered that the student had the power of the 9th level. Sui lit a cigarette and told the guy that he should pay a registration fee in the volume of 100,000 yuan. Exams are passed once every 6 months. If the student does not pass the exam, then the contribution does not return. The main character laid a bunch of bills on the table. It was his starting fee. The woman carefully looked at the table. She told the main character that he had given her 200,000 won. Sue smiled joyfully at the guy and said in a cunning voice that he had prepared well. Ching with a smile explained to the woman that he had just brought her a fee for himself and his friend. Ming was surprised due to the fact that the student was ready to pay for his training at the Faculty of Cultivation. The main character in a joyful voice told a friend that he was peeping at other students and envies him. Ming was amazed due to the fact that Ching decided to spend such a lot of money on him. The main character joyfully stroked his friend and said that they were actually brothers. Ming shouted to his partner with a joyful voice that he did not even know how to thank him. The student clasped the leg of the frightened protagonist and shouted that he wanted to give him his body. The protagonist jumped and beat the student's foot from himself. He shouted to keep him behind him. Shu, in a dissatisfied voice, told the guys that she was very busy. The teacher put out a cigarette in the ashtray. She told the students that they are now on the lists. Zhu got up from the table and explained to the students that after 3 days they should come to the meeting. Ching asked his partner, what meeting should they come to? The woman explained to the students that a temporary event would take place. It was organized by the third course. Everything will be held in the format of the fight. Everyone will go to the ring to study new spells. Zhu looked at the guy with interest and said that they would look. Is he as good as everyone said? The woman thought to herself that now, thanks to the meeting, she met a genius who was so famous at the academy. Qing asked the teacher, would she go with him? Xue answered the guy that she did not have time for such trifles. This time, students who show themselves well will be able to take something from the treasury. The woman looked slyly at the guy and asked if he would miss such an opportunity. There was a knock on the door and she opened. Outside, a crowd of students stood in the corridor. The schoolgirl turned and looked at the students in the corridor. She did not understand what the crowd was outside. Li Tian said that everyone came to look at the newcomer to the first day, who filed an application for the transfer. The woman hit the student on the head and reminded that she should call her the teacher of Zhui Zhen. The teacher told the guests that representatives of the student union came to discuss the upcoming meeting. Li Tian explained to the woman that the meeting would take place in 3 days. Their star freshman has already attracted a lot of attention. Li viciously glanced at the protagonist and said that he was afraid to fight. The headman shouted displeasedly to the student that he was already an adult, but carries some kind of stupidity. The student viciously demanded from the protagonist to go against her to the ring. She really wanted a member of the disciplinary committee to overcome him. The mentor from behind in a joyful voice shouted to the guy that they should accept this challenge. Students near the open door with excitement discussed the news. Someone shouted that the student union and the disciplinary committee declared war on the new student. Ming turned around and viciously asked the frightened students near the entrance, "What are they discussing there?" Ming hugged the protagonist and said that he would forget about other students. No one will throw a call to the student union and the disciplinary committee. The teacher explained to the main character that students were attending the meeting voluntarily. If he does not want, then no one will force him. The protagonist in an evil voice answered the woman that this is what the teacher Xue said. The protagonist said with excitement that the chairman Li, together with President Jiang, is full of enthusiasm. He could not disappoint them. Qing pointed his hand to the students and explained to them that the elders should not bring their subordinates. He asked the students so that they would not lose at least in the first minutes. The main character went to the exit. He shouted surprised students that he himself would try his best. They should not lose their face in the eyes of subordinates. King thought to himself that until the demons attacked the academy, he would fight with the masters of various ranks. This will give him the opportunity to improve his improvement base and show persistence. The headman looked at the student very viciously and shouted that he was playing with fire. Jean pointed a finger at a huge man and shouted that he should make the protagonist kneel down and admit mistakes. Otherwise, he can forget about his place in the committee. The fighter answered the president so that she would not be worried and he would not lose for anything. Li Tian turned around and told one of the fighters that if he accidentally kills his opponent, then this will not be a problem. The partner answered Tian in a calm voice so that he would not worry. The deputy chairman angrily threatened that he would turn out with the main character in an instant. On the street in the evening outside the city, the student shouted to the main character that he had been crazy. Li explained to the guy that representatives of the student council and the disciplinary committee have the weakest moment of power reaches 15. Ming, in a frightened voice, explained to the chief hero that the strength of the vice president of the student council was equal to the strength of the teacher. Li asked her girlfriend to convince Qing. Chen turned around and looked very carefully at the protagonist. The guy was silent. King turned around and looked silently and carefully at the girl. Chen took her friend for clothes and said that they needed to repulse the opponent. King in a cunning voice told a girlfriend that he expected from her, that she would scold him. The girl answered the guy that she could not change his decision. Chen looked at her friend and said that he would show everyone the true power of the king of the beginner. Qing answered the girl that she would see all this with her own eyes. Ming said, in a disappointed voice, that he was sick of a public manifestation of feelings. Li displeasedly told herself that there was no sense in the fact to control her brother or sister. The main character in the late evening sat near the bridge outside the city. Jen told the guy that he has been sitting alone in this place for a very long time and did not go home. Keen explained to the teacher that most of his opponents are strong masters with combat power 15 and higher. With the help of Ki energy, he can free Manu and use it to attack. The teacher told the guy that he wants to practice spells with him. The student answered the mentor that he still has 3 days to learn at least a few main spells. The abbot told the guy that it would take at least a week to study and successfully use even the simplest spells. The main character with excitement explained to the teacher that he had already guessed that he had experienced reincarnation. Jen asked the guy from behind, "Is he really sure of this?" King answered the partner that in the memoirs of his past life, the experience of studying countless spells is kept. Under the guidance of a mentor, he will be able to train and will be able to master some of them. Jen answered the guy that they had very little time left and they need to start quickly. The main character swung his hand and tried to strike in the air. He used the great art of true power. A bright red sign appeared on the hand of the protagonist. There was a fiery aura near it. The teacher soared in the air. He and the guy looked in surprise in front of him. King looked at his hand with great surprise. A very bright fire came from it. Jen was delighted. He shouted in a cheerful voice to the guy that he succeeded. Suddenly, the guy's hand went out. He no longer had energy. There was a displeased mentor behind him. The teacher hit the guy on the head and asked displeasedly, "Did he really decide to make fun of him?" The main character waved his hand in front of him and shouted in a cheerful voice that the fire was not quite his element. Qing folded his hands in front of him and activated the art of wind called a swift stream in the body. The hero dragged himself sharply and prepared immediately to sharply jump up. Qing flew high up. The mentor angrily asked the guy, "Is he really looking down on him?" The main character in flight shouted with excitement to the teacher that everything was ready. Suddenly, the guy began to disappear. He fell to the ground from a great height. Stones scattered around. Jen went to the guy and checked whether he was alive. He asked the student, "Does he know how much time needs to free up technology in a past life?" Qing answered the teacher that it would take 3 to 5 months. The mentor turned around and told the main character that his case was unique. Jen turned around and flew aside. He told the guy that enough for today, he wished Qing to oversleep the remaining 2 days. The main character stood near the river with a burning hand. He activated the technique of fire and the technique of raging flame. The mentor stood aside and watched with great interest how the student ran along the evening bank of the river and waved his hand. Jen looked at his student and said in a thoughtful voice that this time the flame lasted for a second longer. The protagonist continued to make attempts even once to activate the spell. On the side, the teacher followed him. In the early morning, Jen said to the main character with a joyful voice that he was already enough to study. Jen flew up behind the guy and decided to explain to him what the essence of the art of fire is. 3 days later, the protagonist continued to practice combat magic on the riverbank. The exhausted protagonist fell to the ground without strength on the banks of the river. King lay on the ground and scattered his hands to the side. He had 3 more hours. The meeting will begin soon. Jen joyfully looked at the student and said that he did not expect such perseverance from him. The main character told the teacher that if he wins, he would invite a girl, Chen, to meet him at sunrise on the beach. Jen answered the guy that he was not indifferent to the girl. The main character carefully looked at his hand. He told himself that he had never so much wanted to capture good moments. But there are such moments on which it is not a pity to spend a whole life. The guy carefully looked at the sun over buckwheat. He said in a dreamy voice that in the middle of summer there was no time to empty dreams. The main character told his teacher a joyful voice that they need to go and meet with rivals. King walked along with his teacher on the lawn on the outskirts of the city. He joyfully told him that they would cope together. There were many guests at the meeting place of cultivators. Someone shouted support to one of the participants. The teacher, along with the rector, stood on the balcony. They carefully looked at the participants in the competition. The audience was in alarm in their places and shouted something. A group of masters stood behind them. One of the students turned around and shouted that the girl Jianyuya was next to them. One of the participants in the arena jumped up and with all his might prepared to hit the opponent's foot. The student, after a blow from the opponent, flew far to the side. Adjusted spectators were sitting on the stands. The winner raised his hand in front of him. The teacher shouted from the rostrum that Ma Tian won a fight. The beaten Van lay on the ground. He said in a dissatisfied voice that he had previously lost to the main character before and again fell on this trick. Zhu from the stands said that Ma Tian won 6 fights in a row. The first class tests have ended. The turn of the second and third grades came. The winning fighter raised his hand with a gesture to all the audience in the stands. Ma Tian stood in the arena and held his hand in front of him. He shouted to the audience to remember the lesson he taught them today. People in the stands were frightened. They could not believe that one of the freshmen dared to go to battle. Lian herself said in a displeased voice that the main character did not even appear today. Chen reminded her girlfriend that she tried a couple of days ago with all her might to dissuade Qing from participating in the duel. Yan said to other students in a thoughtful voice that the opponent of the protagonist has the 15th combat power. Qing could not cope. The schoolgirl turned around and reminded Yuan that she called the guy a complete name. Li cheerfully pointed to the student with her hand and recalled that she had previously called the guy a dumbass Zhang. Li Tian stood on the rostrum and said that the main character, as in childhood, decided to escape. Jian turned around and said in a dissatisfied voice that it was strange even that at least someone was interested in Qing. The audience on the rostrum was very amazed. Someone raised his hand up and shouted so that everyone would look there. The main character flew through the sky on a large blade. Spectators in the stands were very amazed. Qing flew in his blade and in a joyful voice shouted that he would achieve dozens today. Schoolgirls were delighted. They shouted in a joyful voice that the main character really came. Min shouted the words of support to his friend. After the flight, the main character landed straight in the center of the arena. The people around shouted joyfully and called him the king as a newcomer. Jean in a displeased voice said that she sees Fensinen in front of her. The teacher thoughtfully said that the main character could fly in the wind. Li Tian, scared and with excitement, cried out that the guy began to study Qi. The indicator of his combat power reached 15. People in the stands supported the fighter Ma together. They violently demanded that he beat the protagonist. Qing became a fighting stance and shouted that he represents all freshmen and challenges the old people. Ma strictly asked the guy, did he really decide that he could fight him now? The main character held out his hand forward and shouted to his opponent that he could defeat him with 3 blows. The protagonist showed and shouted that he could win with 3 blows. Ma was very displeasured due to the great self-confidence of the opponent. The fighter swung his hands and a blue glow appeared near them. He viciously shouted that he would make an exception today, since the difference in combat power between the older and the younger is very large. Yuan shouted from the rostrum with excitement that the main character angered the opponent in earnest. Ma immediately began with a powerful attack. Ma launched a corporate spell against the protagonist called a stream of heated water. Qing was calm in the arena. Qing stood and looked calmly as a spell called a stormy stream flew at him. Qing put his hand in front of him and blocked an enemy blow with the help of the power of the great yin. The main character spread his hands wide to the side. A huge stream of water flew around him. Qing stood and looked very calmly in front of him. The streams of water walked around him. Ma was scared due to the fact that his opponent was able to break the attack with his bare hands. The teacher looked at the protagonist with excitement that he used Tai Chi. Yan was very surprised. She could not understand why the protagonist at their academy was determined as an ordinary student. The main character has prepared. He said in a strict voice that he was striking a second blow. Qing rushed forward with all his strength. He used a combat skill called wind power. Ma swung and prepared to hit the opponent with the help of water technology and the rupture of the current. Chena was scared for her friend. He shouted for the protagonist to be more careful. Ma continued to attack his opponent using a huge stream of water. The main character abruptly broke off and ran forward against his opponent. Ma swung sharply on the go and prepared to fight back. Qing jumped up to the opponent behind his back. Ma was very amazed. He turned around and could not understand how the guy could sharply be behind him. Qing bent down and looked at the opponent. He shouted that the third blow would be the final one and swung his hand. Qing with all his might hit the student's hand and he flew far back. It was a deadly breakthrough. After a blow from the protagonist, a very strong explosion was heard over the arena. The audience was very amazed. Ma, after a very powerful blow from the opponent, flew to the side and fell on the audience stands. The student in the hall was very scared. He said that they were defeated by the usual newcomer of the first year. The main character stood in the center of the arena. People around scream and repeat his name. Chen looked very joyfully at the guy and said that everything was in order with him. Students shouted very joyfully due to the fact that the main character defeated a strong swordsman. Around the girl was glad. Yuan was very scared and amazed due to the fact that Maya could win with the help of 3 tricks. Students in the stands were amazed at the victory of the protagonist. Someone said that Qing wants to challenge another sort of cheater. Li Tian looked at the protagonist and said with excitement that something was definitely wrong with this guy. He decided that Qing could be equated to students with military power of 30 units. Tian turned to the teacher and asked, "Did she really see it too?" Zhu with excitement explained to the girl that the protagonist of Manhwa was stronger than their. Any techniques performed by Qing will be stronger than their. Jian with excitement told herself that she was practicing the method of the mind of the sect of the city of Changhua. There can be no Manhwa in the world, which is cleaner than her. The mentor flew up behind the main character and said that the force cultivated by chaos is a random source of all magic. Zhu strictly raised her finger up and said that the next battle would be with a third-year representative. Jin returned and strictly demanded from the fighter Jiang San to teach a good lesson to his opponent. The warrior answered the girl that he would do everything. Sui showed her hand to the side and told the main character that the first contender of Jiang San would now speak out against him. Qing can refrain or accept a call. Spectators in the stands were very surprised. San, without wasting time, rushed sharply and flew high above the stands to the arena. After a small flight, Zhang landed in the arena opposite the protagonist. A small blue ball flew above him. Zhang had 30 units fighting power. He looked at the protagonist and asked, "Was he really Qing Chen?" The protagonist angrily in response to the fighter to call him daddy. The audience in the stands laughed very much. They had fun from the answer of the protagonist. Zhang was very angry when he heard such words from the guy. A small ball continued to fly next to him. The teacher from the rostrum strictly asked the protagonist, "Is he accepting a call?" Yun explained to the girl to persuade the protagonist to refuse the battle. Zhang San had a very quick, tempered character. He greatly beaten violators of discipline. Chen from the rostrum shouted for the protagonist in a wavy voice that he had already defeated Ma Tian, and that would be enough. He has already avenged all freshmen. People in the stands began to scream for the protagonist to refuse the battle. There was no sense in a further fight. King turned around and sternly looked at the stands. He told the audience that they are all right. The main character shouted to the opponent that he was taking a call from him. Around San was a very bright blue aura. Qin thought to himself that he could not retreat now. He came here to gain experience and energy. People in the stands were very amazed due to the fact that the main character climbed into the battle. Someone shouted that the youth is very carefree. Chen was very scared and became worried because her friend will now fight against a very strong opponent. Yuan was disappointed and unhappy. She could not understand what the main character only thought about. Li Tian turned around and told the fighter that the problem was solved by itself. The student looked directly in front of him and said that taking into account the character of Jiang San, the main character will either die or remain crippled. Sue thoughtfully said to herself that if the main character that day was a mysterious genius on the playground, then perhaps the outcome of the battle would not be so obvious. The fighters stood opposite each other in the arena. One of the judges shouted that the duel was starting. San looked at the guy with a studying gaze and said that if not for the president's order, they could make friends. Qing said in a displeased voice to himself that all his rivals are very similar. They are confident in themselves, but do not imagine anything special. The protagonist, without wasting time, did not rush forward sharply and swung his hand against the student. Chang smiled absolutely calmly and looked at the opponent. He was preparing to defend himself. The main character swung with all his strength and prepared to crush the opponent with his hand. King swung his hand and directed the blow straight against Zhang next to him. The main character with all his might hit the ground with a powerful blow. Large stones scattered around. San stood calmly in front of him. King sharply bounced back. He did not understand why the opponent did not evade him, but he could not hit him. Zhang in a menacing voice explained to his opponent that he could not do anything against him with the help of strength and speed. Qing put his hand in front of him. He decided to use magic against the student. The main character swung and launched a blade against the opponent of a chickenpox. He used the art of wind. Zhang stood calmly and watched a huge magical lightning flew on him. San stood and waited calmly. Around him there was a blue aura gradually approached him lightning. Zhang stood calmly with his eyes closed. The attack from the protagonist crashed into his defense. San calmly turned to the side. The attack from the protagonist could not harm him in any way. There was a very strong explosion. Spectators in the stands were very scared. Students with great fright and amazement looked at the protagonist and his opponent in the arena. Jean was very scared and became worried. She realized that a strong fighter would be against the protagonist. King was very amazed. He could not understand what kind of strange force changed the trajectory of the blow of his wind blade. Zhang patted the protagonist. He said that his power is 15, but the power of the technique of the wind blade is comparable to 30. King looked at his opponent and said that he was using a special technique. As a result, mana of the wind moves around the body with a special trajectory. Zhao looked strictly at the guy and said that he used a new development called a windmill to protect the owner. No spell could achieve it. San spread his arms to the sides and joyfully shouted that he could ignore absolutely all the attacks. Therefore, in the committee, he was respected indestructible. Jean looked with interest at the arena and said in displeasure that the freshman still did not plan to give up. The teacher strictly demanded from the girl to ask the fighter so that he would not nullify the protagonist inadvertently. Jean in a displeased voice answered the woman that they would talk about this after Qing would be on her knees and would pray for mercy. Zhang demanded that the protagonist knelt down and apologized to the president. In exchange, he promised the guy that he would recommend his candidate for admission to the disciplinary committee. People in the stands were very surprised. They were amazed that Zhang-san wanted to be the curator of the protagonist. Someone shouted that the guy is very talented. Li shouted in a joyful voice that a guy could become rich after graduating from training in a disciplinary committee. Ming was delighted due to the fact that his friend could become famous. Chen was very happy when she imagined that parents could find out about the successes of the protagonist. Qing repeated the words about the disciplinary committee with a dissatisfied voice. The protagonist explained in a dissatisfied voice that he was not interested in student fun. Zhang San angrily thought to himself that if someone did not respect the committee, then he must pay blood for it. Zhang sharply extended his hand forward and magical marks appeared on it. The fighter looked angrily at his opponent. He activated in his body a raging flame and chickenpox. Qing with excitement told himself that the fighter used the harmony of fire and air. People on the tribune with excitement followed the fight. Someone said that the third year uses 2 spells at the same time. Jian looked carefully at the arena and said that this attack would be very cruel. Would explain to the girl that Zhang has magical abilities at the same time fire and wind. She made an exception and gave this fighter a protective pearl as a magical weapon. The fighter looked at the arena and said that the main character only wants to commit suicide. His participation is not required. A bright luminous balls appeared around the fighter's ear. He said that when the wind and flame are released at the same time, their strength increases several times. Zhang began to lose his temper. He called the protagonist with an angry voice. San attacked the guy with the help of a magic element. It was a flurry of fire. Girlfriend scared the main character in fright so that he would give up. Otherwise, he would have died. There was a very bright fire explosion in the arena. One of the girls shouted to Chinu to just give up. There was a very bright glow above the arena, as if there was a very strong explosion. The fire raged over the place where 2 students fought. One of the girls scaredly called the protagonist. The schoolgirl in a broken voice told herself that she did not feel the guy's breath. The audience looked at the arena in fright. Chen said in a frightened voice that the main character had died. Li Tin said in a displeased voice that the person who challenged him had to live longer. Jean from the rostrum in a dissatisfied voice asked the woman, "Why did she do nothing? She had a good opportunity to stop everything." Jian from the rostrum in a dissatisfied voice shouted to Zhang Chan that he had to teach the lesson the main character and not to kill him. Zhui carefully looked at the arena. She said with excitement to the girl that the guy was not dead. Yan was very amazed when she heard such words from the teacher. She looked at her in disbelief. Shui could not believe that she saw in front of her. She shouted that the emperor in front of her. In the center of the arena, a very bright fire continued to rage. In his very center, the outlines of a person appeared. Zhang looked scared, and with excitement in front of him, he realized that his opponent was still alive. The teacher soared above the ground and looked at the fire. He said that in ancient times, Empress Nu united the magical power of demons, the body of witches, and the spirit of fairies. This was done in order to create people. Jun explained that a person is the conduct of the sky and the earth, and he carries everything that exists in himself. The true secret of chaos is the true law of the human race. This force carries all the laws of the world. Someone began to walk from the fire. Zhen said that power could begin to perfectly harmonize with the truth of chaos. Jen said that from all this, the true body of chaos and the end of all things may appear. Qing stood and looked very viciously in front of him. The fire gradually faded in the arena. People could not recognize the main character. Someone shouted that his hair color had changed. Zhang in an evil voice said that his harmonious fire and wind were dispelled by unknown force. The main character calmly answered the partner that he was most proud of his ability to own two elements at the same time. The protagonist's hair turned white. Multicolored balls flew around him. Zhang looked at him in dismay from a short distance. Yan in a frightened voice shouted to herself that, in addition to the cousin of the emperor in the world, there is only one person who can control any type of mana. Zhu followed the rostrum in the battle. She said about the true body of chaos, which the emperor has not yet mastered. The woman with excitement told herself that this technique always belonged to the ruling family. She could not understand where the main character studied all this. The main character held out his hands to the side. He used the art of fire and the art of wind. Around the guy's body was a bright glow. He shouted about the alliance of wind and flame. The protagonist said menacingly about the spells that are pronounced in this form. King launched a fire forward. He shouted that such spells are much stronger than usual. Zhang stood and looked in front of him. Bright fiery vortices raged in front of him. San in a frightened voice demanded that the pearl protect him. The pearl grabbed the body of a man. Around him there were bright fiery streams. The pearl shone brightly. Gradually, small cracks began to appear on it. Qing jumped high up and swung with a sword. Zhang did not suspect anything. He stood and looked calmly in front of him. The protagonist swung with all his might with a sword and directed the blade against the pearl. San did not suspect anything. The blue magic ball after a sword hit the guy scattered into small fragments. The main character extended his sword forward. He held him from behind near the head of frightened Zhang. San turned around and looked displeased at the guy. The main character threatened the opponent with a sword and demanded that he give up. Qing looked at the opponent very viciously and threatened that he would die otherwise. Zhang understood displeased to himself that he could not fight further. He told the guy a dissatisfied voice that he was surrendering. Zhu looked joyfully in front of her. She realized that the main character was on the playground that day. She also realized that the guy is an incomparable genius who could inherit the power of the next generation of emperors. The teacher on the rostrum extended her hand forward. She shouted that the main character had won. The main character stood silently and looked in front of him. Around everyone shouted to him the words of approval. Yuan said, in a surprised voice, that the freshman was able to defeat a member of the disciplinary committee. Was I asked the protagonist with excitement? When did he manage to become so strong? Min joyfully told himself that his friend would raise his rating among the immortals. Li shouted with admiration that the first year for the first time in history fell into the top 20. Zhang in a sad voice told the president the arena that he was useless. People from the stands shouted a fighter so that he would not blame himself. Jin explained to the fighter that people can both win and endure defeat. Li Tian commanded a fighter named Cao Lan that he would participate in the next battle. The main character stood in the center of the arena. Magic artifacts flew around his head. King felt weak in his legs and sat down on the ground. The battle took him more strength than he expected. The mentor watched all the side of this. Jen told the student with the excitement that after the past battle his mana increased. A little more and he will reach the combat power in the volume of 20. The teacher came up and told the guy that his strength was running out. He will not be able to fight anymore. You excitedly explained to the guy that it would be best for him to dwell on this. Qing asked a woman in a wearing voice, did she want him to give up now? Suit explained to the main character that even if he now has been all over, he would not tear out the victory. The woman told the main character that the committee still accepts him as a talented fighter and give him the best resources. Qing still could not get to his feet. Qing looked at his partner and reminded her that he promised 3 days ago that he would never run away or hide again. He was ready to trample anyone who would become in his way. The main character rose to his feet. He shouted to the woman that he could not do otherwise. It was his path. Zhu looked at the main character silently and with a studying gaze. Zhu said that there is a price that needs to be paid in order to be young and frivolous. The teacher announced that the main character will continue the battle. The last participant will be the 10th on the list of immortals. The woman announced that Cao Lan is now entering the arena. The fighter looked piercingly in front of him. People in the arena were very happy. Someone shouted that the king of newcomers would continue to fight. Against the guy will be the deputy president of the student union named Xiao Long. Yuan said to herself with a dissatisfied voice that the protagonist had not all at home. Chen remembered that Cao Lang once received the remains of the imperial fencing of the Shushan school. Each blow of any type of technique will be very deadly. Li told his girlfriend that Shushan belongs to the 7 strongest schools in the Eastern Kingdom of Dragons. Ming frightenedly said that Cao uses the special spells of the immortals. Such a monster is difficult to win. Li Tian looked at the protagonist and said that this guy is reckless. The fighter on his back flashed his sword. He reminded the president that he was supposed to protect him after the murder of his first-year-old. Cao swung his magic blade and launched him forward. The fighter jumped into his sword and flew forward. All viewers were delighted with the vice president of the student union. Cao slowly in his sword approached the main character. Qing calmly looked at him. The fighter bowed to the main character and said that in competitions every rival is an enemy. Qing should not be angry with him due to the fact that he could be very cruel towards him. The protagonist was unhappy with his voice told the opponent that he is very similar to Li Tiani. Cao viciously looked at the guy and said that he was not at all familiar with their students. The fighter swung and launched a huge sword into the guy. He shouted that after this battle all misunderstandings would disappear. The energy of Qi was hidden in the splendor of the sword. Cao used skills from the Shushan school against the opponent. The main character held out his hand and grabbed his blade. He decided to fight off the attack. King swung his sword. He activated the Retribution of Yin energy. The main character swung a sword and was able to recapture the attack in time against him. Qing blocked the blade from the opponent with his sword. He remembered that his sword was improved. Its quality was better than that of Cao Lang weapons. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. Zhang shouted with great surprise that this is the first style of Yuxiansha who uses the sword. The warrior looked for the battle. He said that it was precisely by this weapon that Cao struck the defense of his pearl. Jian in a thoughtful voice said that the power of the blade is comparable to the force of students of the Shushan school. She was interested in how the main character won, if he had mana at the end. The fighter looked with interest at the protagonist and asked what he plans to do next. King waved his hands with a blade to the side and shouted to his opponent that he had a small question. Cao looked at his opponent with displeasure and replied that he could ask him. The protagonist looked at the opponent with excitement and asked, "Did he really want to kill him like that?" Cao looked at the guy with displeasure. He thought for a long time what to answer such a question. Cao viciously looked at the protagonist and said that such a question does not make sense for the deceased. Qing answered the fighter that in this case, he could be fluctuations to lay out in full. The protagonist angrily threatened the opponent that he would finish him first. Cao jumped up high from the place. He shouted to the main character that the games were over. The fighter folded his hands in flight. He used the second shape of the ball. Jian from the ground closely watched the fighter. She said that such a technique kills everyone at a distance of thousands of miles. The energy of Qi Blade is not inferior to the power of his style. Li Tian looked thoughtfully in front of him and said that the final of the battle was quite obvious. Cao sharply swung against the protagonist and launched 3 swords against him at once. King stood and calmly looked in front of him, as 3 huge blades flew on him. The mentor flew up to his student and warned him to get ready and laid out on the full. The main character screamed, and he united with his teacher into one soul. A very bright defense appeared around the protagonist. It was a blue dome. He repelled the attacks of blades against him. Cao looked at the guy in surprise and said that he hid the trump card in his sleeve, but powerful spells cannot be used constantly. The fighter launched bright lightning against the protagonist during the next attack. King said in a thoughtful voice that the supernatural forces of the ancestor of the earthly immortals are not an ordinary trump card. The teacher shouted loudly about the ancient massif and the star satin halogen. Around the protagonist, luminous pentagrams appeared. He has listed all the Taoist knowledge that he devoted to life. King stood with a sword in his hands on a pentagram. He decided to turn all his knowledge into a unique magical circle. The main character shouted that the whole world would turn over. A bright protective dome shone around him. Cao at this time still soared in the air. The protagonist waved a sword in all directions. The radiance became brighter and brighter. King sharply waved the ball forward. He looked up and carefully followed the flying opponent. Cao flew high above the ground. The protagonist closely followed his movements. Jean shouted in an affected voice that the shine of the sword was completely suppressed. Cao Wei said in a shocked voice that even she could not understand the aura of this magic circle. Cao was amazed. He could not understand how the main character was able to stop his attack. Qing, along with a sword in his hands, slowly walked forward. He said that the star atlas, Heluogenya, is enough to turn all 5 elements back. As a result, The spells will gradually collapse. The main character looked angrily at the opponent and shouted that he had come to attack him. Caolan from above, very angry and displeasedly, looked at the protagonist. The warrior shone brightly and called the protagonist in a very formidable voice. Bright lightning flew around him. Cao directed his hand towards the guy and shouted that he would kill him. Qing stood in the center of the pentagram. The main character waved his huge blade in all directions and ran forward. The main character shouted loudly that, with his true body of the Dharma and magical sources, you can make any object move with the caster. Qing waved a sword in all directions. He shouted that the holy altar would even fall from such technology. Cao looked at the guy, scared from the height of the flight, and shouted so that he would not approach him. Spectators in the stands were very worried. They looked with great interest in a fight in the arena. Min joyfully jumped and raised his hands up. He shouted his friend to move forward. People on Earth all together raised their hands up and shouted to the guy the words of support. The protagonist stepped through the pentagram with a confident step and began to go forward. Qing looked up and shouted that he should squeeze the last remains of mana from his body and be sure to win. The main character sharply ran forward and jumped up. He took off and headed for the opponent. Li Tian scaredly shouted that while the Cao would be in the air, he could not evade the attack. Li shouted from the ground to the student to use the energy of the sword and finish the protagonist. Cao did not lose time, shouted to the sword to reveal his strength and rush into heaven. The main character looked up carefully. He realized that his opponent was preparing for the attack. There was a very strong explosion in the air. After a bright radiance, puffs of smoke appeared. People on the ground in the stands were very excited. They followed everything that was happening in the sky with interest. The main character held out his hand forward in front of him. A bright radiance appeared next to her. In front of the protagonist's hand appeared a bright pentagram. He used ace in his sleeve and endless schwanden. The main character held a huge blade in his hands and prepared to attack his opponent. Cao viciously shouted to the guy that he would be nearby when he would prepare the next attack of the art of the blade. Qing viciously glanced at the opponent and recalled that he had little ancient power. Zhen explained to the student that with his cultivation base, he could only slightly reduce the distance. The main character shouted to the mentor that it would be enough for him. He prepared to fly forward to the opponent. Qing, with all his strength, fell out of his foot from space from below him and flew forward. The main character came up to the opponent and looked at him very viciously. Without wasting time, Qing swung his blade and pierced through the TSA in flight. After the wound, Cao grabbed his body with his hand. Blood appeared around and he was very scared. After the wound, Cao could not continue to stay in the air and began to decline down. The fighter was dead from a great height to the ground. Drops of blood scattered around him. Cao crashed to the ground in the center of the arena. People in the stands were amazed. Cao fled dead on the ground and could not stand up. Around there was oppressive silence. People in the stands were very amazed and scared. They could not believe Cao to lose the battle. The woman on the rostrum screamed in a frightened voice that Cao Lang was killed. Chen, in an amazed voice, repeated to herself that the main character killed Cao Lang. Yuan, frightened, sat on the rostrum. She could not understand how everything happened. Ming watched the main character from his place. He shouted to the guy that he was really cool. King stood near the body of his rival. He said that for the first time since the rebirth, he could not suppress the desire to kill in his body. The main character stood in the center of the arena. He told himself that he had no guilt and his soul is calm. King looked at the rostrum to the master and said that he himself should now be qualified. Did Tian angry with the guy how he dares to say this? King stood in the center of the arena and looked angrily at the guests. He held the sword in his hands. The protagonist looked threatening with the threatening gaze and asked who was next against him. Li Tian looked frightened in front of him. He realized that the main character defeated one of the best fighters. Li Tian, in a malicious voice, turned from the rostrum to the student union. Li Tian from the rostrum shouted to the guests and ordered them to kill the protagonist for him. The guests around were scared. They looked at the president of the student union in bewilderment. One of the students told the president that he was dear to life. If they all die, then the union will come to an end. Li Tian spun angrily and went to the side. He called the guests a bunch of garbage. Li understood that he needs to kill the guy today. Otherwise, the student union will lose its greatness. If he does it with his own hands, then the agreement with the families of Li and Su will be violated. Li Chan came on the side and told the director that the main character killed the student, and she simply watched what was happening. Su, in a calm voice, answered the student that people were constantly dying, and nothing can be done here. Zhang appeared from the side. She said that Asao wanted to kill a freshman, and there were many witnesses around. Shui explained to the guy that the path to immortality is very dangerous. Every year, many deaths are recorded at the academy. The woman explained that they will send CAO to the CAO compensation. Li Tian asked the rector, does he also believe that members of the student union deserve death? A man with a cup in his hands explained to the student that in this matter the last word would be behind the director of Zhui. The rector said Li that he should not be very bloodthirsty in this matter. Whether he asked the rector, should he now close his eyes to all this? A man with a cup in his hands explained to the guy that there were many cultivators in the city of Tianchuan, but no one worthy can seize power. The director told the student that he had attracted threats and joined his family Gao and others. Li Tian looked at the man and said that he was very condescending, but no rules prohibit the annexation of the main families. The rector explained to the guy that his students are the elite of the great aristocratic genera. He hopes that key forces will strive to maintain balance. Did Tian ask the director if it was necessary to stop the struggle between the strongest groups? Li Tian explained in a displeased voice to the man that, in this unfortunate school, students always mock and substitute the weak, and this is bad. The man looked with interest carefully at the guy and asked what he wanted to say that. Li Tian told his partner that the days when someone is mocking are very terrible. They look like hell. For him, this is 1,000 times worse than a violation of forces. Li, in an evil voice, shouted to the rector that he wanted to trample everyone in his way. Everyone should shake with fear and obey. The rector calmly drank a drink from a cup. He told the guy that he would not give him any advice. After a small pause, the rector spit out the drink in the face of a surprised student. Jean asked the teacher, should she kill this guy? Li Tian stood and looked sadly in front of him. He realized that he will have no support from the teacher or rector. Li Tian headed to the side. He said goodbye to his partners that he would release the main character today. Jui stood and completely silently escorted the leaving students with a gaze. The teacher from the balcony asked the audience if there are still those who still want to fight among them. People in the stands sat and were silent. There were no more people who wanted to fight. Zhu from the rostrum proudly proclaimed the protagonist the champion. The main character stood with a sword in his hand in the arena. The teacher shouted that Qing was honored to be accepted 10th on the list of immortals. The rector, in a proud voice, said that the protagonist is the first person in history that will fall into the top 10 when he is still a freshman. The man from the balcony turned to the audience and said that they all stood up. They will all witness a turning point in the historical moment. King stood in the center of the arena. People on the podium joyfully shouted that he was a newcomer. Spectators shouted from their places, admiring words of support for a guy. King told himself that he now feels what this means to be in the spotlight. The main character told himself that he was now at that moment that he had dreamed of in a previous life. Zhen told his student that he had just made a breakthrough. Qing answered the teacher that even during the first battle against Zhang, he increased the skill of key management. The main character looked at his watch. He said that he did not expect him to challenge Cao Langa and would be able to jump to the third stage of key control. His combat power reached 30. The main character stood with the teacher near a huge pillar. Qing said that one of the 9 pillars of the shower hall is almost completely filled. The guy felt the unknown ancient god wanted to respond to his call. Zhen looked in front of him in surprise and said that he could not understand what was in front of him. The mentor carefully looked closely and noticed how a huge demonic spirit appeared in front of him near the pillar. You realize that the main character was thereby unsurpassed genius on the playground. Perhaps the guy will be able to inherit the pavilion Xianlin. The rector from the rostrum told the audience that it was time to announce the award for the champion. The man told the audience that the winner can choose a magical artifact from their treasury. The main character will also receive a letter of recommendation from the rector and director of Shui. People in the stands were very delighted. They welcomed the protagonist. The third award for him was associated with the secret of their school. Min shouted to the main character that they were very rich and thanks to the school treasury. In it, even the worst weapon cost 10 million. Chen ran up and hugged the guy. She shouted to him that now they have nothing more to worry. Chen hugged the protagonist and said that his parents would be proud of him. The director came up and ordered the main character so that he would go to the treasury behind her. Jean stood aside. She looked displeased as a guy stood next to her with her and a teacher. Jian in an evil voice told the main character that he would be her rival in love. The schoolgirl slyly approached her girlfriend and said that she wants to get her today as a dose. Chen turned displeasedly and explained to her partner that she wants to talk to her about something else. Qing, with a joyful gesture, pointed to the side and said that it was worthy behavior for the eldest. The main character approached with the teacher to the door of a huge storage. She opened them. Qing looked at the school treasury with great surprise. The main character saw a huge number of expensive things in chests. There were a lot of books taken from the seals on the shelves. The main character looked aside and with admiration saw boxes with a magic weapon. All the treasures in the chests shone brightly. Qing shouted in a shocked voice that he would blind now. Qing with excitement asked the woman, "Can he really choose anything?" Zue answered the guy that she first wanted to ask him something. The main character joyfully turned around and told the woman that he was going to everything for the sake of treasure. Zue looked at the guy and asked if he was an unknown week ago on the playground. Qing in a calm voice answered the teacher that he does not know what she was talking about. The woman said in a cunning voice that if such a talent was here, he could take a couple more treasures from here. Qing looked in front of him and told himself that for him the main thing is not money, but dignity. The main character with excitement shouted to the woman to raise the award to 3 treasures. Zhu asked the protagonist, "Is he admitted?" Qing eagerly held out his hand in front of him and asked the teacher to keep it all a secret. A genius like him should be very restrained. The main character ran joyfully and looked at the treasures around him. She looked at the student and could not believe that he would have to inherit her position of Master Pavilion Xianlun. Qing ordered himself that he should now increase combat power as soon as possible. To do this, he needs to take a high-level panacea. The teacher advised the guy a Dunsuan tablet. With its help, he will accelerate the cultivation by 30 years in advance. Qing looked around and said that the choice here is much more than in the Sujiadan pharmacy. They will find what they need. Zhen closed his eyes and carefully flew across the territory of the treasury. Qing looked around and said in a joyful voice to himself that these were centuries old treasures. He saw even ancient arterial grass next to him. The main character joyfully held magical artifacts in his hands. He shouted that he could easily get for himself what he needed. The guy held a large box in his hands. He wanted to choose something as the last prize. The main character looked in surprise to the side and noticed some important thing next to him. Qing ran and held out his hands to the big stone. A vessel stood above him. Zhen looked aside in a thoughtful voice and said that this was not a stone of spirit. The main character discovered a small vase. He shouted joyfully that there were the remains of the saint inside her. The main character joyfully grabbed a vessel in his hands and shouted to the woman that he was choosing this thing. The woman told the guy that with the help of other people he can do alchemy. She pointed to him the importance of this relic. The main character joyfully said that after death, the body of the saint turns into a collapse and is stored as an offering for future generations. But in this place, the artifact lay idle. Zhu told the guy that she picked up the remains of the saint in ruins and transferred them to the storage. She could not allow the remains to lie somewhere in the dust. The woman strictly demanded from the guy to return the artifact. Qing explained to the woman that he was interested in the 3rd award. Xu explained to the guy that the 3rd award is associated with one secret of the academy. She will tell him everything when the time comes. The woman explained to the guy that the treasure was received from this place. Qing asked the teacher, would she refuse her words? The teacher ordered the guy to fail. Qing ran out into the street and shouted to the woman that he would do everything, as she would wish. Qin remembered to himself that last time he got the saint's ashes in that place. The mentor flew up behind the guy and asked why he had a relic. Qing explained to the teacher that the bodies of ordinary saints are really useless. Qing asked the teacher who could belong to this ashes. Zhen answered the guy that the collapse belonged to the ordinary mortal saint. The main character, in a menacing voice, shouted to the mentor that the ashes in a vase belonged to Buddha Shakyamuni Tathagate. The teacher was very surprised when he realized that the remains in the vessel belonged to Tathagate. The mentor asked the protagonist with surprise, was he Buddhist, really? Qing explained to the teacher that in the shower hall, such things are used as a sacrifice, and then the chance to call the spirit is much higher. The main character recalled that in a past life, he needed 10 years and fight with a witch to find the relic of the Tathagata. Now the most important relic is at the academy. Zhen asked the protagonist, does he really want to use the ashes to call his master? Qing answered the mentor that the probability of failure is very high. You need to prepare so that everything is well successful. Inside the office of the student union, Li Tian told the guy that Qing had disgraced him and he should take revenge on him. Gao explained in a dissatisfied voice that if Cao Lang is killed, then he himself could not do anything. Li Tian answered his partner that his family is much better than the Cao Lang family. Gao with excitement said that the first year is now the most valuable talent of the academy. If he asks someone to kill the protagonist, then the director will simply not leave this. Li Tian looked strictly at his partner and said that he should use people from the academy. Gao was surprised to ask his partner who could kill the protagonist. Li answered the guy to do what he was told. When they destroy Qing's reputation, the guy himself will not even receive a funeral. Li Tian looked strictly at his partner and said that the president of the club Hu Vu, named Ho Chen Wu, was the third on the list of immortals. Chen came up on the side and asked the protagonist, what kind of treasure did he choose? Qing answered his girlfriend that he had chosen a stone. At this time, an expensive racing car drove up to students on the side. Chen hid frightened at the back of a friend. Qing carefully looked in front of him. He said that the car was sitting at the wheel of a car. Su Yun got out of the car. She greeted the guy and asked him to help her with one thing. Qing looked at the student and with a smile asked how he could serve her. Su Yun joyfully answered the guy that she loves to hear it. Sursa came close to the surprised main character and grabbed his head with her hands. Su explained to her friend that his panacea for her father was very effective. Now the man wants to reward the guy with a banquet. Qing, in a joyful voice, thanked the girl for the effort. Su Yun asked the guy if he would come to the party a week later on her birthday. The main character in a joyful voice answered the girl that he would definitely come to her birthday. Su jumped up in her car and began to leave. She shouted to the guy that they would see in a week. Chen asked the guy, how is he familiar with the girl from the Su family? Qing explained to his partner that he had previously carried food to his brother Su. Chen, in a sad voice, answered the guy that she did not believe that he was invited to her birthday only because he delivered food for an influential family. She looked at the guy and said that she would no longer have anything to pry anything. She offered to go home. The main character turned around and told the girl that he was very hungry. He was wondering what his mother prepared for him. Chen waved her friend goodbye with her friend. She felt to herself that the guy moved away from her further. The girl decided not yet to inform her friend that she switched to the 9th level. Zhen carefully followed the girl from a height. He remembered that she signed up in Siyanka from the very beginning of her studies, and only 2 months passed. The mentor was surprised due to the fact that the girl in 2 months reached the 9th level and practiced only the main exercises. The main character walked the streets with a girlfriend. The teacher looked at them from above and said that these brother and sister are like a secret that he cannot solve. The protagonist walked through the territory of the student campus. He felt that everything was fresh around him. The students stopped and from all sides looked at the protagonist with surprise. Girls and fans from all sides ran to a surprised guy. They congratulated him together on the first place. The protagonist sought from running girls. They all stood around him. Ming explained to the girl that she spent a lot of effort to choose a gift. She must personally congratulate the guy. Chen looked at the protagonist and did not understand why there were so many beauties around him. Qing joyfully fled around the university. A crowd of girls ran after him. Zhen flew from above the protagonist. He reminded the guy that he was a discharge a couple of days ago, and now he became an idol of freshmen. The mentor flew and looked carefully at the guy. He said that he was very pleased to be a hero. Qing answered the teacher that 20 days were left before the UI clan. It was necessary to get rid of as soon as possible from all interference. The main character thoughtfully said to himself that during a collision with immortal witches, even a small mistake can lead to a mooring end. Zhen in flight asked the student who will be his next goal. Qing thoughtfully said that if he is now encountering Honi Wu, he will probably lose. Qing turned to the side and said that he now needed to finalize Dunshu and tablets to increase combat power. After that, you need to call on the second heroic soul. Zhen explained to the guy that his spiritual material is very hard and mana is very weak. Everything will take a lot of time. The main character asked the teacher, how much time will it take? Zhen answered the guy that he would need to work for 2 days and 2 nights without a break. The door to the office of the director of Shu opened, and a warrior entered there. He asked for forgiveness. The woman turned around and asked the guest, did he really come to get a task? Kong Wu told the director that his conditions are the same regardless of glasses and bonuses. And until the moment the reward remains high, the woman showed the guest a photograph with a task. 4 criminals abducted the son of a senior official and used him to escape. Ho had to save the hostages for 5 million yuan. The teacher warned the fighter that he could die during the assignment of Class A. She recalled that life is more important than money. I took a document with photos. He told the woman that he was accepting the order. The director at the table asked the warrior why he risks his life so. I wanted the woman that people from poor families have no other choice if they want to survive in the way of cultivation. The teacher turned and told the fighter that a few days ago his club was defeated by Ching Chenem. Ho watched the battle in the arena from the audience. He noted that Ching is very strong and the director is not indifferent to him. The woman viciously told the warrior that the main character was not an enemy for him. Ho had no right to touch Ching. I wanted to go to the exit and grabbed his hand out the door. He told the woman goodbye that Liu Bao and Van Tao humiliated themselves. At an abandoned factory, the abductors were with their victim. A bandit with a knife angrily asked the guy, "What did they just talk about?" The child scaredly shouted that if he tries to escape, he would be left without fingers. I wanted to carefully follow the binoculars for the kidnappers. He studied the indicators of their combat power. The fighter looked carefully in front of him and said that his opponents were very strong. Two of the abductors were on the same level with him. Ho rushed forward. He decided to save the hostage. To do this, he needed to divide and kill the kidnappers. The bandits were scared. They felt like the building all faded from below to the top. Suddenly, huge roots began to grow from the floor of the plant. The boss shouted to his subordinates to run away from here. The roots continued to grow more and more. They crawled around the premises of the plant. One of the abductors looked in surprise to the side. He saw a lot of roots next to him. The bandit shouted in a frightened voice that wood techniques from an immortal criminal bureau. Ho sat in a meditative position on a tree branch. There was a bright aura around him. The fighter held a magic bow in his hand. He stood on a tree branch and looked carefully behind the bandits. The fighter hid behind the wall. He shouted that someone was using the art of concealment. The boss commanded his subordinate so that he would not panic. The leader said that he wants to use the skill of intelligence. At this time, something broke his head. One of the bandits rushed up with a blade. He shouted that he had found the direction of the attack. The bandit in all directions waved his weapons and tried to cut the branches around. The fighter looked aside and was surprised to say that the attacker moved somewhere after the attack. One of the bandits shouted the boss that the forest in the building is sucking them. Mana. The fighter looked in surprise to the sides and noticed how the hostage hung on the branches at a height. The bandit shouted to his subordinate that he would now grab the hostage and force the attacker to get out. The boss scaredly shouted to his subordinate to stay behind the trees. Lightning flew from the side. She pierced through the fled kidnapper through. Ho rode very quickly on the building. He told himself that he was struck by the second kidnapper. The bandit folded his hands. He said that the elite of the Immortals Bureau opposed them. A bright blue dome appeared around the kidnapper. He shouted to the attacker that his defense has no shortcomings and he might seem. Ho aimed at the bandit and said that the target was captured and there would be a double shot. A very bright lightning flew around the building and went straight to the bandit. Lightning hit the protective dome, under which there was a kidnapper. She did not break him right away. After the lightning hit the dome, a small hole appeared. He began to collapse. Gradually, a shining dome began to darken and spins in different directions. The stranger fell to the ground. After the blow, the dome did not be able to fully protect it. The bandit fell dead to the ground. Bright white spots were visible around him. One of the abductors at full speed rushed through the territory of the plant. He tried to hide as soon as possible. The bandit fled as soon as possible. He realized that his pursuer was somewhere nearby. I wanted it to put a hand on the trunk of a tree. He carefully looked at the runaway bandit. Ho looked down in front of him. He said that a leader with combat power of 90 units is trying to escape. The fighter shouted in a frightened voice that the kidnapper was leaving in the direction of the boy. The bandit swung an axe and prepared to cut down a small hostage. The boy screamed in fright. He shouted to the kidnapper so that he would not kill him. The hostage scaredly opened his eyes. He realized that the bandits changed his mind to kill him. The bandit stopped his axe straight near the body of a small hostage. Kyo jumped forward to protect the boy. I looked at his body in amazement. The axe of the kidnapper pierced him through. The bandit shouted to the fighter with an evil voice that he risked his life for the sake of others. The warrior was very wounded. He had blood from his mouth and he breathed very heavily. Ho raised his hand up and shouted about his 5 million award. He was able to free himself from the axe. The bandit was very surprised. Once he swung with lightning and prepared to hit the opponent, the kidnapper scaredly shouted that his blow had come straight in the chest of the fighter. He stood only on one willpower. The fighter rushed forward to neutralize the criminal as soon as possible. The bandit screamed in a frightened voice that he sees a fighter in front of him from the Immortal Criminal Bureau. Ho, exhausted, fell aside. He hit his back on a tree. The fighter in a wearing voice explained to the kidnapper that he himself was just an ordinary student of the Tianquan Academy. The struggle abductor fell to the floor. He could not believe that an ordinary student beat him. The boy thanked the warrior for the salvation and said that his father would pay him in full. I wanted the boy to increase the reward. An unfamiliar guy came up from the side. He said that the president is really very strong. Ho sat with his back near the tree. Gao patted his hands and told the fighter that no one could compare with him. Ho in a weak voice asked the guy what task he wants to offer him. Gao asked his partner to kill the protagonist in 10 million. Ho abandoned the offer. Ho prepared to leave. He explained to the guy that he gave the floor that he would not touch the main character. Gao shouted after the fighter that he himself could appoint any price. In this world, you need to agree to any transactions. Hao answered the partner that he did not have what he needs. The guy took out a small golden pearl. He told his partner that someone else could find the right thing for him. Ho turned around and carefully looked at the guy. Gao told his partner that in recent years, martial arts clubs have been desperately collecting money for the sake of an elixir to extend life. Gao looked at the body of a lying bandit. He thought that Ho Jong-woo could kill him in 3 seconds. The fighter turned and explained to the guy that in Tianquan, only 5 people could get this subject. He asked if Tiani really wants to deal with the main character. Gao angrily looked at his partner and said that everything could be. The fighter explained that if the main character dies, then the whole shadow of the suspicion lies on him. According to the rules, all this is a serious crime. Kao explained to his partner that to begin with, the reputation of the protagonist will fall to the bottom. The guy will become a sinner who will hate any academy. Gao in an evil voice explained to the fighter that he would only have to punish the villain. The protagonist, surrounded by his friends, sat and drank. They made toasts for his victory. Father raised a glass and said that he did not expect his son to be so lucky. Mother told her son that she was now calm for him. Ching sat at the table. He answered the woman not to say such depressing words. The guy advised his father so that he would not forget about the rest and did not lean on alcohol. Father with a glass told his son that today is a wonderful day and they should celebrate. He offered to drink, as it should. Chen turned around and asked the guy, when did he manage to become so powerful? Ching thought to himself that he managed to prepare in time. The main character got up and told his partners that he received some tips from the expert. After that, the SU family hired him as the main alchemist. Parents were very surprised when they heard that their son was an alchemist. Mother, with fright, told her son that all major families are very concerned about alchemists. Such people are not worried about money and ties and other resources for improvement. Chen looked with great surprise at the protagonist and said that he really hid it all. The teacher joyfully shouted to the guy that he told the truth. And half, Ching answered the mentor that he has no right to reproach him about his family. Father said in a joyful voice that their son became an alchemist. The girl Chen will have to rely on him in the future. The main character took out a small book. He said that he received a handwritten copy of the law and improvement as a reward. The girl took the book in her hands. She excitedly asked the guy, did he really prepare her specifically for her? Mother with a smile told the guy that she was very glad due to the fact that he supports her sister. The teacher asked the guy if he gave the girl a collection just for her herself. Ching thought, he did not know who could create this technique. Jen answered the guy in a strict voice that the manuscript belongs to his good friend. This was the first immortal prehistoric world named Taojun. The protagonist said in an exciting voice that Taojun would very much want to see the Hengyun style. The mentor explained to the guy that this girl was killed by a witch clan. King said in an excited voice that he realized what was being discussed last time at the time of the call. The mentor looked aside and demanded from the guy to promise him one thing. Ching answered the teacher that he could tell him what he wants. The teacher strictly reminded the main character that they should defeat the Wu clan. He also recalled that the protection of the human race was also the goal of Taojun. The main character was sleeping at home, late at home, in an apartment. He tossed from side to side on the bed. King, through a dream, shouted to himself in fright, something a beautiful cloud. The main character very realistically imagined, as if he was standing near the ancient red palace. The sky was very dark. The teacher lay near the girl's body inside the building. He shouted to her that she was the first immortal. Who could create this? Taojun told the mentor that she was seized by 12 ancient witches. She did not think that she would survive. Zhen was surprised due to the fact that the girl did all this for the sake of people. The immortal asked Zhenya to do something for her. The partner excitedly replied that he was ready to fulfill any of her desire. The girl grabbed a huge sword. She asked the teacher to take her body and seal in this blade, which could destroy the witches. The powerful purple key of the saint will make this weapon the most deadly in the world. Jen was very scared. He realized that the girl asked him to kill her with his own hands. Dajun looked at the teacher and reminded that he was a real brother for her. She could only entrust everything to him. Jung, in a trembling and excited voice, answered the girl that he promises to fulfill his request. Taojun told the mentor that after her death she would make desires and reincarnate people from generation to generation. The girl asked Jen to use a sword to protect humanity. The teacher flew over the bed with the protagonist. He held a game console in his hands and said that the owner of the hall could see part of the memories through dreams. The main character woke up in his apartment when he heard an unexpected loud noise. Ching jumped out of bed and shouted that the earthquake happened. The mentor said, with excitement, that the noise was coming from the girl's room. The main character opened the door to the girlfriend's room and with fright asked, "What happened?" Ji looked very carefully at his watch to find out the exact time. Chen lay on the floor. Toys were lying around. She said that she had a feeling as if she had entered symbiosis. Chen, with excitement, told her partners that she did not have time to come to her senses and seemed to break into a new level of ki training. The protagonist stood and scaredly listened to his girlfriend. The side was his surprised mentor. Chen, with excitement, shouted to the girl that he had finally found his sister Han-yun. The next morning, the girl came to the institute. She went into the office. Yuan in the office greeted the young Mr. Gao and President Ho. The girl asked the guys, what did they want? Gao explained to his partner that they needed help to deal with the main character. Gao leaned toward the student and whispered to her what she should do now. The student told the girl that she herself should know how to seduce a man. He offered her to pay 200,000. The student told the girl that she needs money and should sell the body. In return, he promised that she could become a student of Sianka and completely change her life. Yuan explained to the guy with a dissatisfied voice that she refuses his offer. Gao leaned toward the girl and very viciously asked, "What did she say?" The schoolgirl tried to make excuses. Gao shouted to the girl, an evil voice, that he was giving her the last chance. He swung to hit her. The beaten Yuan lay on the floor. She told the guy that she would not do anything against the protagonist. Gao bowed to the girl and recalled that she said last time she was innocent. He wanted to check her words. Gao unfastened his clothes. He told the girl in evil voice that they would see whether Qing would come to her aid. The door opened and a teacher went in the room. She strictly asked the students what was happening here. Gao turned around and in a displeased voice told the teacher that the girl was just falling, and he wanted to help her rise. Zhu looked at the student and demanded that she inform her if she was mocking her. She will be supported. Yuan lay on the floor and could not rise. Gao looked at her with an evil look at her. The girl answered the teacher in a very weak voice that she was all right. Gao turned to the side and told the teacher that he would leave. Shui demanded from the guy to wait. The student became. He looked at the teacher with displeasure and questioningly. Sue swung with all her might and hit the guy on the face. He flew far aside. Gao, after a blow from the teacher, fell to the ground and looked at her very viciously. Sui, in a very strict voice, told the student to fail as soon as possible. Gao went forward. Hao followed him. The teacher shouted after the guy that he could not inherit her place. Hao stopped, and on the move answered the woman that he had his own reasons for this. Yuan bowed to the woman and thanked her for the help. Sue answered the girl that she could leave. The teacher took out a cigarette and prepared to light. She went to the window. Zhu stood near the window and thoughtfully told herself that in the future, in the kingdom of Dunlin, there would be a lot of such garbage. She remembered the monsters from the witch clan. The student told boss that he might not be angry and they could find someone else. Gao asked a friend, "What are the options?" The student with the phone went to the guy and explained that there is one schoolgirl who looks very attractive. The student showed the phone to a friend and explained that luring the protagonist will be easier. Gao looked at the girl and asked his partner, where did he find such an innocent girl? The guy shouted in an evil voice that such a girl would do anything for money. The main character walked along the corridor. He told the teacher that he was jealous of his girlfriend. She was able to switch to a new level in one night. Jen answered the guy that he was not enough skills. The teacher thought. He realized that the girl Chen was a reincarnation of Hunyun. He was wondering where the sword that kills the witches went now. A student ran up from the side and pointed a finger at the protagonist. He shouted that the king of the first year is here. The main character was surrounded by students. They told him the words of admiration. Gao looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he could still enjoy the moment. Qing stood and talked with the students. At this time, Qing jumped up from his seat and shouted to students to look at the list on the school website. The main character carefully looked at the phone. He studied the list of immortal Tianquan. Ming hugged his friend and said in a cunning voice that he will have a great popularity from the beauties. The girl went into the classroom and asked the main character. Students looked with interest at the new. The admiring minds, along with friends, looked at the guest with great interest. One of the students shouted that they faced Sun Qian from the Faculty of Foreign Languages. Min went to his friend and joyfully said that the girl just fell from the sky for him. Qing asked the student what she wanted. Sun held out a piece of tsini. She saw him in the competition and she liked him. The student looked tempting at the protagonist and invited him to meet. The main character was puzzled, but he looked with interest at the note from the girl. Sun headed for the exit. She told the guy to be sure to pass. She will wait for the answer after school. Chen sat at the desk dissatisfied, and she did not like that another girl came to her friend. Min slyly asked his friend if he wants to escape as soon as possible. Qing answered the student to open his mouth somewhere in the temple. Qing asked his friend how he could refuse a student. Ming continued to ask the guy about the temples. Jen appeared on the side. He was also interested in the words of the program. Ming strictly ordered his friend so that he would not dare to reject recognition. Such an opportunity falls out once in a lifetime. Ming explained to his friend that he should go to the girl. She always supports him. The teacher whispered to the student that for some reason he had a bad foreboding. The main character turned and carefully looked at his girlfriend in the classroom. Chen sat very displeased. The main character could not understand why the girl was angry. In the yard near the school stood a human silhouette. There was no one else around. The main character, along with his teacher, moved away grief at school. They were waiting for a meeting there. Jen told the guy that he never fell in love, but once he decided to follow the same goddess and failed. Qing asked the teacher, was he refused? The teacher told the guy what she asked him about the disease. After that, she advised him to take him the medicine in case of the disease. The mentor told the guy with a smile that his girlfriend was very worried about his well-being. The guy and his teacher unexpectedly heard some loud cries from the thicket. Someone shouted and called for help. Jen sharply asked to the ground and touched her hand. He shouted to the guy to use mana. The teacher conducted intelligence of the area with the help of magic. The girl was 300 meters on the right. There were 4 auras around her. Each had combat power of about 5 to 7 units. The main character thanked his teacher and jumped up. He prepared to go to the aid of the girl. The beaten Sun sat on the ground. She shouted to the hooligans to stop and threatened that Qing Chen would come to her aid. A bandit in a strict voice told the girl that their president Ho Chenhua had already returned. The bully heard some suspicious noise on the side. He did not understand who it was at all. Qing with all his might beat off the bully with a powerful blow and shouted to dump it. The fighter flew to the side, and after the fall made a hole in the ground. Another bully looked at his friend and got angry. The bandit swung with his own hands and rushed forward at the protagonist. Qing put both his hands forward. He stopped the opponent's attack on him. The protagonist hit the attacker in the ground with all his might. Cracks appeared around. Qing sharply lifted his leg up very high and hit the attacker on his head with all his might. Suddenly, from several sides, gold chains flew to the main character. The guy's hands were constrained by gold chains. He could not move or break out. Qing looked aside and realized that his strength was gradually flowing. He decided that this weapon was taking his mana. The fighter unwound a large chain. He shouted to the bound to the main character that his strength would soon run out. Another attacker was pleased that he himself had fallen to them. The protagonist felt the fall of vitality in the body. He needed to break out as soon as possible. The main character called on his magic blade. A big sword appeared above him. A large magic blade flew in the direction of the guy and began to cut the chains next to him. King was freed from chains thanks to a magical blade. His hands became free. The bandit was surprised and scared due to the fact that the guy could easily be free from the chain. The main character held out his hands to the side and used military art to grab chains. The bandit was very scared. He realized that his hands were connected by a chain and he could not move. The main character kept on the leash of both attackers. King sharply pulled a chain to him. He pulled out 2 attackers. King jerked very much chains to himself and 2 bandits brought high up above the ground. The attackers scattered aside with loud cries. They fell from a height. The protagonist, with powerful blows of his arms to the side, beat off the attacked hooligans. The bandits, after a blow from the guy, flew far to the side and fell in the forest. Jen carefully followed the student from a height. He realized that the guy freely controls the air, and his Tai Z reached a high level. The teacher looked at the guy and said that he had a study of spells slowly due to the fact that his abilities are low. But for the protagonist, the ability of the shower hall to use spells completely compensates for all this. The main character approached the girl and decided to help her. He took off his outerwear. King handed his t-shirt with a frightened schoolgirl and asked for forgiveness for being late. Sun ran up and hugged the guy. She shouted joyfully that he had come just in time. Sun suddenly looked at the guy angrily and shouted that he had been leaving for her deception. Suddenly, a student appeared on the side. He shouted that the main character is an animal in the appearance of a person. Gao appeared on the side, accompanied by a teacher and rector. He pointed out strictly to the protagonist and asked what he was doing with Sun Qian. The rector said that he had information that someone was harassed at school to girls. He did not expect that a newly made hero would be an attacker. The main character looked in displeasure to the side. He realized that he was now falsely accused. Sun cried and ran to the student. She shouted that Gao had come in time and defended her from the protagonist. Two beaten fighters appeared on the side. One of them scaredly called the president. Ho turned around and demanded from the fighters to clearly tell everything for the directors of Zhao and Shui. Students told all those present what they saw in the forest, as the main character harassed the girl. But Qing beat them and did everything possible to eliminate witnesses. The main character turned around and viciously asked the students, "What are they plotting?" Sun looked angrily and cunningly at the guy and asked, "Did he really decide that she liked him?" The girl did everything thanks to the money from Gao. Gao went to the dissatisfied main character and put his hand on his shoulder. He called him a psycho. Gao looked at Qing with a hateful look and shouted that this time he would definitely die. The main character was in the university building. The director sternly told the guy that yesterday he praised him in front of the whole school and called the talent of the century. The man in a menacing voice told the main character that he suddenly sank to the very bottom. The rector sat at the head of the table. He told all those present that Gao Hao would write in detail about the incident. The criminal bureau will arrive soon. Qing silently sat at the table. Cao sat in his place. He strictly demanded from the guy to admit his guilt. King relaxed and released cigarette smoke. He tried to calm down. The main character, in an unexpected evil voice, told the partners that he would do just that. People around were surprised. Silence hung in the room. Students looked at the protagonist with surprise and attention. The rector strictly demanded from the guy to say if he has something to say. The main character extinguished the cigarette on the table. He told his partners that all this was a coincidence. King, in an evil voice, told those present that Sun called him for school to admit. He decided to attack her there. By chance, the participants of the Huvu Club passed by in the same place. The protagonist said that Gao passed by him along with Ho and two other teachers. The student smiled angrily and said that an incredible coincidence had occurred and the witnesses came on time. Qing looked at his partner and demanded that he accept everything as it is. People at the table were silent. They did not expect that the main character would say such a recognition. Cao, in an evil voice, accused the protagonist that he decided, as if all the witnesses had lied. King held out his hand and sharply took his t-shirt from the girl. He told the student to record all this. The rector shouted to the main character in a displeased voice that the teachers were not idiots. Qing put on a t-shirt on top. He explained to his partners that they would not allow such thoughts about themselves. Gao pointed a finger at the protagonist with a finger and said that he had insulted him personally and his whole family. Ho put his finger in his ear with displeasure and said that such disputes annoy him. Gao went to the main character and said in an evil voice that he could give him the last chance. Qing asked his partner what chance he talks about. The student, with an evil grin, demanded that the guy repent of his knees in front of the President Ho and the girl's son, along with a plead guilty. In return, Gao promised the guy to say a few words in his favor. The door opened and a fighter entered the room. He told the director Zhao that they received a report. It was necessary to approach and arrest the criminal of the cultivator. The rector came up and greeted Mr. Kan. The fighter said that he used to be a student around whom scandals arose. It was not necessary to allow the outsider to understand such matters. The main character looked thoughtfully in front of him. He realized that in front of him was one of the four great masters of Tianquan. The main immortal headed the criminal bureau. Gao looked angrily at his partner and demanded that he knelt down and plead guilty. For him, this was the last opportunity. The student knew that the camera was installed in the room, and when the girl Chen sees her friend on her knees, she would feel complete despair. The main character looked strictly at his partner and said that he was also ready to give him the last chance. King demanded that he be knelt down in front of him with Ho and a girl's son. If they admit a crime, then they will save their lives. The rector jumped up and viciously shouted to the guy that he did not even want to repent under the threat of death. Yu said aside in a displeased voice that the assessments of the protagonist were very terrible. He does not follow the words. Gao took the notebook in his hands. He said in an evil voice that Qing deserves the death penalty. Zhu jumped to her feet. She shouted that she should trust her students. The protagonist was very surprised due to the fact that the woman was supported by his support. He looked at her with surprise. The rector, with great excitement and interest, looked at the director of Su. The woman said in a strict voice that she knew that the protagonist was sunk. Gao got angry. He viciously shouted to the fighters to take the main character. Su shouted displeasedly to the fighters so that they would not even dare to take one step. The warrior answered the teacher that they were officially here. The woman shouted displeasedly to the soldiers that they dared to arrest her subordinates. The fighters remembered how they studied at the academy. C strictly punished them for conferring. Can reminded the woman that the criminal bureau has every right to execute all the guilty cultivators. They do not need permission. She looked at the warrior displeasedly and asked, "Did he really decide to teach her?" Gao looked angrily at the teacher and realized that no one was going to take her side. 44. Khan's Khan appeared a bright black aura. He demanded from a woman to go aside. A whirlwind rose in the room and stones began to fly around. People inside were scared. King, with excitement, looked after the warrior. He was able to suppress the entire room only with a surge. That was the power of 4 great masters. The main character knew that Khan was able to lead all the immortals in Tianquan and rally them to destroy the witch clan. The rector on the side scaredly turned to the fighter and demanded that he stop. A man in a frightened voice warned his partner that he could die. Su held out her hand to the side, and a bright red aura appeared around her. The woman angrily asked the fighter, "Is that one who is worthy of this?" There was a bright red aura in the room. Kang was frightened. He realized that he could not move, and mana even froze in him. The fighters were very supposed. They realized that the teacher was able to surpass the master of Tianquan. The excited main character realized that he was seized in front of him. Manu, of a real fiery dragon. The protagonist looked at the teacher and could not understand why she worked at a small academy. The rector shouted to the woman to calm down. Su moved her hand to the side and said that she would do it, only to keep her face. Kan felt very strong relief. He fell to the floor on one knee. The warrior came to his senses. He shouted in an amazed voice that he did not expect this. The fighter looked at the woman and with excitement said that he did not expect that there were such masters at the academy. Kan told the teacher that if she wants to protect the criminal bureau will retreat. He warned her that she should think that their organization was created by order of the great elder of Pavilion Xianlun. The fighter warned the woman that her antics could question the greatness of the pavilion. Zhu looked angrily at her partner and said that the old lady went against the rules. Zhu looked displeased at Kan and thought that the elder was a moron if he founded a criminal bureau. Yai explained to the fighters that they act in accordance with the law. She will not put them in an awkward position. 7 days, the disciplinary committee will investigate the case. At this time, the main character will be under supervision. Kan explained to the woman that if after time she does not provide evidence, the guy will be arrested in accordance with the law. The teacher strictly developed the guy that if he lied to her, she would kill him with her own hands. The main character was in the isolation room. He was completely alone there on the floor. The teacher told the guy that he was very cruelly framed. Therefore, he may call. Qing answered the partner that for him an enemy would always be the Wu clan. The rest for him is already in the past. Jen asked the guy with excitement, is he really to trust the disciplinary committee? Qing answered the mentor that even if 4 great masters unite forces, they would not overcome Zuejin. The protagonist said thoughtfully that he could improve the Dunshuan pill in this isolated room in 7 days. The teacher warned the guy that someone was going to them. Someone went to the door and slowly opened it. There was a warrior near the entrance. A warrior. Ho entered the room. He carefully looked at the protagonist. Qing greeted the guest. Ho brought a contract for the protagonist. 3 days later, a duel had to be held on the training field of the academy. The main character with excitement thought to himself that if he agrees to the duel, then death or life no longer matters. Qing explained to the guest that he refuses the fight. The conspirators were afraid that the director recognized the truth in 7 days. Therefore, they wanted to get rid of the protagonist as soon as possible. Ho asked the prisoner, will this be his final answer? Qing asked the guest, do the current villains prefer the path of brainlessness and self-confidence? Qin explained to his partner that the contract should be mutual. He did not agree and wanted to wait until the end of the week. In a humble voice, he told the prisoner that he really did not have power here. Ho took out a photo of the girl and showed the main character. He viciously asked Qin, what about his girlfriend? The protagonist jumped to his feet and shouted that all this was worth the tiani. I wanted the guy that he should be ready for consequences. Wo held a photograph in his hands. He demanded that they accept or Chen have to die. Ho strictly looked at his partner and said that he would not force him to kill the innocent girl. The protagonist said in response to the fighter that, instead of a bright future, he prefers to obey Li Tiani. The guest laughed when he heard from the protagonist about a bright future. Qing asked his partner, why does he laugh? He grabbed his hand by the clothes. He shouted that a man with a bright future who does not play a hero and whom everyone admires cannot live a worthy life. The fighter had a hand in the form of a hand on his chest. He said that 2 years ago Li made them obey all, swearing before his death. King asked his partner with surprise, how could he survive after such a wound? Ho shouted with excitement that the master is the strongest person at the academy. With the help of one blow of the palm, he pierced all his internal organs. Ho, after a wound, is forced to take a special tablet every month, and it is very expensive. The fighter said that only very capable alchemists can create a pill for him. Such a medicine costs 5 million yuan. He wanted his partner that he should earn money to survive. He catches criminals for the award and buys medicines. The protagonist explained to his partner that he should hate Vianney. Ho answered the guy that he was hatching. He said that Gao Hao recently found him and offered him a priceless pill of the 2nd grade of Sangong. The main character thoughtfully told the warrior that if he takes a pill along with the technique of reverse medical force, then all QI training skills will decrease. The improvement base will be lost. Ho will have a chance to disperse the strength of the palm that wanders in his body. The fighter headed for the exit. He told the main character so that he would not condemn those who behave extravagantly. King in a menacing voice told the guest that he was taking a call. This will be a battle not for life but for death. The guest near the entrance told the main character that he gives him 3 days to prepare a farewell speech. Ho threatened the guy that he would kill him. The main character was left alone in the cell. Jen appeared. He told the main character that the atmosphere was very tense. Therefore, he refrains from questions. The mentor explained to the guy that he was taking a very low-grade pill. Qing explained to the teacher that he did not understand what he was talking about, but he has no evidence. Jen explained to the chief hero that his opponent had a combat power 3 times more than his 90 units reaches him. It was unclear what to do with such inequality. The guy reminded the teacher that it would take 3 days to create a Dunzuan tablet. Jun exhaled displeasedly and explained to the guy that he would accompany him in the race over time. After that, the main character, along with his teacher, was simultaneously reduced very loudly. King sharply raised his hand up, and in the room above it began to fly in a circle of various artifacts. With a clear day in the hospital, I came to visit one of the subordinates. I looked at the hospital ward. There was a broken fighter surrounded by subordinates. A frightened fighter shouted to his boss that he was very sorry. He asked him to pay for his medical expenses. I asked for forgiveness from his subordinate. He explained that because of his huge hospital accounts, they are now obeying rich kids. Ho in a guilty voice explained to the fighters that it was precisely because of him that they all fall down. The guy with a man began to calm the boss. The patient sitting on the bed said that with great money in their hands, they themselves did not notice how they lost themselves in their own desires. The patient said in a thoughtful voice that they were all as if intoxicated and the path is no longer. The guy said in a thoughtful voice that this lesson returned them from heaven to earth. The fighter told boss that they should hold together, even if they become a simple group of hired killers. The fighter shouted to the bandits in a loud voice that they also needed to heal all. The guy promised his boss that the club Huvu would definitely return. Ho stood and looked carefully at the fighters. He did not answer them. The boss headed for the exit. He told the fighters to provide everything to him. I thought angrily to himself that if he kills the protagonist, then everything would become as before. People gathered on the campus site. Students demanded that the protagonist be expelled. Gao appeared on the rostrum. He decided to turn to those present. Gao explained to the guests that the protagonist accepted the challenge of life and death from President Ho. The crowd carefully listened to all this. Ho looked strictly in front of him and said that he would destroy the protagonist in 3 days. He invited everyone to join. Students joyfully shouted support for Ho. Someone shouted that the club Huvu would restore justice. A student with purple hair said in a dissatisfied voice that Qing was good only at first glance. People in the crowd discussed the protagonist displeasedly. Min stood next to the girl and listened carefully. Gao turned to the girl and said that she now sees the actual face of the protagonist. Chen in a loud and displeased voice shouted that all the accusations against the guy were slander. Min shouted loudly that he believes his friend. Gao Hao viciously looked at the guests and said that he himself could have lied them. Gao sharply held out his hand to the side and shouted that the victim could not lie. There was Sunny. The schoolgirl asked the guy with an evil voice with tears. What could he do so with her? The students angrily pointed their fingers at Minya and Chen and shouted that they were with the main character. Sun sat on an armchair and cried. Gao told the guests that the evidence is irrefutable. They must look in the eye. Suddenly, Jean appeared in the sky. She strictly asked the student, "How much will she still pretend?" Sun frightenedly jumped to her feet behind the warrior. She asked the student what she was talking about. Jian in a displeased voice said that he had proposed a court of life and death to the main character. As a result, the disciplinary committee will not reveal the truth. The student angrily pointed his hand to the girl and shouted that she was covering the criminal and slandering the president of Ho. People in the crowd are even more angry. Ho strictly looked at the girl and explained that the whole school is against the protagonist. The student angrily looked at the guy and said that the whole academy could become her enemy. Jen in a menacing voice shouted that she could kill students one after another or all at once. People on Earth were scared. They saw a very powerful power among a flying student. The guy appeared on the side. He asked the girl in a strict voice, but what about him? Li Tian said to the student with a dissatisfied voice that he would not allow students to be harmful to students who restore justice. The sky over the stadium darkened and lightning appeared. People shouted the words of support to the chairman of Li. Li in flight sternly shouted to the girl that he always dreamed of fighting against her. Li slyly thought to himself that Jian would not allow the conflict between the student union and the committee to appear. The girl ordered subordinates to fight to the end against Li Tagia. Li was very scared when he saw running students. He scaredly decided to himself that everything was crazy in the disciplinary committee. Suddenly, from the side, someone's loud voice shouted to the students to stop them. There was silence in the stadium. The rector showed his hand to the side and demanded that the student union return to its place. Sue showed her hand to the side and shouted so that the disciplinary committee also returned to places. Li Tian on the lawn confidently walked towards the girl. He said that the main character came to an end. Li looked at his rival and said that if she is very angry, then he could also offer a court for her. The student came close to the girl. He told her that he did not expect her to oppose him. Did Tian come close to the student and asked if she had sunk on him? Jin shouted to her partner with a displeased voice that she would not like such a moron. Jean turned aside and noticed how two students stood next to her. They looked at her carefully. Jean scaredly shouted to her friend so that she would not believe Li Tian's words. The side stood Yuan. She told herself that the main character cannot even protect himself now. 3 days later, Zhen was still in the cell with the main character. He cooked a pill. The mentor shouted to the guy with a joyful voice that the tablet was ready. A bright red ball flew near his hands. The teacher fell from fatigue to the floor. He needed to return to the shower hall to recover. Qing thanked the master. The main character swallowed a pill. He told himself that they would not lose. After eating the medicine, the guy felt very much a surge of strength inside. A bright radiance appeared around the body of the protagonist. It even passed through the door. People gathered in the arena. The judge called the president of the club, Huvo, for a preliminary record. People in the stands shouted a fighter in the arena to destroy the protagonist. Li stood on the rostrum. He told his companion that he would finally get rid of the problem. Sun reminded the chairman that she had done a lot for him. 2 warriors brought the protagonist to the arena for the battle on Druki on both sides. Min was sitting on the rostrum. He shouted that the protagonist was forced to such a battle. Chen grabbed the student by the clothes and shouted so that he was calmer. She looked at the protagonist from the rostrum and said that she wanted to be buried next to him. Jean from the balcony looked at the guy and shouted in a frightened voice that something was wrong with him. Yu carefully looked at the student and noticed changes in him. She shouted that it was impossible. There was an aura around the guy. The woman was surprised due to the fact that the guy changed in a few days. The main character stood and looked in front of him. He was preparing for the battle. The protagonist presented a large pillar in front of him. Spectators shouted the words of a curse for a guy. I looked at my opponent and reminded that a couple of days ago everyone admired them. But in the end, everything turned upside down very quickly. The main character angrily answered the opponent that he wants to save the world, but he is rejected. She looked displeased at his partner and asked, "Would there be the last words of the dead man?" The main character smiled angrily. He wanted to show the opponent who will be the dead here. King, surrounded by a protective aura, shouted to the opponent that only he would be a deceased. Gianni very carefully watched the main character and could not believe what she saw. He had combat power. Li Tian carefully looked at his watch. He could not believe the indicators. Li understood that the student in the arena had the 6th level of key training. His combat power reached 60. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and said that the time had come to start. King decided not to waste time. He activated the Art of Wind and ran forward to the opponent. Ho scared, he shouted that the student's speed is much higher than his. I decided to go into defense. He activated military art for himself. The main character swung his hand to strike. I noticed that the opponent bounced away from him. People in the stands continued to scream the words of support. The warrior said in a dissatisfied voice that his opponent was twice the abilities of the 9th level. The protagonist was heading for the president of Ho. He told him in a displeased voice that he would continue. Qing decided to use the avatar of chaos to kill his opponent. Ho sat down on the ground and told himself that his business was bad. He activated the Art of Wood. Zhang said with excitement that the techniques of Haiyan in themselves combine magic and martial arts. Li Tian looked at the arena carefully. He remembered the last time he saw the guy. Li said that the abilities of the protagonist have improved significantly. A huge tree with roots appeared in the center of the arena. The main character looked around and realized that the tree absorbs him mana. This is how Ho conceived. The warrior jumped onto the branch. He looked at the opponent and said that now the guy would not use a godlike shape. King told himself that his forces gradually flow out. If this continues, then he will lose first. The main character grabbed his blade. He decided to end the battle as soon as possible. King walked between the trunks. The enemy used the concealment technique to hide. Ho studied every battle of Qing well. Ha told himself that his opponent would not have a chance to win even at the near distance. The warrior sat in the thicket and looked at the protagonist. He told himself that he will be invincible to the opponent. Li Tian from the rostrum carefully watched the battle. While Ho will hide in the shade, mana of the protagonist will be depleted. The main character waved aside with a sword. He shouted that in this case he would use fire and wind and burn the forest to the ground. Ho aimed from a bow to his rival. He shouted that the guy could not use the spell. The main character stopped. He realized that behind him there is some danger. The guy dodged sharply to the side. At this time, a bright arrow flew past him. Students shouted support for Ho. They demanded that the warrior launch the next arrow in the opponent's head. King grabbed his wounded hand. He said in a weak voice to himself that the techniques of his opponent create an ideal combination. The main character looked aside and noticed a large hole in the ground. The power of the arrow from the warrior was very high. He could be very seriously wounded. I ran in circles and carefully looked at the opponent. He did not know what it was best to do now. He grabbed his bow and prepared to shoot at the opponent with the help of a magic arrow. The wounded protagonist told himself in the evening forest that mana fluctuations occurred during the shot. He must hold his breath and calculate the trajectory. King sharply dodged to the side. He saw another shot flew past him. A huge blade hung nearby. Jin in a frightened voice shouted to her friend that he was more careful and evaded. King looked fearfully in front of him and noticed how a bright arrow appeared in front of his eye. King fell sharply back to protection. The opponent used a double shot against him. The protagonist told himself a frightened voice that he was almost died. It was worthy of the title of the third in the list of immortals. The warrior from height prepared to shoot at the protagonist immediately in one gulp. People on the rostrum sat and watched the battle with great interest. They were excited. Shu looked carefully at the guy and said that he would either win or die. The main character stood with a sword in his hand. Together with his teacher, he could withstand 100 shots. He would also find an opponent using a star satin. King himself strictly ordered that one cannot always hope for the power of the heroic soul. The fighter from the tree launched 3 arrows in the main character at once on top. Qing was still standing on the ground. Jen in a frightened voice told herself that the main character could not evade. All his arrows are overtaken. The main character looked angrily at the opponent and prepared to jump for him. King sharply jumped from the ground and flew up. People in the stands were surprised. Someone shouted that the guy wants to commit suicide. Li Tian frightenedly looked at the protagonist and shouted that he had done it on purpose. Jen carefully watched the main character and shouted very loudly that she understood everything. The main character jumped and flew high. He specifically used to attack enclosed vital organs. As a result, he found a weak place of deadly attack. The main character noticed his opponent. He shouted to him in a menacing voice that he would not run away now. Ho scared. He looked with excitement at his opponent and shouted that everything was bad. The fighter was very scared. He realized that the main character jumped and approached him. Ching jumped high up and waved his sword. He cut a thick tree with a powerful blow. The main character landed on the ground after the jump. He looked around and did not notice the opponent. Jean shouted in a frightened voice from the rostrum that she had disappeared somewhere. The fighter was sitting on a branch and aimed from a bow against a guy. He shouted that he was changing his position when the arrow began to move. The arrow from the onion of the warrior flew straight into the head of the protagonist. Ching did not move anywhere. The protagonist asked the opponent with an evil and cunning voice, "Is he really so sure?" King unexpectedly instantly jumped up and was behind the warrior. He put a blade to his head behind him. Spectators in the arena were very amazed. They could not understand how Ching could move so quickly. Jian, very amazed, sat on the rostrum. She did not understand what happened at all. Ho, in a frightened voice, asked the guy how he teleported. Ching answered the fighter that he used ancient equipment. With the help of one step, you can overcome 1,000 miles. The protagonist shouted to the opponent that it would now be enough for him to overcome even 10 meters. He pierced him with a sword. Over the past days, Ching directed all his forces to training. His mentor improved the elixir at that time. Students on the rostrum asked in surprise, "Did the main character won?" He wanted to laugh and viciously told the guy that no one knew that he had such a force. Ching looked at the fighter's body and realized that he had deceived him with the help of the cloning technique. Around the protagonist, several clones of the warrior gathered in the sky and aimed at him from bows. Ching himself said with excitement that he should increase his speed to the maximum and dodge. The fighter prepared to shoot from a bow. He pulled on the bowstring and put an arrow. Several clones simultaneously aimed and shot at the protagonist. People on the stands were very amazed. They realized that the main character could not fight off the attack. Ching shouted to his opponent in a loud and displeased voice that he was that freak. A whole swarm of arrows flew across the sky in the direction of the protagonist from all sides. Ching headed forward and told himself that he had to be in time. She followed him scaredly. Arrows pierced the protagonist from behind in the back. He did not have time to defend himself in any way and began to fall. The protagonist fell to the ground from a great height. Next to him, his sword fell. He once approached the lying student and said that he was a very worthy opponent. Ho stood near the guy's body. He told him that in this failed battle the victory would be behind him. Gianna scaredly fell to her knees. She did not feel breathing in the body of the protagonist. Sue thoughtfully told herself that the guy died due to the fact that 9 arrows pierced his vital points. Chen cried loudly. She shouted that she did not believe in the death of her friend. Li Tian was very happy. He shouted in a loud voice that it was all over. Li jumped to his feet. He screamed in a loud voice that he would finally free himself from weakness. People in the stands of the arena shouted that the main character died. President Ho won. Yuan sat on the rostrum and asked her friend what he wanted to tell her. Yen looked thoughtfully aside and said that perhaps she understood. The girl ran up the steps of the rostrum. The audience continued to scream around. The main character came to his senses and opened his eyes. He looked carefully aside. The guy seems to have seen a lot of people in the stands through a dream. The audience continued to scream. The main character gradually moved to another world. An unknown lord told the guy that he would give him another chance. The unfamiliar monster told the main character to call him and release him. Together they will overcome all enemies. Ching, with excitement, asked an unfamiliar spirit, "Who is this?" The lord answered the guy with words about 1,000 years. The monster laughed angrily. He shouted to the guy that it was not worried about anyone. Ching looked in front of him as bewitched. The ancient warrior told the executioner that the demon, Lisitsa, drove the emperor crazy. The ruler created horrors. People were trapped. One death for the fox will not be enough. The old man said in a very malicious voice that it was necessary to conduct a public execution to calm ordinary people. The demonic fox silently and viciously smiled and looked at the warrior. When the sun began to go down the mountains and rivers, the realization came that it was over. The demoness was the ancestor of the prehistoric clan Fox. During the Great War, 3 saints led 10,000 immortals to fight. Soon the 3 kingdoms were supposed to fall. The demoness turned into a queen in Jai to drive the ruler crazy. To change fate, the Shang dynasty should be destroyed. Then, the war would end. The fox at that time killed one official after another. She thought that she did all this to save lives. The people who struggled the demoness hated her. They wanted to decapitate her to taste her flesh and blood. The executioner swung a huge dagger to chop off the head of the demoness. The main character was very scared. He held out his hand forward to save the fox. Qing sharply held out his hand forward and grabbed the executioner with it behind his back. He had already managed to hit the fox with a sword. After a blow from the executioner, the head of the demoness flew high up against the background of the setting sun. The main character looked in surprise in front of him. He saw a small cloud in front of him. The demonic fox was alive and healthy. She sat and looked at the man. The warrior was surprised due to the fact that the demoness was alive. She was just killed by the executioner. The old man said that the nine-tailed family has always been good in illusion. The old man said in an evil voice that the fox can even turn reality into the illusion. She can return to life 9 times in a row. A girl with a big sword shouted that they would demolish the head of the fox again after time until she died. The executioner once again chopped off the girl's head. The main character dodged sharply to the side. The head of the fox told the surprised guy that when a person is dying, he must want to survive. Qing looked at the demoness and with excitement told her that all this is possible. The demoness with a smile told the guy that she was decapitated 9 times, but she remained alive. The fox viciously shouted to the frightened man that she wanted to kill a lot of innocent and deceive the king. This is all for the sake of ordinary people in the world. The demoness told the guy that before she was chopped off for the 10th time, no one told her such words. The main character answered the demoness that he would have the same end. They are very similar in this. The demoness asked the guy what his choice will be if she shares his strength with him. Qing asked at the fox about the choice. The main character stood inside the temple. He turned to him with a request. Qing shouted in a strict voice that he wants to make a victim of a sense of obsession and grief for the temple. The guy in a loud voice demanded that the 9-tailed heavenly fox give him the opportunity to inherit her dreams. The guy called on a 5-star heroic soul and a 9-tailed heavenly fox. In the end, he shouted about Su and Ji. The protagonist lay without movement in the arena. Suddenly, green twisting began around his body. Zhu carefully watched the guy. She said with excitement that something was wrong with him. A thick green fog appeared above the stadium. He completely enveloped the entire district. People in the stands were very scared. They did not understand what was happening in front of them. Ho scaredly looked in front of him. He saw his opponent rose on his arm from the ground. The main character unexpectedly found in force and jumped to his feet. Around him was a green fog. Standing on his feet, Qing said in a loud voice that the tale after a millennial cultivation was a bargaining coin of the technique of 9 moon. Qing looked at his hands. He said that after a deadly grip, his combat power rose to 2 levels. He reached 80 units. Students on the rostrum were very happy. Ming shouted in a cheerful voice that his friend is alive. Li Tian was very unpleasantly amazed. He could not understand how the guy could return from the other world. Jian carefully watched the guy. His aura has changed. The teacher said with excitement that she had a bad foreboding. He wanted to run up and shouted to the main character that he should be dead. Qing in a malicious voice explained to the opponent that besides him, no one could rewrite this world. People in the stands were unhappy. They demanded that someone kill the protagonist. Suddenly, someone in the microphone shouted that the main character was innocent for the entire stadium. Yuan stood on the rostrum and held a microphone in her hands. For the sake of the protagonist, she decided to put her life on a stake. Yuan screamed into the microphone to the audience that she had evidence that Gao had long been looking for a person who would play the role of a victim of harassment. The girl turned on the audio recording from the phone to the microphone for the entire stadium. Gao offered a student 200,000 for the seduction of the protagonist. People at the stadium carefully listened to the record. Gao demanded from the girl to sell her body. As a result, she could change her life. Min jumped up on the rostrum and shouted that they said earlier that the main character was innocent. Chen, in a degree voice, told herself that she always knew that her friend was innocent. People at the stadium were viciously talked. Someone shouted that Gao Hao planned everything to deceive them. Zhu stood on the balcony and said in a frightened voice that all this was wonderful. Yin answered the teacher that after the duel, none of them would run away. Tai Lan got angry. He realized that the student wanted to ruin everything. Sun, in a frightened voice, told herself that they had come to an end. Gao shouted from his place in a loud voice that he would smear the girl on the wall. Yuan told the audience to the microphone that it was scary to go against these people. She is still afraid. The girl said to the whole stadium that she wants to be like the protagonist. Yuan strictly ordered the guy through the microphone so that he would win. He could not lose the scum. The demonic fox flew behind the guy. She cheerfully told him that he was lucky. Qing answered the demoness that she surpassed all his expectations. I went towards the opponent. He said that the court of life and death is above any law. No one has the right to intervene in it. Ho jumped up from his place and shouted that the main character would come to an end. The fighter threatened his opponent that he could kill him for the second time. He aimed at him from a bow. King swung his ball for protection. He asked the warrior, "Is he really so sure?" The main character closed his eyes and told himself that he was now thinking about something. King saw a great darkness around him in the hall. Right now he could see what is usually hidden from his eyes. Sue from the stands said with the excitement that the awakening of power is a sign of the transition to the step of cleansing the soul. Jian in a frightened voice said that the guy was only at the 8th stage of key development. The main character rushed forward very sharply to attack the opponent as soon as possible. I wanted it. He saw a very frightened look how the guy fled at him. The main character jumped up and swung a blade against a fighter. Ho and his clones bounced back. The main character, with a powerful blow of the sword, threw the opponent far from himself. The main character in flight continued to pursue his opponent. The warrior turned to the side. Ho activated the cloning technique. After that, the clones in the air surrounded the protagonist. Ki, in a cunning voice, told the opponent that 4 projections are its limit. Ho prepared to shoot a guy from a bow. He threatened the opponent that he would meet death from his arrow. Chen on the podium followed her friend. He had the chances of victory 1 by 4. The main character went down to the ground. Bright blue wings sparkled on his back. Ming was very frightened and excited. He was very afraid for his friend. The guy jumped up from his place and began to scream the words of support to the main character. Spectators in the stands began to raise their hands up and scream, so that Qing punished everyone and he must win. Very soon, the whole stadium began to scream words in support of the protagonist. Ho aimed from a bow against the guy. Qing looked at his opponent with a tricky smile and wanted to tell him about victory. The main character pierced the fighter with a blade and shouted that his victory was inevitable. A frightened fighter with a trembling voice asked the opponent, how did he feel his clones? Qing carefully flew to the opponent and said that now everything has changed. The main character pulled out the blade from the opponent's body. He shouted angrily to him that now he could see everything. I fell from a great height down. He no longer remembered the last time he had such a good battle. Ho from a great height fell into the arena. Large dust clubs scattered around. Ho lay on the ground. He said in a weakening voice to himself that he studied technology and spells for many days. After that, he founded the Society of Martial Arts. As a result, nothing helped him. The dying one looked at the protagonist and said that he recognized him the best. The protagonist said in a loud voice that the president of Ho turned out to be just a servant of Li Tiani. King held a golden ball in his hands. He told the warrior that all this happened to him because of this pill. He asked the guy where did he get this pill of Sangong from. Qing looked at the pill in his hands. He said that the elixir is very valuable due to the fact that the abilities of alchemists fall from generation to generation. The main character squeezed a pill in his hands. He told the fighter that he at the Tianquan Academy is the only alchemist of the 2nd grade. Spectators in the stands were delighted with the words of the protagonist. Exclamations were heard everywhere. Jin scaredly shouted from the rostrum that the head of the Su family of the same level. Li Tian shouted in an evil voice, which is now clear why Su Yong defends the protagonist. The rector from the balcony looked at the guy and said that he had almost destroyed the best talent of their academy. Xu Wei answered the man, which was why she liked the guy. Ho bowed to the guy and said that he was ready to fulfill any instruction for him. Qing held a pill in his hands. He answered the fighter that there would be no transaction. The main character looked at the pill in his hands. He explained to his partner that he turned away from the principles of ascending for the sake of personal salvation. The main character angrily shouted to the opponent that it was unforgivable. With all his might, he squeezed his pill with his hands and crushed it. Ho, very affected, looked at the guy. He realized that he had destroyed an expensive pill. Spectators in the stands looked in amazement at the protagonist. Around there was oppressive silence. The audience was amazed due to the fact that the expensive pill of Sangong was just destroyed. Ming said in a displeased voice that the guy could sell a pill. Chen explained to his partner that the main character was always like that. Jin, in a dissatisfied voice from the rostrum, said that the guy destroyed the medicine simply to show himself. The rector told the teacher that the student was actually striking. Ho laughed very loudly. He realized that he had absolutely lost everything now. The fighter hit himself on the head and said that he refused everything to survive. This characterized him as a cultivator. Ho fell to his knees in front of the main character and demanded that he teach him everything. This would be redeeming for him. The main character told the opponent that he was repenting. In this case, he wanted to offer him something. King held out his hand for a surprised warrior. There was a green pill in it. Ho was very amazed. He realized that he had a very rare treasure. He shouted in a joyful voice that in front of him is the pill of treasures of alchemy of the second class. People in the stands were surprised. Someone shouted that in front of them is a new king of alchemy. The main character on the go threw a green pill on the surprised warrior and thanked him. Ho scaredly asked the opponent, did he just give him a pill? Ching answered the partner that dogs were fed in the house of his friend with such pills. Su turned around and in a displeased voice told the rector that the main character is really fool. The warrior shouted to the whole stadium in a loud voice that he recognizes the defeat. Ho fell to his knees in front of the main character and shouted that now his life would belong to him. Gao Hao was very scared. He realized that now it's over for him. The director on the rostrum raised his hand up and said that the protagonist won. The defeated now will transfer all his property to the winner. She reported that Ho Jong-woo, after a loss, is inferior to his place in the list of immortals. People in the stands were amazed. They did not believe that a freshman could climb the top 3. Min jumped to his feet and asked strictly from the students, why are they still not applauding the main character? People in the stands stood massively and shouted the words of support to the main character. The fox flew up to the guy and said that now they were praised after they were unreasonably accused. Ching answered his partner that he did not dream that he could deserve this. The main character said in a thoughtful voice that he was looking at people and finds it tedious. The demoness hugged the guy. She has long been disappointed with this world, but Ching turned out to be very interesting for her. The frightened main character began to scream to the fox that he already has a loved one. Suddenly, Chen ran to the side to the main character and immediately rushed to his neck. She asked for forgiveness from the protagonist due to the fact that she could not do anything for him. Ching hugged his friend and said, so that she does not cry. Everything has already ended. People in the stands joyfully shouted the words of support for the protagonist. Yuan stood on the rostrum. Yan sadly looked at the protagonist with a girlfriend and said that this couple, which was reduced by heaven, she could not hope for something similar. Yan watched how the young master was in the arms of Nin. Suddenly, Chen caught himself thinking that this pair is really reduced by heaven. Jiang in turn praised her and ordered her to return to Xianqi and talk about everything. Adding that on behalf of the disciplinary committee, she is given the opportunity for free training. Surprised, Yuan asked if she really had such an honor. I noticed that talent does not always solve everything, and people with similar abilities also need them. Chen could not believe that the president of the disciplinary committee made such a decision. Suddenly, Zhang shouted to the main character that he was really strong. However, even at the same time, he needs to grow in order to achieve unprecedented heights. But the young cultivator said that in any case, he would become the best in the academy. Jen noticed that Qing reminds him in his youth, as many students like him. But the nine-tailed foil demoness decided to remind the elder of one moment, when in his youth he ran after the Nuyuva goddess to achieve its location. Naturally, the reaction of the Yuan followed instantly, and he began to deny everything, adding that now he understands why the patroness left Ji and made her an outcast. But yes, she continued to say that her brother Ukun once studied with Nuva and spoke about the fruit ginseng, which was stolen by the monkey. Then the old man said that, unlike her, no one tried to decapitate him. In addition, she was easy to capture during the great battle of the gods. The fox, in turn, only smiled. In the end result, Zhen urged the demoness to stop these conversations. But Ji continued to say that Taoju would never give him a place for the Jade Emperor. Meanwhile, the ruler of the disciplinary committee ordered her people to seize Gao and Qian. Of course, Sun began to claim that Hao came up with all this and forced her to go to a crime. Zhu, in turn, could not stand it and hit her, saying that they should be excluded from the academy. Also, Zhen inflicted a couple of strokes and the arrogant Gao, who began to insult everyone. Subsequently, people from the disciplinary committee dragged their dark closet. At the same time, the teacher asked Li, did it all happen from his filing? However, Tian began to deny everything and even declare that he always strove for justice. And with Chan, they were completely friends. Ultimately, Su was driven out of confidence and the guy immediately left in an unknown direction. Once again, looking at Zhang, who was in the circle of his friends, at this moment, Li remembered his childhood when he and Qin helped each other. But that time sagged without a trace into oblivion. And now they have become irreconcilable enemies. Chen went home with Nin and said that he did not expect help from Yuan. The girl began to claim that he should make friends with her. Zhang asked if she was not jealous. Nin reacted quite violently and stated that he was like a brother, so this could not even talk about it. Finally getting home, the guy began to earnestly cultivate in his room. At the moment, he had 2 spirits, but to destroy the Wu clan, this was not enough. In this regard, the young man intended to absorb the experience from the battle with Ho. Jen, in turn, was carried away by video games, from which he received true pleasure. But suddenly, Ji asked if he wanted to tell her anything. The old man asked a counter question, what she was talking about. At this moment, yes, I drew attention to a magic clot in the night sky. In fact, it was an array of particles of the sky and earth, which was rather strange. Since the phenomenon in itself was quite rare and how it was caused, she did not know. Suddenly, she seemed to dream of how she holds in the hands of the dying Qing. The demons literally began to pour from heaven. Their number was huge and did not give in to any explanations. Suddenly, a 9-tailed demoness Lisitsa said that this world is very strange. Yes, I immediately asked Yuan why the array of 2 principles formed and what was happening at all. However, the old man did not see anything. Ji was shocked by this fact and pointed to heaven. At this time, Zhang jumped out of bed and said that his level of ki increased significantly, and combat power is 90 units. Chen joyfully added that there was not so much left before cleansing the soul, and soon he will break through to the next step. Ji stared at the teenager in bewilderment. The surprised guy asked what happened. The girl carefully looked at him and asked a counter question, who he really was. Then Zhang realized that they really knew nothing. Otherwise, they would not behave in a similar way. Yes, in turn, I realized that only she was able to see through the starry sky. Meanwhile, her vision continued and she saw Yuan, who ran into the entrance to break away from the pursuer. All this time, an unknown person in a mantle was chasing her. The girl was pretty scared. Having reached her floor, she suddenly found a terrible stranger on the stairwell. The young lady backed away. An unknown cultivator immediately fixed her thunder lightning into it. The main character also continued to cultivate in the hope of an early increase in level. The 9-tailed fox watched his meditation displeasedly. Then one idea occurred to her. Yes, I instantly used the ghostly art of the soul to discover the mind of Chan. However, Zhen immediately blocked her attempts, creating a barrier in the form of a magic sleeve. Surprised, Ji asked Yuan if he was not interested in finding out the past of this guy. The elder noted that this technique is able to damage the young man's fragile consciousness, and if he becomes her puppet, may he be able to control his souls, including him. Based on this, the ancestor of the immortal and blocked her magical skills. At that moment, the young master suddenly opened his eyes and literally fell into fury. After all, he practiced only one night, and Mana was already all exhausted. The young cultivator asked his spirits, did they really use his strength again? The god of the demon with the demoness answered negatively. At that time, Nin unexpectedly entered the room and reported the problem. Qing asked what happened. Chen said, a huge number of cultivators came to the city. As a result, they began to believe that the GAO family still decided to take revenge. The brave guy instantly dressed and went outside, intending to find out everything. Ji noticed that I would have to use the power of illusion, since there are too many of them. But Zhen nervously said that Zhang would only use his magic. By that time, the teenager went outside and saw unknown businessmen, who tried to lure Rice into their company, but also the Huawei Corporation wanted to get such talent. Nin smiled and said that it turned out to be his influential fans to offer him cooperation. A moment later, Qing's parents came to them and asked why businessmen came to them. Chen said that some set the academy's record, having hit the 2nd place in such a short time. Zhang himself refused any invitations and said that at the moment he was not interested. However, at the same time, he was ready to provide alchemist services for a fee. After that, the crowd of people went, and the teenager went to his home. He was proud of himself because without the help of influential people and family, he was able to achieve unprecedented results. Meanwhile, Nin informed his parents that in fact people came to him. King was in his room and decided to prod out a little more, but suddenly Yuan called him. Zhang picked up the phone and thanked her for yesterday because he believed that she would not want to talk to him at all. An unexpectedly worried voice of the girl interrupted his speech. She immediately reported that the Gao family attacked her. In fact, an hour earlier, Li ordered Wan to be shut up by Yuan in any way, since she is the only witness in the case against his son Hao, but Qian insisted on just paying the necessary amount of money for silence. Tian said that death is the best fee for silence, and it also concerns him. Then Wen ordered his bodyguards to kill the girl and not leave any traces. But suddenly one of the guards asked what to do with that guy. Qian said that none of the family should face him, since they cannot afford to insult such talent. Li and noticed that they always devour the insignificants like him. Just like geniuses that suppress the same almighty as they are. At this time, the frightened Yuan ran away from the stranger and told Sina on the phone. Jiang asked exactly where she was now. At that moment, the girl ran to her porch and saw the killer. Stunned, Chen asked the monk why he attacks an ordinary girl. The cultivator said that they would all die, and today, some decided to get rid of it. King continued to scream at the phone, but no one answered him anymore. At the same time, he heard a characteristic knock. This said that the phone fell to the ground. The shocked Chung immediately called on and asked her to immediately track the call. The guy also ordered Zheng to use his magical abilities, with which they can overcome kilometers of distance in just a few seconds. After a certain time, the young man moved to a certain building, thanks to the efforts of spirits. He immediately began to look around, saying that the main thing is to be in time. However, at that moment, Yuan collapsed right in front of him from a great height to the ground. The dumbfounded Chan could not believe what had happened. The picture was terrible. The young girl was wounded and slowly died from a large loss of blood. The main character for a long time could not believe in what had happened and silently looked at Yuan, which by that time froze a cold look. The young master slowly approached her. The young cultivator leaned toward her and gently ran his hand through the silky hair. King, nevertheless, decided to try to use divine equipment to cure it. Zhang literally began to beg to return to consciousness. But Yuan was dead. At that moment, Zhen came up to him and said that, unfortunately, she could no longer help. An angry young man said that the old man is a god and is obliged to resurrect her. The ancestor of the immortals looked sadly at him and said that every power has a limit. Then the guy began to beg Ji to use his abilities to help the girl. But the fox also did not have such an opportunity. King covered madness. He could not believe that such omnipotent perfumes were powerless. Feeling his helplessness, Zhang realized that in fact nothing had changed, and he is also forced to observe how his relatives die, which means that everything is in vain. All this time, an unknown killer was on the roof of the building and watched the torment of Chan, from which the monk received true pleasure and broke into an evil smile. The guy noticed him and rushed to kill him. But yes, he urged the owner to be careful, as he was at the stage of cleansing the soul. In the blink of Oka, Qing climbed onto the roof of the building and tried to attack the killer. However, he could not get along it, as if the cultivator was a phantom. Suddenly, a stranger called on numerous streams of thunder lightning, saying that he was happy to get rid of Zhang. The spontaneous power of the monk reached the unprecedented limits. Chung was puzzled by his power. At a certain moment, one of the lightning pierced killer's hand, which was extremely painful. King recognized this high-rank technique of Pavilion Xianlun and suggested that this is whether it was, who nevertheless dared to get rid of him, and therefore lured into his trap. After a couple of seconds, Yu appeared and stated that she would not allow her students to kill. Then, Qing understood that she pierced him with lightning. The unknown in the hood said that he had the opportunity to kill her. Jiang also suggested that, in fact, Mantia is also hiding Tian. Suddenly, the killer said that now he would allow them to stay alive. But next time there will be no mercy and he will personally destroy all his relatives. He also promised to deal with Qing, urging him to change his mind until it was too late. Then the killer jumped off the roof of the building and thereby fled from the battlefield. At that moment, Si rose to them and worried about what had happened. And who killed Yuan? Yik replied that she only came up, but managed to save the life of this naive Maltz. Qing sadly said that he was to blame for everything, as the Gao family wants to take revenge on him. Jen was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events, which she stated, but at the same time, Yu asked if he had any evidence that it was the GAO family. Naturally, the guy could not provide her with any evidence. Then the teacher said that he would personally ask about everything how. She even wanted to resort to torture so that he finally confesses to committed crimes. Suddenly, Zhang said that he would go with her, but Jen refused her participation. After that, Sui wrote the address of China to give tribute to respect and personally inform the relatives of the grief, because she died because of him. The saddened teenager took a piece of paper and once again lowered his eyes down. Yu also still could not believe what had happened and looked sadly at the young man. Then she said that she also needed to express her family condolences on behalf of the school. Soon the police came to the scene and cordoned off this territory. However, law enforcement officers in turn were not very in a hurry to open the case. After some time, the main character went with Jiang to the relatives of Yuan. On the way, they were silent. Unexpectedly, I asked the guy if he was in order. Naturally, Qing said nothing, because he considered himself guilty and could not get rid of guilt. The girl said that of course she understands his condition, because losing a loved one is terrible. Chang caught himself thinking that he was obliged to destroy the GAO family at all costs. Soon they finally got to the house of Chen, and the teenager knocked on the door. A woman went to the threshold and in bewilderment on her face asked who they were and what they wanted. King said sadly that he was a classmate of Yuan. The mother of the girl lady immediately recognized the same alchemist in him, having stated that her daughter was constantly talking about him, especially recently, adding that after their last meeting, she seemed to have rethought her life. Chan was unbearable to listen to this. Suddenly, the woman said that she understands everything, because they have such an age when they are looking for love. But then the woman looked behind the guy, and not seeing her daughter asked where she was, because Yuan intended to go on a date with him. Zhang once again lowered his guilty gaze and said sadly that she had died. In the first few seconds, the mother, as if she had not believed and just looked at the young man. But soon she realized what actually had happened and burst into tears like a child. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and the woman literally collapsed to her knees. King tried to somehow calm her, after which he returned back to the car, where Yu began to argue that he should not try to take revenge on the GAO family, and it is better to provide this to the disciplinary committee. Chan noticed that she really should learn a lot from Jen. Zhang objected to him right away, but Zhang said that her committee could not do anything to him, since Wen most likely just picks him up from the academy, and in this case he will simply go into the hands of the Immortal Bureau, where he will be safe. After a couple of minutes, the teacher of Zhui called Yu. The girl immediately picked up the phone. The director told her extremely disappointing news, from which Jiang came into rabies. As a result, she crushed her mobile phone with particular hatred. Then the president of the disciplinary committee said that Jen was late. Since Hao has already been handed over to the bureau, Qing, in turn, stared silently out the window. But even at the same time, Yu did not lose hope that the bureau would figure out everything and find the necessary evidence. The protagonist was not so optimistic and said that his family will easily find money so that the case would be closed. However, Zhang believed in justice, since the administration was subordinate to the pavilion of Xianlun. The young master suddenly noticed that recently on TV they showed the head of the pavilion of Dongfan, and they and the South are similar. The girl was surprised, saying that they had never even seen in her life and therefore are unfamiliar. The young cultivator began to recall his past life, where he met with the Fan, who began to teach him a special thunder technique by order of the emperor, but Chan did not manage to do this. Suddenly, Dong asked the young man why the ruler chose him, adding that in fact he has a stupid daughter, and she also tries with all his might. At the same time, she is quite hardworking and extremely stubborn. And once the girl escaped to practice martial arts, surprised Zhang said that for the third year he was going here to train here, but for the first time he hears about his daughter. However, the ruler of the pavilion Xianlin said nothing, ignoring his question. Then he said that she died saving Qing's life in the city of Tianquan in that disaster, and when the witch clan suddenly attacked the city, only one Chan survived. Zhang in turn promised that her death would not become in vain, and he would definitely take revenge. Fan noticed that if his daughter was alive, they would definitely make friends with Qing. Having come to his senses from memories, the guy said Zhang that it turns out she is. Yu, in bewilderment on her face, asked what he was talking about. The young man immediately translated the topic, after which he thought about whether he could rewrite the history of mankind. The next morning, the young master woke a sudden phone call. Zhang with difficulty opened his eyes and saw that Zhang was calling him. He instantly picked up the phone. Ye began to say that everything really happened as he said, as a man came today and admitted to the murder of Yuan. Thus, accusations were instantly removed with Hao. The students naturally did not believe in it and arranged a rebellion. The teenager immediately hung up and dressed, wanted to go to the academy, but when Chan opened the door, Qing saw an extremely sad Nin on the threshold. The girl said that he was in the course of yesterday's events and asked if Zhang would really kill Gao, adding that now it is not a suitable time, and it is worth waiting in the lane, and you will try to detain the Hao family. Then the teenager realized that the situation is really difficult and he could not sit back. At the same time, it became clear that Su and Zhang decided to end the true killer. Meanwhile, students went to the building of the Criminal Bureau of the Immortals. Naturally, they demanded justice. The mother of the deceased Yuan also came. After some time, Wen drove up to the control building with his bodyguards. The dumbfounded woman instantly rushed to him to finally tell the truth. Chen's mother began to blame Chen for that his family should pay blood for the death of her daughter. The guards immediately pushed her aside. Gao himself followed the main entrance of the bureau. Then he turned to the chief of police, Kanya, to get his offspring to freedom. The embittered boss perfectly understood that this was all adjusted, and in fact Hao was guilty. His assistants also began to declare that they could not free the guy, as he was to blame. But for the lack of evidence, they were obliged to release the young man, especially the supposedly guilty already surrendered to the authorities. Kan promised to release Hao, but Wen said that everyone mistakenly considers his son a killer, and in this regard, people will want to take revenge on his family and an innocent child. Therefore, they should prevent a possible attack on them. Qian even outlined a potential attack on the map. Gao tried in every possible way to speak his teeth and began to claim that he was an honest citizen, like his son. In addition, in this case, they can lose the country's real talent. It is worth noting Wen always knew how to agree. Clever his teeth, Khan agreed to accompany him, although he understood that these were the next Qian tricks. But since people really could arrange a lynching, it was necessary to prevent an attack. In this connection, he called his assistants with him. At that moment, Hao was released. Of course, a crazy crowd of students and relatives of Yuan began to scream, accusing him of murder. A self-confident offspring of a gangster family said that they have no evidence, and he would sue them for slander. Wen ordered his bodyguards to record the names of those who falsely accused him of murder in order to send them the agenda to the court. At that moment, Qing suddenly appeared and asked him to send the agenda. Everyone was dumbfounded by his sudden arrival and the crowd began to disperse, shocked. Qian could not understand what he was doing here because he believed that the young man would be an ambush on the way home. Kan also began to understand that the situation is taking an unexpected turn. Zhang, in turn, was on the roof of the building and watched what was happening. Yu admired Zhang because he really predicted the actions of a nearby family of Gao. Chung confidently said that this time he personally dealt with the perpetrators. Of course, everyone tensed, especially after such a statement of the protagonist. Hao began to understand that the young master could really arrange a showdown here. Therefore, he decided to attack first and suddenly laughed. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, he stated that Zhang had no right to blame him, since there are no necessary evidence for this. But if he continues to stand on his own, he will finish just like this stupid Yuan. Even his father could not stand this and instantly hit his naughty son. The dumbfounded Hao asked Van why he behaved like that because it was true. Qian immediately approached the young cultivator and tried to resolve the conflict. But at the same time, he threatened, saying that his family has extremely capable people, which in the moment they will deal with some kind of alchemist, so they should be reconciled. In addition, if he dies by stupidity, then still no one will go against them. Zhang, in turn, noticed that he really always knew how to convince Wen. Then Gao exhaled with relief and said that this boy was much smarter than the rest. Then, with a smile, added that he was even ready to financially help in the endeavors of Qing. At that moment, he grabbed Hao by the hair and dragged him to Chan, ordering him, apologize to him. Hiring his teeth, the teenager finally asked for forgiveness from a classmate. Zhang smiled and said that he was also tired of enriching and endlessly conflict. All those present were shocked by Qing's decision to try on the bandits. Nin and Yuan and his mother did not believe his ears at all because Chan so fiercely defended justice. And now, he betrayed himself. At this time, the guy once again stated that he really wanted to end this and therefore came here. A moment later, the young man cut his throat chaos in sight. With the help of his skills, everyone again was shocked by what they saw. The young man's eyes faded sharply. Wen himself could not believe that he dared to do this before his eyes, from which Chen literally fell into madness and looked at his bloodied son, which instantly collapsed to the ground. People immediately began to demand that he kill the head of Gao. Since he was a true evil and all this was well known, Qing immediately moved towards Van. But his bodyguards also rushed to help their patron. Yuan's mother took her dead daughter and said to her that the classmate took revenge on her. Zhang said that the pain that they caused him would return to him. The brutal Qian shouted that now the guy was definitely the end, and he would destroy his whole family with him, after which he tried to attack the teenager, but he could not do this, because the teacher of Xue hurried to the help of the main character. Having released the fireball into Gao, she appeared in front of her students. Thus, Wen flew to the side, receiving extremely painful damage. Jen said that Qian could not even hope for a pardon, and even more so vendetta, since she will not allow anyone to harm her students and will personally become their defense. Kan, in turn, hastened to prevent what was happening, also ran to them and why. Zhang looked at the bloodied Hao and realized that justice nevertheless triumphed. The head of the Immortal Bureau nervously stated that the guy had no right to create such a thing before the police. In this connection, he instantly ordered his subordinates to grab Zhang. However, Zui said that he would not be able to arrest her best student. Jen instantly inflamed with fire and took a step forward, thereby stopping Kanya. Officers said that it has no right to impede the law, but the director said that they could not call themselves in this way. Kan immediately ordered his wards to stop, understanding what this could threaten. Then he tried to explain to her that he could not close his eyes to the murder, and even more so only at her desire. But at that moment, President Ho approached them, which said that if necessary, their academy will oppose the bureau. The young master was dumbfounded by such a turn of events and looked at the director with surprise. The old man himself stated that he should no longer intervene, since adults should solve the problems of young people. In fact, a few hours before the incident, Yue went to Zhao's office, who could not understand why Jen decided to go to such a gifted student. Suddenly, the girl took off her shirt, under which the body that was corroded by poison, Su said, once she had to fight the demons. The dumbfounded director asked if Jan did not exceed them in strength. The woman replied that then she alone was able to survive, and her warriors turned into walking dead, adding that she had to give most of her strength to suppress the toxins of the cadaveric poison, and now she is forced to suffer from unbearable pain for days. Otherwise, she would have turned into a corpse. Therefore, they should enlist the support of such a powerful person as Qing to repulse evil spirits. The shocked director sat down on a chair and began to reflect. In the end, he accepted the proposal of Zhui, and that is why he today came here to the building of the Immortal Bureau. Ho urged Kanya to retreat, or to test his abilities in battle with him. Moreover, he had not needed his bones for a long time. The head of the department was in shock. Having said that the director apparently does not give a report to his actions because this is just a student. In addition, if the matter comes to a higher leadership, then they will come to an end, which Ho was very doubted by Ho. The old man instantly urged all students and teachers to defend the honor of their academy and protect Qing. Zhang himself could not believe what was happening because he did not expect this. Kan, in turn, said that even if they now avoid punishment, then in the future it will not get away with them. At that moment, the head of the Immortal Bureau unexpectedly rang the phone. He was surprised to find that the head of the pavilion Xianlun was actually calling him. Kan, in turn, began to assume that someone had already informed Fan Yu about what was happening. In this connection, the head of the department hastened to pick up the phone and listen to the requirements of the dun. After a certain time, he said sadly that he would execute the order of the head of the pavilion Qianlun. Soon, Khan ordered his ward immediately to retreat back, saying that Shui was really a master of his craft. Naturally, everyone was delighted with this outcome and began to rejoice, driving them away with the GAO family. The perplexing Jiang asked Jen, did she really turn to her father? The teacher said that she told him about the problems of the future son-in-law. The dumbfounded Yu again asked why she called him a son-in-law because now her father would ask her. Meanwhile, the main character approached the crushed van. The atrocious head of the Gao family said that he was ended, and he will personally do everything possible to erase his family with him from the face of the earth, since he encroached on the holy his son, whom he dared to kill, but there is no forgiveness. The young master replied that he was also determined to destroy his entire family, and will not be mercy. At the same time, the young cultivator vowed the soul and swore that he would not step back. And 3 days later they will meet again in order to end their hostility once and for all. The shocked Nin immediately began to dissuade Qing from this venture. But Zhang did not listen to her. Qian, in turn, said that he was accepting his challenge and will be happy to tear him apart. At that moment, thunder came from heaven. Lightning struck between them directly into the ground. Thus, having created a certain magical aura around, everyone was surprised to watch an unknown phenomenon. Thus, they concluded an agreement, perfectly realizing that there was no way back. Chen began to worry about her beloved, because the power of the Gao family exceeded Qing. Leaving, Wen said that after 3 days the young man would pay in full for the death of Hao. And soon he meets a real threat, since on his side powerful masters. However, Zhang said that no one would prevent him from committing him and his criminal clan. At that moment, an angry Zhang ran up to the guy and began to say that he did not understand what he decided to contact. But the teenager replied that he was a report to his actions and soon the Gao family will cease a miserable existence. But the girl did not let her in and continued to say that Zhui had already saved them from the massacre, and he only aggravated the situation. Jen, in turn, confirmed her words and said that the academy could help him, but already late, because he had concluded a contract, adding that he alone will have to fight his family. And this is almost suicide. The self. Confident Qing said that their problems would not end until this person and his minions are alive. Therefore, this is the need for which he finally dared to go himself, because besides him, no one did this. Suddenly, the drew attention to the hand of the outgoing Qian. In his palm, there was a wound. Then Jiang realized that in fact, it was he who dropped Yuan from the roof. Returning home, Nin began to tell Jiang that the Gao family gathers masters from all over the city. So, the battle against them will be fatal. She again called him not to go to it. But since the agreement was concluded by the heaven, he could not do this, which Chen began to explain. Nin said that after 3 days she would go with him to fight with the Killer Clan. In addition, opponents are really a huge number and they will simply kill Qing. At that moment, they saw in the window of the employees of the Immortal Bureau and were surprised. The police hastened to report that Khan ordered them to secretly guard the guy's relatives. Jiang continued to convince Chen that she should not go with him, since her strength would not be enough, and she risks dying. Therefore, it is better for her to take care of his parents along with the management of the bureau. Soon, the teenager escorted the girl and closed the door behind her, after which he began to think. Suddenly, Chung told his spirits that it would be nice to get Hundunya from the Soul Hall. The nine-tailed fox said that this would not work, especially since he would die after 3 days. But if they now prevent the GAO family from recruiting allies, then there will be a chance to win. King noted that based on his status, the alchemist, most of them will take the neutral side. At this time, someone knocked on his room. The guy thought that it was Ning again. But when the young man opened the door, on the threshold stood not only Chen, but also Su, who stated that he completely forgot about her birthday. As a result, they hit the road on a girlfriend of the girl. Yun began to say that he was aware of the latest events because her family holds a hand on the pulse. In addition, they are really like him. The young master was surprised to hear it. Then he asked if they would really go to the party right now. But Su said that initially she wants to introduce him to her father. He did not expect such a development of events and wondered why she needed it. Soon, our heroes arrived in the huge and chic estate of the SU family. Leaving the car, they rushed towards the gazebo, where Yun's father was in a wheelchair. The young master was shocked that the great man was crippled. Shan asked the young cultivator, did he really not know that the head of the family was disabled? King answered positively. Van, in turn, noticed that he also did not expect to see the alchemist of the second rank so young. A curious guy asked, is it really a problem with his feet because of the wound? Jiang said that most likely the whole thing is in the stubborn poison, which causes exhaustion. The dumbfounded old man noticed that the young man could really be called a genius. Then Chan asked him to examine his limbs closer. Yun immediately asked if he could cure his father. Shan urged his daughter not to amuse himself with hopes, because he was at the best alchemist of the Udan, and no one could help him. Meanwhile, Qing lifted up one leg Vanya and saw his corroded leg. The sight was not for the faint of heart. The old man said that every night he was tormented by hellish pain, but he is already used to and constantly suppresses the spread of toxins. Jiang himself noticed, the poison is really not simple and is not sacred that the alchemist could not help him. Shan confidently said that he was in order and had long reconciled with his fate. However, the teenager said that he could easily put him on his feet in a couple of minutes. The dumbfounded old man did not believe the young man and was quite skeptical of his statement. But Qing began to prove his words with deed and involved magical technique, as a result of which a miracle really happened and Vanya's legs recovered. Yun could not believe her eyes and was surprised to watch what was happening. Like her father, Shan realized that Jiang is an unusual alchemist. A moment later, the poison immediately retreated, and the skin on his feet found a healthy look. The guy smiled and called on the old man slowly to try to get to his feet. The shocked Van rose from a wheelchair stood opposite the teenager. The girl burst into tears, saying that for 5 years they tried to cure his legs. The old man instantly fell to his knees before young talent. Thanks to his invaluable help, Jiang immediately asked him to get up. Shan asked how he managed to do it. But Chan was only interested in one, whether there was still injured from this poison in the family. At that moment, Zhen appeared and asked the miracle alchemist if he understood what was the matter. King said that there could be no mistake, and the reason in the corpse of the demon, which was used by the Wu clan. Then Van stated that 5 years ago, Tian killed his son, and he decided to take revenge on him, going to the estate. However, he could not think about what this master was capable of, and then the poison struck his legs. And if not 2 masters who helped him, he would have completely lost his life. Finally, Zhang realized that in fact a family and a clan Wu is one sect. Thus, Even ordinary assumptions may turn out to be incorrect. The guy was dumbfounded because it turns out that all this time they played with them. After a certain time, Chen went to the banquet hall, where there were a huge number of influential people. Some of them recognized the young man and began to talk about his challenge, which he threw to the Gao family, assuming that he is here only to ask for help for a battle with the Van clan. However, they did not know that Qing had already set the head of the SU family on his feet. Yuan noticed that for these arrogant people, he is a real problem. But Zhang said that he did not matter to the opinion of such garbage as these businessmen. The old man suddenly asked if he was worried about the Wu clan. The young man replied that if the family and the Guild of Wu are really the same organization, then there are all enemies here. Ji, in turn, urged Chan to concentrate on the problem with the GAO family, because they are the main henchmen of the clan Li, the guy thought. Then he said that they would adhere to the original plan. Suddenly, yes, she said that Qing began to like it, and soon she would prepare him some surprise. At that moment, Tian suddenly appeared and greeted his opponent. The guests instantly began to add to him, saying that he matured from their last meeting. Lun asked Li's member of what he was doing here and why he had come at all, and in turn, smiled and said that he simply wanted to congratulate the lady on his birthday, adding that Chinu should be prepared for a fight with the GAO family instead of adventures at parties. Suddenly, he asked if Zhang really came to ask for help from the Su clan. The people around with interest watched what was happening, trying to eavesdrop on what they were talking about. Chan, in turn, was absolutely calm and looked menacingly into the eyes of the worst enemy. Suddenly, he remembered their childhood, realizing what monster Tian turned into. Qing confidently said that as soon as he dealt with this worthless family, Gao, the next will be he with his henchmen. A smile from Li's face instantly disappeared. Naturally and naively believed that he could soon deal with Chan. Of course, those present understood that the young master was making a mistake. Because it was to resist the family of suicide, Tian himself asked the protagonist, did he really think that he could ruin their relationship with the Su clan? Adding that he still doesn't succeed, since the head of the family is a paralyzed disabled person. Fu Wen said that he has no right to insult Shanya. Li immediately said, the old cripple could not protect them. After a couple of seconds, Van Su came out to them and asked if he really looked like a disabled person. At the same time, he heard that it was Tian that allowed himself such a statement. The joyful moon shouted that the owner was finally cured. Han was also sincerely glad of his recovery. Li, in turn, could not believe what was happening and looked at the feet of the head of the family. Shan went to Taiyan and asked him to hand over his father to punish his son. Perplexed and asked how he was able to heal, the old man immediately fell at Qing's feet. Having stated that God had mercy on him and sent a miracle alchemist who cured his legs, Yun asked Zhang to just nod his head, as his father intends to kneel so that everyone knew to whom he was grateful. Meanwhile, Van continued his sincere speech and stated that Chung is like a divine messenger, and the whole family of Su will never forget their benefactor in the person of a teenager in life. At the same time, he noticed that since the guy entered into a death agreement with Entering, they cannot intervene. But if other clans dare to attack him, they will protect the young man and will not allow him to harm him. Loon said that everyone should submit to the order of the head of the guild and ensure Qin's safety. All guests were shocked by such a sudden decision of Shan and began to look at each other. The old man also repeated his decree, looking into his eyes, which could not understand how this could happen. In connection with which he asked Vanya, is he really ready to untie the war of their families because of some student? The head of SU said that if his clan is not interfering, then they will not take any measures. And he realized that until he found the Swan Yuan sword, the conflict should not be kindled. Then he added that Zhang should not relax, even though Chen is extremely weak. But his army is enough to deal with a boy like him, Chan said. Ignoring the impulse of Taiyan, Qing said that Shanu needs a lot of time so that his legs are completely restored. And with the clan Gao and the arrogant, he himself is able to figure out what, of course, the majority had doubts. The guy also presented a certain list of ingredients and asked the old man to help them find them. Van took a piece of paper and replied that he would do everything possible and provide him with the necessary materials. Yun noted that it was like a third-class panacea. Qing said this is for its improvement. All were shocked by the fact that the young man knew how to improve this drug. Suddenly, Zhang said that in fact he is an alchemist of the fourth step, and not the second. Even Teen was dumbfounded by such a turn of events, realizing that he underestimated the malts. Li was noticeably nervous, but suggested that the guy was just trying to deceive him. However, if he really tells the truth, then no one will want to be at enmity with him. 3 days later, in Wen, He was in his mansion and tried to enlist the support of third-party families, but all of them, as one, refused to enmity with the Su clan. Since the alchemist of the fourth step was on their side, the angry Qian broke his phone. After all, the allies refused him. At that moment, the servant approached him and said that those who promised to help them suddenly stopped in touch. The head of the family, Gao asked Li, did he really refuse to help him teach the student? Tian said that on the side of Van a huge number of powerful cultivators, and he would overcome the boy. But Qian replied that you should not underestimate this guy. The more we are talking about revenge on the sun. And in turn, he noticed that in fact everything is not as bad as he thinks. After all, Qing has a sword-breaking heaven, but he does not know about his special properties. And as soon as he uses it in battle, the Guitawao blade will destroy it. At that moment, he took out a magic weapon. Then Tian handed the sword to Wan's hands, which Qian was immensely happy, realizing that now Zhang is the end. Li also decided to give him a bottle with the blood of the highest ancient family in order to recreate the body like them. At the same time, the substance could give for a while almost immortality. Gao naively believed that with such artifacts he would definitely crush Chen as an insect. At this time, the guy reached the peak of the 9th level of key improvement, and his combat power increased to the limit. It remained only to wait until the power of the soul was awakened in order to begin to cleanse it. Going out into the street, Qing saw the worried Ji-min, who asked him to go to Gao's house himself. Nin and his girlfriend also hurried to them, saying that he could not cope with the crowd of masters. But the self-confident young man said that he would personally figure it out, and he did not need help. Moreover, he had no right to draw his loved ones into this conflict. Meanwhile, Jiang Sai begged to let her help the main character, but Jen refused her. After all, they entered into a mortal agreement that could not be violated. The Su shouted that he would die. The teacher said that this battle has already attracted too many people, and she, as the daughter of the Lord of Pavilion Xianlin, will attract even more attention and only aggravate the situation. However, the girl was extremely stubborn and stood on her own. Zhui tried in every possible way to reassure her. Therefore, she talked about a certain witch who turned to a man and made her way into the city in search of Swarf Swan Yuan. This is the conclusion that the Wu clan knows about his whereabouts in Tianquan, and it is best for them to draw this moment so that no one suspects anything. After all, only this blade is able to break the magic circle that protects all of humanity. He can also defeat the witch Great Growing, and this battle will depend on whose hands the weapon will be. Therefore, she cannot intervene in the confrontation of the Gao family with Zhang. The chairman of the committee finally calmed down and silently listened to Shui. Jen, in turn, noted that Qing will not be alone, and they will definitely help him. The young master at this time followed Van's mansion to end him. Suddenly, the fighters of Van Tao and their leader Ho Cheng came out to meet him. Wu said that it was time for them to pay a debt to the guy, and therefore they will go with him. King replied that he did not force them, but at the same time the young man was grateful for the assistance provided. However, turning around he saw Han and the Moon, and was surprised at their sudden appearance. They instantly rushed after the teenager, saying that today they will not perform on behalf of the Su family, because the clan has no right to intervene, which means that they have no other way out. The appearance of a disciplinary committee was a real surprise. The organization's employees broke their signs and said that today they are his combat comrades. Thus, Qing enlisted the support of a huge number of fighters. All of them went towards the estate of the Gao family, but suddenly Zhang saw a mine with Nin. Chen said that students could not sit back and came to support him. In the final result, 3 more courses of the academy joined them. A moment later, the whole army approached Van's house, where the guards were waiting for them. King really believed that he would rewrite history today and finally save the city from this dirt. Taiyan cultivators immediately moved towards him. Zhang continued to stand still. One of the minions of Gao shouted that these are just children who should teach a lesson. Thus, he tried to raise the fighting spirit of his comrades and defend the honor of the family. He also ordered everyone to fight to the last drop of blood and not to make up to retreat. Chan, in turn, silently took out the blade and once again looked at Van's brutal bodyguards. Then he urged his brothers to rush into battle. A crowd of students instantly rushed to the gates of the estate. Their countless guards scared some guards who began to understand that not everyone would survive. Zhang also bravely rushed into a fierce battle, striking his fierce blows with a sword. Thus, a terrible battle for death began. It was not a sight for the faint of heart. Fu Wen, in turn, also did not lag behind and began to crush the forces of the Gao family. Suddenly, one of their henchlers, Xian, crossed him from the back and tried to attack him. But San timely arrived at the aid and eliminated this threat with just one blow. But even at the same time, they perfectly understood that the skill of Van's fighters surpassed them in force. Zhang ordered his subordinates to protect Qing and move to the building. Nin and Chan and Han were skilled quite skillfully with ill-wishers. The guy, in turn, noticed that the girl had grown significantly in terms of combat power. Chen replied that she had to work hard to protect her brother. But at that moment, one of the main bodyguards, Gao, grabbed Tao and began to beat him. Having stated that they will go inside the estate only through his corpse, which means that this will never happen, the dumbfounded Ho ordered Van to immediately let go. But the old man was in no hurry to do this. Tao said that this guard was too strong, and the whole club was interrupted. King glanced at his watch and saw that he was running out of combat power. Su noticed that this old man's name is Khan, and he is really extremely dangerous, and they should be careful with him. Ho Chen, in turn, urged everyone to go towards the mansion while he dealt with this person, after which he rushed into battle with the cultivator, surpassing his strength. Wu also began to concentrate his spiritual ki in order to deliver the most powerful blow. The main character immediately moved towards the gate to finally get to Van. Khan said that it would be better if he took more masters with him, since this is clearly not enough. The young cultivator rushed by the old man with lightning speed and rushed to the building. The rest of the bodyguards followed him to prevent him from penetrating the house. But Ho suddenly blocked their way with the help of his magical skills. Thus, huge trees grew up right in front of the guards, which simply could not have been circumvented. Chen Wu also ordered his wards to not miss a single cultivator over the gate. The young master understood that perhaps he had the last time he saw his friends. Nin noticed that there were about 10 people, and this is clearly not enough to defeat the Qian. Han immediately urged everyone to freeze in place, as they could fall into a trap. Indeed, in the courtyard of the estate there was not a single guard, which was rather strange. However, not everyone agreed with her, because they were behind the gates of their brothers. Chen said that, unfortunately, none of them has the level of purification of the soul. Zhang, in turn, stated that instead they have an immortal lord. After that, the miracle alchemist began to use a magical spiritual exchange. Thus, he instantly called a nine-tailed demoness Lisitsa to the aid. Its spiritual kai instantly increased and was on the verge of purification of the soul. The dumbfounded Han said that she had never seen anything like it. King suddenly ordered everyone to go into the mansion, and they are not worried about anything. Ji urged the young man to focus on the environment in order to arouse even more spiritual energy in himself. Suddenly, one of the henchmen, Jiao, attacked the guy, but the teenager continued to stand still. Shocked, Nin shouted to him to be careful, but Chen froze in place. Suddenly, the sword of the attacked master fell upon, while he could not strike. At this time, Zhang cut his throat with a lightning-fast movement of his hand to a naive fighter, who did not even have time to see Qing and could not understand how everything happened so quickly. In the final result, the path to the house of Qian was again free. Everyone immediately rushed forward. The young master also ordered everyone to gradually approach the main entrance. Climbing the stairs up, Chan sensed the presence of strong fighters. Moreover, one of them possessed the elements of heavenly flame, the other of a frantic cold. The guy took a deep breath and stepped forward, applying a magic barrier, which began to reflect the numerous fierce attacks of two cultivators. But subsequently, the teenager was easy to decrease them and headed towards the building. But after a moment, another master with a fiery blade attacked him. Han immediately shouted that there was a cultivator with a sword behind him. The young man stopped abruptly, which, it would seem, facilitated the task of the attacker. However, at the very last moment, Qing moved forward with lightning speed, thereby evading the attack. The higher progress of the family himself did not expect such a reaction from Chan and was horrified by the power emanating from him. Without thinking twice, the protagonist knocked him over and cut him into pieces with his blade. Before his death, he managed to understand that the guy was at the stage of cleansing the soul. Meanwhile, Qing cancelled the technique of spiritual exchange and went forward to the door. Having stated that Van is finished with all the mercenaries and the path is finally free, Han was shocked by such an incredible student's abilities, catching himself thinking that he is not a man. Yes, Ji noticed that being in this state, the speed of people slows down 10 times. But now he has to meet with the true owner of the level of purification of the soul. Finally, being a meter from the main entrance, the teenager ordered everyone to be alert, adding that now they need to break inside and act as quickly as possible to kill the Qian. However, a nine-tailed demoness said, "Something is wrong here because they got here too simply." After a couple of seconds, a certain magic circle with a purple glow formed under them. The statues in the courtyard suddenly began to spill magic hurricanes and fiery spheres. Su immediately raised the protective talisman and ordered everyone to transfer her mana to her. After all, only in this way they will be able to survive and free themselves from this trap. By that time, a natural disaster in the form of tsunami began to increase in size and approach them. Gradually, a hurricane approached them, but unexpectedly he was enveloped in a flame, which literally devoured a water vortex, and soon it completely disappeared. And all this thanks to the magical talisman Han, because it was he who absorbed all the damage. However, suddenly their protective barrier began to crack at the seams, and it seemed that they did not remain long. The protagonist said that now the right time to release the truth, but God in the end of it assured that it was too early for this. Perplexing, Zhang asked why. Ji noticed that the power of souls is limited in use, and it should be reserved for the main fight. Nin said that this is clearly the work of Van's hands, and they should be careful with his tricks. Han urged the young master to go to the Chen and finally end him, while they will restrain the spontaneous attacks of statues with a magic barrier. Since there is little time left, the young cultivator immediately gave them several elixirs so that they could replenish their mana. After all, the absorption of such damage consumes energy in a huge amount. King himself ate a magic pill and urged friends to stay to the last. Su understood that each bottle is worth at least 50 million, and he had several dozens of them. After that, the miracle alchemist finally went behind the head of the main villain Gao. Entering the building, the young man drew attention to strange transparent walls. A nine-tailed foil demoness immediately stated that this is actually a technique of illusion, when, in turn, once again applied phantasmagoria and the gaze of despair. The room was instantly filled with black smoke, through which nothing was visible. Suddenly, someone grabbed the teenager by the leg and dragged down to the ground. Zhang took up the blade. Chan was already ready to strike a mortal blow with his sword, but suddenly he saw the deceased Yuan. The girl with tears in her eyes began to say that she died through his fault. At the same time, she began to ask Gao to turn her into a vengeful spirit to take revenge on Kina. The dumbfounded guy literally froze in place, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Chen pierced his body with a knife. She grinned angrily and said that sooner or later justice had to triumph. The ancestor of the immortals began to scream in the whole throat, so that Zhang did not bathe on the illusion of Qian. But the young man said that he was really to blame and Yuan died because of him, while he had blood. The girl suddenly invited him to leave together to get rid of eternal torment. Qing in turn thought, but did not dare to go into oblivion. Ji also began to wake Chan, saying that this is an illusion, and in fact everything seems to him, by adding that Van's phantoms create a multiple illusion and cannot manipulate souls. However, this worked in public, but began to think about how to arouse the teenager from sleep. Gao understood that his young man was on his hook and decided to finish the matter. Yuan once again grabbed the knife and rushed towards Qing, saying that they should die together. But suddenly Zhang woke up and pushed her away. The knife instantly flew out of her hands. At the same time, the guy shouted to Wan that he had no right to play with guilt. Tian was shocked by what happened, not understanding how he managed to awaken from the illusion. In this connection, he again began to use all his crushing techniques. Meanwhile, the next phantoms again rushed to him, but this time not Chen. These were Jiang with Li and Yun, those whom Gao considered the strongest cultivators. Ji noticed that although they are not able to harm the body, they can still destroy the soul, having proposed to use the forces of the association, but Qing said that it is too early for them to walk with trump cards, adding that he feels the pristine chaos, who pretty crippled his soul. It was necessary to personally destroy illusions in order to begin the stage of purification. At that moment, Fantu Tian attacked him. Chan noticed that he was using Van's power. A moment later, the protagonist easily eliminated the illusion of Li Swart. He was immediately attacked by Jiang with Su, inflicting lightning attacks and using the magic of fire. In this regard, the young man drove the blade into the ground and began to use the restraining skill. After that, Qing also relaxedly brought down the phantoms of the girls and went forward, calling Gao finally go out and fight him in an honest duel. For a couple of seconds in the room it became quiet. Then all the magic mirrors literally scattered into hundreds of fragments, thus creating a pitch darkness from which someone's hand suddenly reached for him. A moment later, the protagonist, someone patted his arm on the shoulder. The guy turned sharply. The young master saw Nin and the rest in front of him. Chen asked if everything was in order with him. A perplexed guy asked them a counter question of what happened. While he discovered himself near the building and not inside, Nin said that he did not even enter the estate, and for some reason stopped near the front door. The miracle alchemist, in turn, began to understand how strong the magic of the illusion of Van is. At that moment, the girl suddenly grabbed a knife and tried to stick him into the back of China. However, Zhang managed to turn and pierce it with his blade. Everything happened very quickly. The dumbfounded Chen backed away and asked how he guessed. The teenager said that she behaved not like Ning, and moreover, they could not easily free herself from the trap of Gao. Thus, the young cultivator was able to dispel absolutely all the illusions of Van. Qian was shocked by such a turn of events, realizing that now he would have to personally fight him. Qing himself began to regenerate his health before a deadly fight. Since there was a small wound in the soul, but the pain was unbearable, he realized that it is quite difficult to destroy the soul at the QE control level. Chan's spirits were noticeably nervous, because they had a fight with a rather strong Gao. A moment later, Wen finally deigned to personally appear and called the young man to the fight. Chan instantly turned around and directed his formidable look at the worst enemy. Then, he immediately generated his blade and stated that his family did not practice phantasmagoria. Therefore, Chen simply tried to feel the soil. Gao, in turn, smiled. Wen also grabbed the sword and said that today one of them would inevitably die. Soon they rushed to each other, and the fierce battle of the masters began. It seemed that the forces were equal, but Qian took advantage of the advantage of his blade. Having inflicted his crushing blow, the head of the Gao family literally plunged Qing into shock. Zhang realized that Van's weapon was made specifically under his blade of destruction of heaven, and if it weren't for the strengthening of Zhan, he would not have survived. Tian himself was shocked by the fact that the teenager was really able to resist his feat. He also realized that the triple spiritual principle and the 7 unclean phantoms would soon appear, and Cheng would enter the path of purification. The main character, meanwhile, continued to apply his furious attacks. With the help of incredible abilities, frightened Gao instantly backed back, after which he once again rushed into battle, using his crushing techniques. Suddenly, Qing noted that the shortcomings of his skills could not hide behind the Taijiangyan. At that moment, Chen suddenly found himself behind the young master and tried to strike. But the young man immediately moved away from him, thereby not providing the opportunity to conduct a series of attacks. Wen also stated that the guy is too slow while he uses the power of the soul of Taiji's bangs. And although the cultivator has impacts, while they are extremely costly, and mana is not infinite, Zhang, in turn, ate another pill and said that for the alchemist the most important lack of resources, and he has at least a few dozen of them, which guaranteed him a long-term battle. Gao drew attention to the fact that the longer they fight, the stronger the Cheng became, and if he had now moved to the stage of cleansing the soul, Chen would have long lost the battle. Suddenly, the guy remembered his team, which was under a flurry of fire, in connection with which he began to quickly finish with it to go to their aid. Qing immediately urged a 9-tailed demoness Lisitsa to prepare for unification. At this time, Gao took out of his pocket a bottle of highest family provided to him, so that he has the opportunity to recreate a strong body and continue the duel. Seeing that the young man intensified, the head of the Qian family hastened to drink blood. Cooling the bottle and drinking it to the bottom, he felt a rather strange feeling. Zhang by that time became inflamed by incredible power. While Gao was waiting for the effect of blood, suddenly he became sharply bad. The whole body was instantly numb. He did not understand what was happening. Having dropped his blade to the ground, Wen grabbed his throat, as it became difficult for him to breathe. Qin suggested that Tian deceived him and mixed up a certain poison, but it turned out a little differently. The dumbfounded teenager asked the Yuan what happened to him. The old man answered, "It looks like a curse of the witch's blood." Thus, the mind and body of Gao began to gradually decompose, although he received incredible power. Chan noticed that Li deceived him, since soon he would turn into a corpse and become a puppet of a witch. A moment later, the distraught Wen said that this did not scare him at all. After all, he is obliged to avenge the death of his son, and therefore is ready to go to anything, to bring the matter to the end and finally destroy him by honoring the memory of his son. The main character understood very well that now the battle would become much more serious. Qian knew that when he drinks the blood of the witch, his blade is Guituwu to awaken. The brutal Gao raised his sword over his head, which literally sparkled with dark magic. At the same time, he stated that these are extremely pleasant sensations, because now even great warriors are not afraid of him. The young master understood that this strengthening increased its strength and speed 10 times. In this regard, the young cultivator urged Ji to increase his perception to the limit. The miracle alchemist at the moment was nourished with unprecedented power, and once again rushed into battle. Thus, Qing became much stronger and could withstand Van reincarnated into a monster. The angry Qian also rushed into the attack, trying to end his son's killer. They clashed in a deadly battle and inflicted fierce series of blows. Their power was approximately equal, and for some time they could not find a gap from each other. However, they naturally used the maximum of their hellish techniques. However, suddenly Zhang noticed that his sword nevertheless loses Gao's blade in force. And in the future, Chan began to take a defensive position more than to go on the attack. What naturally took advantage of the Qian, who did not give him the opportunity to take a breath. Subsequently, the next powerful blow, Wen literally cut down the teenager's sword. Thus, in the hands of the young man there was only a hilt, with a broken part of the blade. Gao understood that he began to surpass him in force and continued to attack the guy. A moment later, the brutal Qian attacked him and conducted a series of crushing blows. As a result, Qing collapsed to the ground. At the same time, get extremely painful damage. His spirits began to say that this battle is not equal since he had a restraining amulet. Wen slowly moved to Zhang and said that 3 days ago he gave him a chance to avoid death. But now it's too late. Suddenly, Cheng said that this victory would not bring him pleasure, because his son is dead. Also, his family was destroyed, and once the allies betrayed at the moment and he lost everything. Gao perfectly understood that this was true, and he was doomed to eternal torment in the body of the corpse. From the unbearable of awareness, Chen fell to his knees and burst into tears, saying how sorry he was that everything happened. Suddenly, the main character spoke in a stifled voice that weakness for the weak. The distraught Van instantly got to his feet and directed his blade at him. Zhang also began to slowly get to his feet and said that he did not regret anything, adding that he will never lose to the Wu clan and his minions because he made this decision for a long time. Therefore, Gao will still have to die today. Chen in response only laughed. Then he urged the guy to demonstrate his abilities if they still remained. Suddenly, he attacked him, trying to strike with his glowing sword. Jun immediately ordered Ji to move into the body of Chan and use the false moon to escape. Meanwhile, the young man continued to resist the incredible power of Gao from the last forces. What he really succeeded, the dumbfounded Wen could not understand how he was still holding. After a couple of seconds, the teenager's body shone with a huge stream of spiritual qi. Chan was perplexed, because after all the injuries, Qing managed to somehow become stronger. The nine-tailed demoness of the Lisitsa noted that the body is not at all under the influence of mana, but the whole pedigree corresponds. Yuan said that the technique of true chaos was aimed at developing the human race, and the characteristics of the young master increased sharply several times, which was incredible. This meant only one thing, that in fact, the true body of Chaos Qing grows and evolves again. Suddenly, Chung said that he possesses a shower hall. A shocked Wen backed back. The guy continued to speak. Everyone wants to only get power, but do not think about important things, because of which a person becomes a real hero. Even Yuan with Yes were shocked by the statement of a young man. Gao did not even understand what was talking about and asked what kind of soul he was talking about. But Zhang ignored him and stated that as an extraordinary person he envies the spirits, since they are always with a complex character and a difficult fate, but at the same time adheres to its righteous path. Qing also mentioned Chen's death, who will now dream of him all his life at night because she died because of him. The teenager spreaded and even called himself a coward, because he was closer to a calm life. But every time he closes his eyes, the faces of those heroes that he wanted to walk pop up. The god of the ski and a nine-tailed demoness were dumbfounded by the monologue of Zhang. But, despite all this, Chen perfectly understood that it was more important to continue his path. The ancestor of the immortals finally realized that the boy switched to the stage of cleansing the soul, and now the teenager's power is at an incredibly high level. Gao also understood this and hurried to attack Qing, saying that he had quite snotty stories. The guy instantly called the shower hall and the most powerful streams of magic declared him. Wen, in turn, froze in place and could not move, only looking at the protagonist. Soon, the young master brought down a flurry of lightning attacks on him, and Chen backed away, not realizing that the young cultivator was able to awaken in his body. The miracle alchemist himself seemed to be in a certain prostration and suddenly closed his eyes. Thus, he gained a balance between calm and unthinkable rage. Suddenly, Qing opened his eyes and seemed to plunge into someone's memories, where an extremely arrogant ruler of the kingdom of Chou with demand arrived at the blacksmith alchemist. Naturally, Gan understood that he had not just come to him and went to meet him. The lord of the empire said that he wanted Zhang to pick him the strongest sword. The alchemist tried to object to him, but the sovereign suddenly asked if he would really refuse him. Gan, in turn, immediately replied that he received then what he wanted so. After that, the ruler gave him 3 months to forge the blade and went to his chambers. Jiang himself perfectly understood that at least 3 years would take such a weapon to harden such weapons. The wife said that it was necessary to forge a magic sword and kill the emperor. In addition, he is a minister of the Wu criminal clan, but Gan refused to do this. Soon they went on a trip, where Jiang was able to cast 2 swords yin and yang, but this took about 3 years. And for obvious reasons, the ruler of the kingdom of Chu fell into a rage. Understanding that he was waiting for the death penalty, Gan ordered Mine to hide 1 sword in the house. The other he carried the lord. Naturally, the girl was well aware that she would no longer see her husband. Arriving to the court of Chu, the king stated that for disobedience the blacksmith was waiting for death, even despite the fact that as a result, he nevertheless brought a magic blade. Suddenly, Gan asked him an imperial tripod to bring the sword to perfection. Having passed into a huge forge, Jiang for a long time could not get together with his thoughts. After all, he had to take the most difficult step in life, but he still decided on it. A moment later, the alchemist scattered, jumped into the forge, thereby finishing with himself. All were shocked by what happened. At that moment, a magic sword appeared, and then the ruler finally realized that Gan hardened his weapon with his body. The sword, in turn, really did not know equal and was of high quality. My angry person desired as soon as possible revenge and demanded that my son take revenge on my father. The guy himself wanted to deal with the bloodthirsty emperor and therefore agreed. In this regard, the girl gave him the blade Ganya, which was also a strong tool. Mother said that this sword Zhuan Yuan killed Qi Yui, and therefore he bears such a name. In the young man, the hatred that he was eager to pour on the ruler settled. Having come to the forge of her late husband, Mine decided to harden his sword with her body. In front of the teenager's eyes, the girl, without thinking twice, entered the abyss, and the flame declared her body. After a certain time, the blade was successfully nourished by magical energy. After that, the embittered boy went behind the emperor's head. The young man wanted only one, to avenge the death of his parents. Thus, a 16-year-old boy entered the palace of Chu, where he destroyed absolutely all the minions of the Lord of the Kingdom. Then he pierced the body of the king himself with a powerful sword. No one could stop him. Having come to himself, Qing realized that this is the same treasure in the history of the spirit of the deceased hero. In the guns was the soul of a frantic warrior, hardened by unimaginable magic. Thus, Zhang decided to adopt the dreams and desires of his ancestors. At that moment, he opened his eyes. Chan saw a brutal Gao in front of him and instantly rushed in his direction. Having stated that in this life no one from the Guild of Wu will survive and will not continue its miserable existence, Wen also began to attack the young man. But the guy extremely cleverly left all the blows. Then he began to apply fierce series of attacks with his powerful blades. Qian could not do anything. Resistance was absolutely useless. Over time, the teenager forced Gao to retreat back, avoiding the violent strikes of Chan, which, in turn, did not give Van to take a breath and confront him. The dumbfounded Qian did not understand what happened and why Qing once again became stronger. Suddenly, the guy pressed him against the wall and again brought down a flurry of ferocious attacks. Gao only managed to fight off the strikes of the protagonist and constantly move back. For him, there was still a mystery to the sudden strengthening of a young master. The young cultivator, in turn, did not slow down, and all the time put pressure on it. It seemed that Van's strength was running out and he soon surrendered, but at the same time continued to stand on his feet. Also, his sword began to be covered with numerous chips, which was used by Qing. Approaching the next series of attacks to the blade, which Chen unsuccessfully tried to defend himself, after some time, Gao's condition was on the verge of death, since he was all wounded. Zhen noticed that the miracle alchemist swords were just created for the murders of the Wu clan and his minions. Gao himself breathed heavily, realizing that the end was close and he did not remain long. Zhang once again raised his sword above his head and said that it was all over. However, the mutilated Gilda of the guild did not agree with this result. In this connection, he tried to strike a teenager, but Chen blocked his attempts. Ven again began to attack him with his last strength, but Qing again left the attack. At a certain moment, the young man nevertheless cut down the Gatao blade and it flew to the side. At this moment, the magic circle under the feet of the Qing team unexpectedly disappeared. This meant only one thing, that the winner in the fight of Chan and Gao was already defined. Ho with his people, finally, was able to defeat the Khan, although it was quite difficult. The defeated old man lay on the ground without feelings. Everyone sighed with relief. Lun noted that Chen Wu really strongly, San said. He was not much weaker than Qing. Everyone sincerely hoped and believed in the victory of the alchemist. Otherwise, they would have come to an end. The dying Khan said in a stifled voice that Wanya was not so easy to defeat. A moment later, exhausted Chen came out of the estate. He barely moved his legs. After Gao took a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the sky. Nin, in turn, was worried about Zhang, believing that he died at the hands of the monster. But suddenly, Wen collapsed to the ground and began to mumble something inadvertently under his breath. Then, with the last forces, he said that the guild is immortal and would never die. Soon he fell to the ground without feelings. Everyone froze in anticipation of his savior, which did not force them to wait long, and after a couple of seconds came to them absolutely unharmed. The guy said that immortals do not exist. Besides, he has knowledge transmitted by generations of heroes, and it was with their help that he can destroy all living things. At that moment, the young man looked at his hands. The teenager's friends could not believe that he was still able to deal with the Xian. A moment later, everyone began to rejoice due to the death of Van, stating that Cheng is their hero. Nin immediately rushed into the arms of the weakened Qing, saying that she was very worried about him. Zhang also hugged her tightly and said that he promised to return alive and always keeps his word. Naturally, everyone realized that in fact they feel feelings for each other. But the young man said that they were just friends. Chen instantly confirmed his words. The happiness of people knew no bounds, and they began to thank the miracle alchemist. The bodyguards of the Gao family were shocked by such a turn of events and tried to hide. Ho Chan approached Qin and stated that in fact he always believed in him. The guy only smiled back. After which, Zhang told the wounded Khan that he should be responsible. Because all members of the family died, the old man in turn said nothing. Khan could not believe that his patron really died. For him, this was a real loss, because he served him for many years. Meanwhile, Chan's friends continued to rejoice at the death of their worst enemy, Qian. It seemed all the worst already behind, and soon life should improve. Despite the fact that the students were glad to win over the Gao family, Zhang himself was not so optimistic. After all, he perfectly understood that everything could collapse in the moment of an eye and should be on the alert, since everything that he loved and what he was not indifferent to could again turn into an illusion. The only thing he realized for sure that he would do everything possible so that his relatives do not suffer. And again, in life, they never knew the bitterness of losses, but people could not always affect circumstances. King went to the moon and asked where his friend Ming Fu Wen replied that he urgently needed to return to the academy. San also suggested telling about the incident to the head of Shui and the rest. Suddenly, the teenager turned around and looked at the corpse of Gao, after which he approached him. He looked at him for a long time and paid attention to an empty bottle, in which there was a couple of drops of blood. Zhang understood how disgusting this is and what a person is capable of under its influence. At the same time, the family was a step away from the disclosure of the truth about the origin of the Wu Guild. At that moment, joyful Jiang said that she had received a message from San and Qing Wan Van. Jen noted that she could not even think about what feats this boy was capable of. Suddenly, she sensed the approach of a strong aura to the place where students and Chan were. In this connection, Zhu immediately rushed to their aid, saying that the Wu clan showed up. Qing, in turn, also felt incredible power behind his back. Even the divine perfumes of Zhang were shocked by the unexpected appearance of such a creature, from which the disgusting smell came, crashing into consciousness, stupefying it. The young man literally froze in place, not wanting to turn around, because he already understood who was standing behind him. It was the ancestor of Wu, who attacked the city of Tianquan in a past life. He had no doubt about this. God in the end of it noticed that the main character is now not in the state to fight again. The monster, in turn, immediately reached out with his hand to the young master. However, the young cultivator did not dare to turn, realizing that he was waiting. At that moment, the miracle alchemist once again plunged into terrible memories, where all his loved ones died at the hands of this ferocious and extremely powerful monster. Chan again remembered how Nin held the dead in his arms and sobbed like a child. Absolutely everyone in the past life of Jana suffered death, and even the chairman of the Committee Y, which a bloodthirsty demon crushed as an insect. These were unbearable memories. The shocked Qing continued to hold in his arms the dead Chen Nin, not believing in what was happening. At that moment, he swore that he would do everything possible to destroy him. The huge monster, in turn, continued to wander around the city in search of the next victims. Qing tried in every possible way to detain him and began to use his excess of his abilities. In fact, the guy made a sharp jerk towards the monster of the Wu Guild, which at the moment grabbed him by the throat. Zhang understood that this time he was with the pedigree Di Jiang, and his skills will be enough to influence space. Suddenly, Qing's body began to fall apart into pieces. The ancestor of the immortals with a nine-tailed demoness could not do anything. With bitterness, realizing that now nothing will help him and remains only hoping for a miracle, however, Chan still had the last chance to get out of the demon's hands and kill him. To do this, it was necessary to wait for the right moment to conduct a mortal attack. Suddenly, the young man sensed the presence of a strong cultivator and began to look around. It turned out to be Shu, which timely arrived in time for his aid and ordered the monster to release the boy, adding that she has been running after this monster for a very long time and now she will finally be able to destroy it. She also drew attention to the demon reincarnated in the demon, the corpse of Qian Van. The outfit of the clan Wu continued to hold the teenager, clutching his hand more and more. Jen, in turn, hastened to use the technique of Fiery Dragon. Jen realized that she had used hundreds of fire runes and united them. It was forbidden technology, and Ji noticed that this woman is the strongest Lord of the Flame whom she had ever met. Even Jiang did not expect such power from Shui, and was extremely surprised by her hidden skills. Suddenly, Monster Wu said that this fire could not burn time and space. After all, the spark is able to flare up only one time, but it is useless. Jen assured him that once she was enough to deal with him. At that moment, the demon suddenly released the guy and immediately rushed to the corpse of Gao. Then he used the portal and disappeared in an unknown direction with it. However, the teacher was injured and lost a lot of blood. In this connection, she instantly collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked by what had happened, not understanding what happened to her because the monster did not manage to get to her. Yu, in turn, hurried to her help and picked up a teacher. Extremely worried, Jiang asked the rest, "Did the monster manage to use the poison?" Qing stated that this is an unusual poison, as soon as possible even a side effect from taking a damned blood. However, he could not understand one thing that connects her with the Wu Guildia, since she accepted their blood. The dumbfounded Yu began to ask what to do and how to help Shui not die. Jiang silently went to the girl and took Jen in his arms. The perplexing Jiang asked what he was about to do. The guy carried the teacher into the house and called on the chairman of the committee to follow her. Soon, they brought her to the bedroom and put her on the bed. Yu did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Yuan tried to dissuade the young man to do this, but Chen drove him away. Then Jiang ordered to take off all the clothes with Shui. The shocked girl said it was absurd, but the teenager said that if she really wants to save her aunt, then this must be done. Then the girl, in complete bewilderment, rushed to the director, realizing that she had no other choice. After some time, they shared Su, which was all covered with toxic spots. King said that if any of them was in its place, he would already be dead. After that, the alchemist used the treatment technique of recovery, hoping for a quick recovery of Jen. Jiang's hand instantly inflamed with a green flame, and he touched the teacher's neck. Yu watched what was happening with horror, believing that the guy knew how to help her. Even the god of Hem did not expect such incredible abilities from Chan. Suddenly, Jiang could not stand it and ran out of the room, hiding in an unknown direction. The ancestor of the immortal. Zhen continued to look after the actions of the teenager. After a certain time, the protagonist finished this difficult procedure. Zhu, in turn, began to come to his senses a little. The young master immediately threw a sheet on her. The girl asked if the guy was able to suppress the poison. Qing replied that he had absorbed him, but perhaps the toxins remained in her body, since this is the strongest poison with which he had to deal with. Adding that this poison is extremely difficult to remove from the body, Jen, in turn, thanked Chan. Then she dressed. At that moment, the worried Yu came in and asked if she was in order. The teacher noticed that she had to take damned blood to defeat the demon. The young cultivator began to reflect how still you can influence the situation and help the teacher. Suddenly, Su asked him how much she was left. The guy looked sadly at her. The miracle alchemist said that if it once again uses its strength, the poison will continue to spread, but many times faster. And even if she will use the chaos technique to suppress, she will not live for more than 3 years. However, if during this time he manages to increase his level, he will again try to cure it. Jiang was shocked by such forecasts, and at the moment burst into tears as a child. Jan asked her forgiveness, because she had to hide this bitter truth from her. Qing finally realized why in a past life he had never heard of the fan about Shui. After all, the strength of the ancestor increased only now. Then she was beheaded by 4 masters, and it was she who was able to overcome the powerful demon and died from the cursed blood. But the pavilion Xianlin hid this information from others. Everyone believed that it was the great warriors who killed the monster. Zhang thought that the reason for the attack of monsters lies in this teacher. Suddenly, Chung said that Jen has no personal life because she devoted herself to an endless war, yet rather aggressively reacted to his statement because this did not concern him. Yu also reacted negatively and ordered him not to turn to persons. Qing instantly changed the subject and asked if they wanted to tell him something. Why did the teacher hold poison for a long time? And the head of the disciplinary committee knows about the damned blood. Jen said that only Van could suppress this strong poison, and she also wonders where he learned this. After all, it turned out in this way that in fact, the guy secretly practiced the technique of pristine chaos. Zhang said that only he is able to heal her, but in return, he needed help. The teacher sighed heavily and said that it was time to tell the truth. The young man guessed about their personalities, but the reason for the arrival in Tianquan could be a solution. The girl said that she was the elder of the kingdom of Neitong and arrived to find the Yuan blade. And after meeting with the monster, she once again made sure that the sword was in this city. Yu also revealed her personality and was called the head of Pavilion Xianlin named Dunfan. But at the same time, she is the daughter of the elders of the school Kunlun and is the heiress of the throne of Donglun. The teenager, in turn, began to reflect and realize that then everything to converge. Since the demon attack was not an accident and he enslaved the clans to find Zhuan Yuan, at the same time, the monster attacked the academy. Because he believed that the sword was there, Jing thought that she frightened the guy with her frankness and tried to calm him down. In fact, he knew all this from a past life, but he was bothered by the fact that neither Jin nor Demon Wu found a blade. In this regard, he decided to unite with Xue to find a magic weapon together. The teenager immediately showed them a pill and asked if they wanted to find out where he knew about it. Showing the tablet, Qing said that this is the source of all things. Yu, in turn, did not really understand his statements and constantly asked. Ji noticed that at the cost of human lives, a blade was smashed, which could deal with the demons. And Han Yun went to the palace with a harvest of weapons, as she could not bear the extinction of mankind. Jen added that at that moment she caught his eye and wished to pour her soul into the killer blade. Thus, she gave rise to the first celestial purple bloody sword protecting people. Thus, Yun granted the victory over Qi Yui, who headed the army of monsters. Hong, on the other hand, was reborn to the Fairy of 9 Heavens and granted Huandi the purple blade. And since people did not know the true name of the gun, they called him Xuan Yuan. But where this magic sword is now, no one knew. At the same time, Zheng did not see the wounds from the purple blade on her body. Ji asked whom he was talking about. Meanwhile, Monster Wu arrived in the great ancient deity, which was his patron. He finally asked him to expel humanity and let the demons to the earth, after which he put Tian on the pedestal and Li was subjected to a certain mutation. The guy screamed with unbearable pain in the body. The transformation instantly accelerated. His father was shocked by what was happening, but could not help his offspring anything. Wu said that if people want to gain their strength, they are obliged, obey them, and constantly renew fresh blood to the damned. But since Tian betrayed the ancient deity and captured large guilds without permission, he was waiting for a disappointing outcome. Li literally began to beg to stop the mutation. Father suddenly spoke about his mother and asked what he actually achieved, and Tian immediately remembered his mother and wept, realizing that he really brought everyone up. Li, as if rethinking his whole life, realizing that there is no more return journey. He remembered his childhood when he drove off the protagonist and decided to fight off the offenders on his own. On that day, he beaten home, where he began to talk with his father. Tian was determined because he no longer wanted to endure the mockery, by telling his father that he needs unlimited power to protect his friends. Yan smiled back to the boy and called him to follow him. In fact, the head of the family subjected his offspring to an incredible experiment, through which he once passed. Thus, the child became the owner of the cursed blood, which the demon Wu introduced to him. The father said that from now on they are God's servants and their lives will radically change. But Tian's mother was categorically against this, because she did not want her son to become a monster. The dumbfounded woman immediately ran to her boy and began to turn off all the sensors from him. But at that moment, Yuan suddenly pierced her with a knife, and in the end result, she died. The head of the family said that he would not tolerate the betrayal of the god of demons, and she chose the wrong path. The shocked young man could not believe his eyes and instantly burst into tears. Not understanding why his father created such a thing, from that time Li's life has really changed. Thus, Tian began to believe that this is all because of Qing, and if not for him, his mother would have remained alive. Suddenly he came to his senses from unbearable memories and shouted that he had not betrayed anyone, adding that he annexed several clans and passed the damned blood to Wanya, but all this for the sake of the Wu Guild. Father urged his son to cleanse and tell absolutely the whole truth, as this could save him. Then Li said that they need to deal with Zhang as soon as possible until he harmed them to the clan. At the same time, Tian pleaded guilty, because he illegally kept a damned blood. Suddenly, the demon Wu said that the stupidity of the boy led to irreversible consequences. Yuan asked if there was something that scared him. The monster answered, "Yeah, because it is the strongest lord of fire, and it was Jen who decapitated his fellow one 100 years ago, but now she has become weaker." Li in turn insisted on the search for Sword Xuan. He also said that if Wu releases him, he involves all the clans to find this blade. The demon said nothing, as if he began to reflect on the words of the young man. An awkward pause arose. Yuan also silently watched what was happening and hoped that his son's words convinced him. In the final result, he really decided to give him the last chance of atonement. In this connection, he tore his veins from him and thereby stopped a mutation. Tian closed his eyes and said in a whisper that the sacred blood of Dijiang was flows in it. At the same time, the monster ordered them to use all their levers of influence and connection to find Zhuan Yuan. Naturally, Li's family promised him to do everything possible for this, and Tian got to his feet. He will do it right now and will not waste time. Suddenly, he unclenched his palm, where his mother's broken bracelet lay. The guy began to mentally ask her to bless him, because only by uniting strength with the clans, they will be able to find a sword. In fact, whether he dreamed of becoming stronger to kill his father and avenge his mother's death, he also wanted to end the Wu clan, naively believing that it is he who is the real savior of mankind. At this time, Oye asked Qing, "Is this pill that is the same ball from the treasury of the academy?" The guy answered positively and asked if she really found her in the ruins of the disappeared monastery of Celestials. And the place where you can find this relic is located at the bottom of the waters of Tianchuan. The surprised John asked how he knew this. Chang said that he had already been there since once he decided to commit suicide. Indeed, in a past life, he lost his beloved Nin, from which life became unbearable. In addition, absolutely everyone began to blame him for her death, not knowing what really happened. He began to consider him a ministry of the Guild of Wu and say that he deliberately allowed her death. Chan's father naturally defended his son and ordered them to shut up immediately, because he himself was unbearable to realize what had happened and did not want to live. At that moment, Lao became bad, and the heart was squeezed. Everyone was terribly scared. A moment later, Qin completely collapsed to the ground unconscious. Zhang and his mother were shocked. However, after some time it became clear that he needed an operation. But his father refused her. Soon he died, and his mother handed over the accumulated money to his son so that he would enter Xianka. Qing hugged his mother and could not understand why his father acted in this way. He perfectly understood that all this happened because of him, and could not forgive this for himself. Chan was thinking for a long time because he could not save Nin. He still brought his father into the grave. The guy finally desperate and came to a cliff where he could not cope with emotions. Subsequently, which he dropped from a cliff into the water, considering that he has no right to exist. Canoozing into the sea, he did not try to escape at all, in every possible way to fight his fear. King was so much able to impose on himself the idea that life no longer makes sense, that he simply resigned himself and plunged deeper into the abyss. But suddenly someone began to talk to him. The voice in his head began to call him to change his mind until it was too late, since humanity was needed. Suddenly, Zhang opened his eyes underwater, wondering who calls him behind him. Suddenly, he discovered a Taoist temple in front of him at the bottom of the ocean and was extremely surprised. After a couple of seconds, the doors of the palace opened in front of him, from where the bright light came. Then, like the sun, the rays began to reach for him. It was an incredible sight, but the guy could not understand that this all means and why exactly the gates opened to him. Chan began to stretch back. The light became brighter. After a moment, he literally blinded the young man. King struggled to swim to the temple to finally find out what it was. Once inside the shower hall, the teenager saw the appearance of the great Xuan Yuan. The Lord of People said that he had heard the thoughts of Zhang and was ready to help him. The Yellow Emperor was also ready to unite their forces in the fight against the Wu Guildia. Naturally, Chan agreed to all his conditions. Besides, Xuan promised to make him a king. Thus, the protagonist was honored to meet with the legendary Yuan, who gave the young master the opportunity to resurrect with incredible force. The young cultivator could not miss such a chance, because he dreamed of taking revenge on the death of loved ones. Then, Qing, with a feeling of guilt and hatred, began to live and train diligently in the temple. At the same time, Zhang was completely closed from the world to ultimately become an instrument of murder. At that moment, the worried Dongfan came running to him and reported that the demon army attacked the northwest. At the same time, the numerous army of the Swan Alliance was destroyed. Self-confident Chung said he would definitely deal with this in the shortest possible time. Qixi noticed that the guy is constantly busy with cultivation and self-improvement, but at the same time, he is not at all interested in the state affairs and position of the emperor. Suddenly, Qing asked how much time needed the Wu clan to exterminate humanity. Dong replied that about 3 years. Then the young man said that he does not have so much time and it is necessary to become stronger to repulse the monsters. At the same time, he perfectly understood that the opportunity to atone for weakness was worth a lot, and he is the most ordinary person who has no talent. The guy continued to tell his sad story, Shui and Jiang. The girls silently listened to his story. Jiang said that in that palace he saw the Monastery of the Celestials, where the fragment was called the complete comprehension of chaos. Ji realized that the young man was lying, since his soul was in an unstable state. Then Jean finally realized why he was holding this trinket with him. Suddenly, Chung asked her if she found something interesting in those ruins. The teacher said that she was hoping to find Swan Yuan's sword there. But the palace was shrouded in an unknown force, and as soon as she touched her, the temple instantly disappeared, as if he had never been. Therefore, she only managed to take a useless relic with herself, which was rather strange. She also suggested that the monastery was built by emperors who let only people elected by chaos. The young man, in turn, realized that in fact, Sui knows nothing about the monastery. But in any case, this did not change the essence of the matter, because they are still tedious to find the blade. King noticed, when admitted that it was Tian who gave him a damned blood. Suddenly, Zhang rushed to the exit. The perplexing teenager asked what happened. The embittered chairman of the disciplinary committee said that she was already darkening, and Li's family is still alive. Naturally, Zhang tried to dissuade her from this venture, because he knew from his past life what would happen to her. However, the extremely stubborn girl did not want to hear anything, saying that she had to do it for a long time. At the same time, she suddenly sparkled with lightning and urged the young man not to try to stop her. Chung immediately remembered a fragment from a past life when Dong told him about his daughter, which sacrificed herself to protect Qing. It was the situation. In this regard, the teenager once again shouted angrily that she could not go there. Zhang's negative reaction followed instantly and her lightning immediately flared up. Yu ordered Zhang to go aside, saying that he was clearly underestimating her. The ancestor of the immortal, in turn, warned the owner and said that this girl was not in herself. However, the miracle alchemist still rushed to her, suppressing her numerous lightning. Suddenly, Shui and Yu drew attention to traces on his hands and were surprised. By that time, Zhang finally suppressed the abilities of the head of the disciplinary committee, which in bewilderment on her face said that he had traces of cursed blood in his arms. Jen said that this was an incredible technique for containing a side effect. Qin replied that in this way he is cured and applies chaos skills, adding that Tian, like his father, has already reached the level of Wuhua, not to mention the Wu clan. Yu suddenly said that he was really right, since the power of this guild is incomprehensible. Chan understood that Jin could no longer use the spells because it is infected, which means that you need to find Zhuan Yuan. Meanwhile, Jen and Ji were discussing what was happening because the young man was able to deceive the girls, and its cultivation was at an incredibly high level. But even considering this, the Wu clan on the head is higher. At this moment, damned blood began to appear all over the teenager's body. Spirits, in turn, began to worry about the condition of their young master. However, the guy did not see the problem in this and called them to calm down, saying that everything is within the normal range. But the process of suppression failed, and Qing was increasingly covered with blood. After all, he absorbed the damned essence into himself, which was extremely dangerous to health. A moment later, a black cloud appeared in the room, which signaled an excess of blood. But the guy continued the extremely painful and unpleasant absorption procedure. Zhen said that he already absorbed the venom of Zhuwei, in addition to the toxins of Van and Shanya. Ji also began to worry because at such a pace, Chan could turn into a dead man. Zhang said that this was the only way to save Su Wan and the rest. especially damned blood gives him strength. Soon, the teenager was completely covered with darkness and turned into a monster. A nine-tailed demoness in every possible way called on the protagonist to stop this process. But the young master did not listen to her and continued the terrible procedure, covered with poison. Turning into the demon, the young cultivator unexpectedly discovered himself in another place, where he was to make his way to a certain strange statue in pitch darkness. At the same time, the miracle alchemist again took on the human appearance and was surprised. Stepping closer to the unknown pedestal, Qing noticed that the statue was like him. At that moment, the mother of the earth named Ho-Tu suddenly appeared. Zhang did not expect to see her. The ancestor of the earth urged him to accept the blood of the Wu clan so that the hope of salvation appeared. The dumbfounded teenager asked her, was she really the mother of the land that… Suddenly, the young man realized that these were also memories, because in his last life, he absorbed the blood of the ancestor and died. However, the correct reason was precisely the concentration of the power of Xuan Yuan. Also, the god Dunhuan and the Buddhagata with the rest were involved in this. Then Panga died. But what kind of immeasurable catastrophe is coming? He had no idea. At the same time, it was also incomprehensible why there were different memories of a past life in it. In this regard, the guy suggested that he had missed some important detail. A nine-tailed foil demoness also noticed something rather strange. Zhang literally began to go crazy, not understanding how he could be absorbed in something. A moment later, the unthinkable force awakened in the body of Chan, and the strongest streams of unknown magic enveloped him. God is in the end of it. And yes, Ji did not know what was happening to him and how to help the guy. Suddenly, his wristwatch shone with bright light. They suggested that this was due to his awakening. Looking at the watch, they saw that the host's battle power increased to 400. The demoness was dumbfounded by such a result and spoke that the damned blood was really incredible. Zhang at the moment took the human appearance and said that he was getting closer to Zhang and Li. And the masters such Gao are no longer a problem for him, since he has become much stronger. Yuan noticed that, apparently, the young man completely suppressed the side effect of the damned blood. Qin suggested that when creating a man, Nuiva placed 3 forces in him, immortal and demons with monsters. Ji said that he thinks correctly, especially since she personally watched the creation of people. The ancestor of the immortals said that this is why she has such a rich experience. Qing also said that all these 3 forces fit in it. And most importantly, the damned blood does not overcome the limit of mana. But if this nevertheless happens, the perfumes must no doubt kill him so that he does not turn into a monster. The dumbfounded Zhang looked at the nine-tailed demoness, realizing that it would not just be done to them. The guy, in turn, sat down on the sofa and said that it was better to die than to live a demon. Yuan asked, was it really necessary to do this to deal with the Wu clan? Chung asked him a counter-question if he had the opportunity to start all over again. Whether he would save Yun? Naturally, the ancestor of the immortals replied that even if he has to die, he would try to save Hong. But the young man said that he was born immortal, and he would not understand what it was like to fight for life. After which Qing thought about his past life, where he rejected the damned blood and lost the battle of the Wu clan. And only now he realized that if humanity wants to defeat monsters, they should take possession of their strength. Meanwhile, in the house of the deceased Chen, the mother still suffered and could not find a place for herself. However, suddenly the coffin cover opened, where the deceased Yuan lay. Initially, the mother did not notice anything and continued to lie on the bed, crying in a pillow. At that moment, Chen's eyes suddenly opened. They immediately shone in green. The shocked mother backed back. Her daughter instantly stood up from the coffin. The protagonist was already on a campaign to the house of Yuan and thought only about one thing, that Chen's spirit has already found peace, and her mother will survive this nightmare and continue to live. Soon, the teenager arrived at her house where a frightened woman ran out towards him. Yuan's mother immediately reported that her daughter's coffin was suddenly opened, and she herself seemed to rebel from the dead, but she behaves quite strangely. At that moment, the girl really went down to them. Zhang was shocked by what she saw. Qing asked the demoness, did she really do it? Ji nodded her head approvingly. Having stated that she was preparing this surprise to him from the moment he defeated Gao Van, the perplexed Chan asked, and what to do next because her mother could not find a place for himself from what is happening. Yes, she replied that when Yuan was awarded, Zhang used 9 moon on her, and she simply brought the spell into action. King said that this technique usually works only for itself. A 9-tailed fox suddenly said that it was really true, but it seems to her that Chen is, as if it were her reincarnation, The guy was terrified. Just like the celestial god, they could not even think that it would occur to this. The demoness, in turn, began to argue that there could be no mistake in this, and Yuan is her reincarnation. It was really quite difficult to believe in it. The main character was dumbfounded by such news and did not understand why she decided to do so. The ancestor of the immortals was in solidarity with the young master and was waiting for explanations from Ji. The young cultivator also demanded that the demoness immediately explain. Yes, she reported that if her heroic soul merges with Yuan, then she will be able to use 9 false moon on her. However, she can no longer part with her, but if the illusion breaks off, Chen will die. Naturally, Zhen was unhappy that she decided to leave the owner in order to move into another person. But Ji said that initially she was created by the Hall of Souls and Qing can still order her. The miracle alchemist noted that she just wants to materialize her soul with the help of the girl's body. However, God in the Basic said that even if they merge into one whole, but he would still serve him. In addition, the binding to the shower hall will not disappear anywhere, while it will share cultivation with him. Thus, a 9-tailed fox put a teenager before a difficult choice. The guy apologized to her and said that sometimes he doesn't even trust himself, not to mention another person. All the more he will know that this is not a real Chen. But with all this, Zhang still decided to release Ji and ordered to leave his body. The demoness was shocked by such an unexpected decision of its master. Qing in turn said that further she herself would choose her true path. And since it was precisely through his fault that Yuan died, so he decided to repay the debt. Especially when Yes acquires her own body, she will be able to provide him with incomparable help. Ji immediately began to use 9 false moon on Chen's body to move into it. A moment later, a huge green cloud declared Yuan's body, and the demoness entered it. Suddenly the cloud disappeared and the girl seemed to come to her senses. Everyone silently watched what was happening. The young lady, in turn, began to look around and looked at Qing, after which the girl quite confidently said that she remembered everything. The mother was shocked, and without restraining emotions burst into tears, then went to her daughter. She immediately hugged Chen, saying that this was still not a dream and they are finally together again. Then the woman turned to Zhang with the question of what magic this time he used. As soon as Yuan found out that it was Chen who saved her, she instantly rushed to him in a hug. The main character, in turn, could not get used to the merger of the souls of Chen and Ji. Mei Shi blurred in a smile and noticed that this girl really fell in love with him. Yuan saw the spirit of a 9-tailed demoness and literally fell into shock. The young man tried to calm her down, saying that only they see her together and soon Ji will explain everything to her. Yes, she said that he had nothing to worry about, since they now have one body for 2, and even if something goes wrong, he can always kill her, returning everything to his circles. At the same time, the fox was finally happy because her reincarnation was saved. God in the bottom decided to warn the demoness that it was better not to joke with the feelings of the owner, and if she even tries to betray him, then he will personally kill her in the moment of the eye. The girl smiled and said that she had already hid something special from him. Naturally, the spirit of the ancestor tensed and demanded that she immediately explain. Ji said that this applies only to Qing and the Hall of Souls. It was about the formation of a particle of Lin Y, and being in the body of Yuan, she will be able to get much more information. Zhen sighed heavily and noticed that he was already apparently not the same. Therefore, he does not understand the current youth, after which he went after the owner. By that time, he had gathered his minions in the gym to bring his goals to them. The eloquent Tian said that they are the last hope of mankind, having ordered them to find the reincarnation of the Quan Yuan blade, even if you need to turn the city into ruins. But unexpectedly, one of his henchmen said that they could deal with the Sinian Bureau. Whether the embittered said that they could not do anything to them, and even more so to interfere. After all, if he gets the Swan Yuan sword, he will become the Supreme Emperor, and he will make them real heroes. Naturally, having heard such a confident speech from his patron, everyone began to support him. The guy claimed that this was the only chance to finally deal with the demon. Thus, Tian decided to thoroughly approach this issue in order to rise in the eyes of others. At this time, the resurrected Yuan went to the shopping center to get distracted a little. After all, she constantly thought that she miraculously managed to survive, falling from a great height. A 9-tailed demoness, in turn, got used to the new body and everywhere followed Chen. The girl looked around with enthusiasm, realizing that Qing had changed her life. Ji suddenly noticed that they had hard to achieve a new life and are now obliged to enjoy her. Meanwhile, unknown people argued among themselves about the one who was the first to park at the shopping center. The other began to threaten his father, who was an extremely influential person. Yes, she drew attention to their debate and decided to calm them down, using the friendship spell. A moment later, they froze in place, but most importantly, the grin immediately gave way to a smile. As a result, they shook their hands and apologized to each other. The surprised Yuan asked, "This is the power of G." The fox replied that from now on was Chen's power, after which she asked for a while to take her body. And after a few seconds, the girl turned into a real lady who beckoned to everyone. From youth to the elderly, absolutely everyone could not pass by without looking at her. Even married men could not resist her beauty, whose wives were not enthusiastic about what was happening. Yen, on the other hand, took the place of spirit and literally soared. This state seemed quite curious to her. Looking at others, she was able to see their souls, whose thoughts differed with the behavior of the people themselves. One of the guys passed by Ji and did not even look at her, but his soul longed to get to know the beauty. The other thought only about computer games and did not notice anyone around. Even the children were distinguished by hypocrisy and spoke completely not what they really thought. The perplexing Chen asked, "Was it really the ability, yes, to see the mood swings and the true self of people?" A nine-tailed demoness noted that when you increase the level, you become more sensitive to the emotions of others. And there is nothing good in this, because people's thoughts are simply terrible, unlike the fact that they broadcast you. Suddenly, the girl asked if the fox considers her life good or vile. Ji, without thinking twice, replied that she herself was free to build her life as she pleased. Suddenly, she saw a couple, but the man's spirit clearly suppressed the girl and forced the disgusting things. Yuan could not pass by without punishing him for this. Subsequently, she broke his hand. The bones in the brush of an unknown man were immediately cracked, and he screamed from unbearable pain, not understanding what happened and why his hand broke so suddenly. Yes, she also called him to repent and finally admit his true intentions. The guy immediately began to apologize to the girl, saying that he did not want to do this to her. Thus, the naive Chen concluded that she can make this world kinder. Soon, Ji led Yuan into one of the most expensive and luxurious clothing stores, where there was a huge number of incredibly beautiful and fashionable things. Chen urged her not to go there, since this brand was clearly not affordable for her. However, yes, she went inside and shouted that she wanted to acquire everything that was available to them. The saleswoman instantly came to her and said that, unfortunately, there were no things in the warehouse. The perplexing Ji asked how this is possible because the windows are full of them. Yuan tried to explain to her that it is actually necessary to take the line in order to buy elite goods. At the same time, the extremely arrogant girl said that she would not have enough money for all this. A nine-tailed demoness foil looked at her busily and asked her, really does not like her. The girl smiled and said that she could not help her with anything, having involved her skills and literally made her fall in front of her on her knees, after which she packed her all things. Meanwhile, the main character hoped that he had acted correctly, and Ji would not teach Sen bad. Jen tried to reassure him, saying that the fox learned to restrain herself and everything would be in order. However, the young master did not think so, because literally, after a couple of seconds, he saw an incredible picture, where the demoness ordered her hypnotized servants to pack expensive goods. The girl constantly ordered them to bring her only the most fashionable things, but suddenly at that moment, one of the employees fell from the second floor due to the accumulation of people around. Yes, all people immediately began to panic and shout that a person falls down and now breaks. A nine-tower fox immediately took advantage of the magic of a fair wind. As a result, a frightened woman landed on a soft cloud of flowers. Then, in an incredible way, she carried her back to the second floor. Everyone was in shock. Beautiful flowers at this time instantly bed in front of the saleswoman. But at the same time, Ji ordered everyone to fall to her knees, which was clearly already a breakdown. The frightened woman collapsed to her knees and began to thank her savior. In fact, the young cultivator did not really like how he behaves. But Jen reassured him once again. Suddenly, Yuan turned around and saw her beloved Zhang. She immediately smiled. Then she began to wave his hand and shout that they decided here a little skimp. Ji, in turn, asked whether she liked Chan. The girl answered positively. Then she called on the young lady not shy of her feelings and tell him directly about it. She also volunteered to help her with this, which Yuan was immensely happy and grateful for help. After a couple of seconds, the saleswoman overtook the nine-tailed demoness and said that she should pay for all the goods. By that time, the miracle alchemist approached her, and she called on the guy to pay for the bills. The dumbfounded teenager asked why she was choosing, and he must pay. Ji said that this was the duty of a real man. Employees of the shopping center watched what was happening, realizing that the girl was not a mistake. However, Qing refused to pay. Chen asked her to return the body since she also did not like the behavior. Yes, but no matter how the young man resisted, women always knew how to persuade a man. And after a moment, Zhang successfully paid with his card absolutely all the whims of Ji, but when he saw how much money was written off from him, the guy simply froze in place, being in shock. The main character for a long time could not recover from the 8 million spent. He himself did not notice how he agreed to make payment, realizing that she had applied magic and hypnotized it. The god of the ski, in turn, said menacingly that the nine-tailed fox crossed the line. In this connection, the young master instantly used the technique of separation of the soul. Thus, the girl collapsed to the ground once again, returning the body of Yuan. Extremely surprised, Ji asked why he did this. Qing said that it was as a punishment. Naturally, the demoness reacted negatively to his measures and began to object in every way. Suddenly, she completely began to say incomprehensible things, offending her master, adding that he had no right to do so with her, especially before his eyes before everyone. After that, yes, she began to build an innocent girl out of herself and declare that now she was powerless. The young cultivator did not understand what was happening to her, although he knew what cockroaches the girls had in his head. The ancestor of the immortals noticed that Ji had suffered from motionism in childhood and should be lowered to the ground. After a certain time, Yuan found herself in her own body and sincerely rejoiced at this. Starting touching herself by the hands, she finally became convinced that the control returned to her. The offended fox, in turn, said that she simply wanted to please those around her with her beauty. Chen asked yes, why she did not take advantage of her strength, so as not to pay the bill. Ji smiled and said that she was pleasure to spend money, Qing said, in which case would have spent her. By that time, a late evening had come. An unknown girl was heading for her home and noticed that she was being followed. She accelerated her step and instantly called her mother to tell that someone was following her. Suddenly, she heard steps behind herself and turned sharply, but no one was nearby, which was quite suspicious. The girl began to look around, but as soon as she rushed home again, someone suddenly grabbed her. After a while, the girl woke up and heard the conversation of people unknown to her. They talked about the sword and intended to kill her, while the frightened girl found herself tied with chains to the table. Also, damned blood was introduced into it, and the reaction followed instantly. Her body immediately began to turn into a corpse, covered with toxic spots. As a result, she began to shout loudly from unbearable pain in her body. At this time, Zhang and the ancestor of the immortals discussed the merger of Ji with Yuan, which began to disturb him. Suddenly, he remembered that he had to go from Nin to the evening bazaar. Zhang immediately gave him a branded handbag and called to bring her Chen as an apology. Naturally, the guy was sincerely grateful to the elder and sped to meet Ning. Ji and Yuan also returned home, and the girl asked Lisitsa if she specially made Chen pay. Yes, she replied that gifts are important from a loved one. The young lady smiled and said, "He is really caring." However, at that moment, Chen raised her head upstairs and saw a strange picture. An unknown planet hung in the sky from which a certain stream of rays emanated. At the same time, the earth seemed to shut up, and Yuan suddenly moved to another space, where there was a fire everywhere, enveloping the whole city. The demons began to fly away from all sides. The frightened Chen could not understand what was happening and how she was here. Ji also saw everything that was happening and understood that Yuan could react incorrectly to this. Suddenly, the girl collapsed to the ground, asking a nine-stand demoness what happened. Yes, in turn, she began to reassure her and say that Yuan would not be fed on the illusion no matter how terrible she was. At the same time, Ji knew that this is Liang's formation, and the other was a wormhole of monsters. Then she began to tell that the smallest particle of consciousness as a separate world, and if you plunge into it, a person's consciousness will always wander in space, from where there is no way out. But she did not know why the formation appeared now, but asked not to talk about this to Chen. Chen noted that he controls her soul and hiding such things wrong. However, Ji insisted on her own, saying that it was initially necessary to find out the cause of the formation. After a couple of seconds, the head of the CE family and Gun's son appeared in front of them. They said that any student of the academy could be tied to Swan Yuan. C proposed to try at Chen to certainly find out if she had to do with it. The girl, in turn, recognized people and began to say that she saw them on TV. The Guang called the girl to go with them, so that she did not have to drag her by force. Sensing a threat, Mei Yuan give her her body to deal with ill-wishers. But the stubborn girl unexpectedly refused to do this. Ji was extremely surprised. Chen noted that she hates people who are mocking the weak and wants to earn respect from Zhang. Song, in turn, said that if the girl does not go with them, then she would deal with her. Yuan immediately stated that the blade that they are looking for was also needed by her boyfriend, after which she broke into a malicious grin and urged them to lay out everything by themselves so as not to apply power to them. The embittered ex immediately rushed to Chen, trying to attack the girl, but the self-confident Yuan put them on his knees with only the movement of the hand. The dumbfounded head of the family could not understand where it was such an incredible power. As a result, he literally collapsed to the ground, dropping his huge sword. Chen, in turn, liked to own unimaginable power, and she continued to play with them. Thus, she sharply raised her up. The shocked master could not oppose her. Then, from a great height, Yuan hit him on the ground, which was rather painful. Gun could only observe from the side, but she did not know how to defeat such a skillful girl. Chen enjoyed what was happening, saying that he had left a dozen times to land for complete satisfaction. The bloodied SE once again flew into the asphalt, realizing that he was not an opponent for her. Meanwhile, Sun still decided to attack her and wound her with some rags. She also set fire to the land under it, subsequently which Yuan could not move. However, at the same time, she noted that she first met such a strong student of the academy. Gun really believed that the outcome of the fight was already a foregone conclusion, and soon they would deliver a young person to their patron. Suddenly, Chen turned to her and said with a smile on her face that she would have tied herself better. The perplexing woman asked what she was talking about at all. A moment later, Song discovered herself in the place of Yuan, connected and soaring over the magma. She could not believe her eyes, as well as C, who stated that she had never seen such a technique. G asked if they really cannot unravel such simple skills. At the same time, with the help of her hypnosis, Chen hurried to pull the necessary information out of them. Soon, the cultivators died, and Yuan noticed that this was clearly the work of Tian's hands. Naturally, the girl wanted to quickly tell about what happened to her beloved. The main character, along with a girlfriend, watched a broadcast on TV. The announcer said that over the last days, several girls died in Tianquan. The investigation is conducted by the Sinsen Bureau. Residents are urged to be careful, Jing asked his girlfriend with a displeased voice. Why did she pull him out in the middle of the night? Chen explained to her partner that she was very worried about him. He did not look like himself after the battle with the family of Gao. Chen looked suspiciously at her friend. In recent days, he sat at home and did not even go to the university. Also, the guy constantly spoke with some girl. King remembered with excitement to himself that the invasion of demons was getting closer and closer. He himself has already reached the 4th level of cultivation, but would not have coped with the demon. Chen, in a shy voice, asked his friend if he communicates with his girlfriend on the phone. The main character was very worried. He realized that he could not immediately tell the whole truth for the girl. Qing, in a sedative voice, explained to his partner that she herself knew his girlfriend. Chen strictly asked a friend, whom can she know? The main character understood that he could not tell his girlfriend that Yuan was risen, and became part of his soul hall. Chen slyly asked his friend to look at her. She asked if he had noticed anything unusual. King shouted with great excitement in his partner that she had reached the 9th level. King shouted to his girlfriend with a joyful voice that he was crazy about her abilities. The emperor would also be delighted. Chen, with a smile, explained to a friend that she achieved success thanks to his exercises and vitamins. But the exercises have always caused her inexplicable feeling. The main character told his teacher that there are problems with the speed of cultivation of Nin. King told his mentor that it could not be that it was a reincarnation Hun Yun. The teacher answered the guy that he himself was the heir to the 3rd emperor. Yuan is a reincarnation Daji, and the girl Chen is a reincarnation Hong Yun. The teacher turned around and told the main character that he could say that Liu Kumin is the reincarnation of the Cray Rarrier's demon. Then there will be an accurate, complete set of pedigree pang, the student wanted to explain to the mentor again. Qing, with a concentrated voice, reminded his partner that the Swanyan's sword in the past was converted into a weapon for killing demons. Jen looked strictly at the student and said that it was not just the Swanjan's sword but the blade, which was tempered by the great spirit of the clan of the gods. Hun Yun herself deprived them of life, and one cannot belittle her merits. Qing looked displeased at his mentor and said that he was an incurable bore. An angry Jaina shouted in an evil and strict voice that he himself was a brother for Hong Yun. Qing asked the teacher displeasedly, "Did he really tell him the truth?" Zhen asked the guy strictly, "Was he really puffed up?" The main character looked from behind the girl. It was difficult for him to believe that his sister was the reincarnation of Huyun. Jen in a displeased voice explained to the guy that he had to tell him about this before. Ching answered the teacher that everything happened subconsciously. The main character told the mentor a thoughtful voice that he saw in a dream that day. His memories are from there. He learned about the shower hall and the secret Hun Dunya. Hun Yun conveyed all this together to humanity. The secret Hun Dunya is carefully protected by the third emperor and is passed down from generation to generation. The Hall of the Soul was in the hands of the protagonist, King thought, and could not understand where the purple blood sword was at that moment. The protagonist was unexpectedly struck by some guess. Chen walked alone along the evening street. Qing, along with his teacher, became very worried. They noticed something in front of them. The protagonist, in dismay, asked who was next to them. There was silence around. At him, Jen soared near him. Chen scaredly stopped on the street and looked behind herself. She realized that someone was there. A displeased stranger looked out from behind a tree. He shouted that they were noticed. King stood near the entrance to the building next to his girlfriend. He shouted to strangers that they could all go out. Fighter Li Lao possessed combat power in the value of 500. He shouted for the protagonist with a girlfriend that they were the first to smell his presence today. Nearby stood a fighter named Lao. Its value of power was 150. Chen with suspicion asked strangers if they were involved in the disappearance of girls in the city. Lao, in an evil voice, told his colleague that he would take his girlfriend. Liu answered his partner that he himself would chop off the guy's head and the case would be with the end. The main character activated the protective skill around the body. He warned his girlfriend that their rivals are not as weak as they seem. Chen answered her companion that he should not always protect her. Lao looked displeased at the protagonist and asked when such a master appeared in the city. Liu swung his huge spear and shouted to his friend that they had nothing to fear and only 2 schoolchildren in front of them. King said in a dissatisfied voice to himself that their rivals are 5 times stronger than Gao Wenqian. The main character sharply rushed forward and began to beat a stranger with all his strength. Chen stood nearby and carefully followed this. Qing continued to beat his opponent with all his strength. There were large dust clubs around. The main character shouted in a dissatisfied voice that this would not be enough. He put his foot on top of the broken opponent. Qing looked aside and noticed that his girlfriend was in danger. He shouted to the girl to be more careful. Chen bounced to the side with a very fast and dexterous movement. The surprised Lao flew past her and could not harm her in any way. The fighter turned and viciously glanced at the girl. He did not understand when she could learn such skills. Chen folded her hands in front of her and activated the stupor technique and encircling clouds. A bright blue lightning appeared around the stranger. He screamed very loudly and scared. Lao felt a strong suffocation. He grabbed his hands by the throat. Around him was a blue aura. Chen, in a cunning voice, said to herself that she had barely coped. Keen stood near the body of a beaten man. Chen asked her friend if now everything to the Sinsen Bureau is to be transferred. The main character looked at his victim and said that he wanted to find out something first. The protagonist angrily asked the beaten rival whether he belongs to the Liu family and whether he is called Liu de Song. Chen looked at the man in surprise and said that he could be the chairman of the company Liu. The protagonist angrily asked the man, why did he steal the girls and for what purpose? A beaten in an evil voice looked at his rivals and shouted that he did not expect that he would reach that. Liu pulled out a magic pill in his mouth. He shouted to the master that he was doing this for the sake of a common great work. The main character shouted in fright that he was in front of him now a corpse of a demon. Nearby stood a frightened mentor. Suddenly, the man began to turn into a huge demon. Around his body was a pink radiance. The monster, with brightly burning eyes, screamed angrily and prepared to rush at people. The main character in dismay asked the teacher what the corpse of the demon does here. Jen explained to the guy that the demon in front of them is 5 times stronger than Gao Wenqian. The monster sharply jumped up and swung a huge spear to attack people on the ground. The main character sharply jumped from the ground to get closer to the mutant. Qing grabbed a large blade called with his hand called the Murderer's Murderer. The main character with a powerful and quick blow of his hand pierced the monster flying on him. The monster looked at people. He shouted in a loud and vicious voice about the blood of the demon. The main character soared in the sky with a sword in his hand. A wounded demon fell down and shouted about the nectar of immortality. The monster fell to the ground from a great height and stones began to fly around. The main character approached the body of the monster. He told him that in the city of Tianchuan there is only one person who has a damned blood and can give orders to the heads of families. Qing asked the monster, "Is it a young master of Tian?" The demon looked at the guy with burning eyes. He did not answer him. Qing viciously asked the demon, "What happened to the girls they caught on the streets?" An angry monster coughing with blood, he told the guy that he was a sinner who prevented the master of saving humanity. The mutant continued to cough with blood. He viciously shouted to people that they were all sinners. The monster died freely to the ground. Qing said in a thoughtful voice that the damned blood turned against its owner. The main character turned around and looked displeased at the remaining fighter and said that there was no need to waste time. Lao stood inside blue magic and could not budge. Qing looked displeased at the fighter and said that the fixation technique is one of the oldest divine techniques. He now cannot drink damned blood. The main character explained to the angry opponent that he himself saw that the blood of the demon did not give immortality. Qing explained to the angry opponent that drinking blood is tantamount to suicide. Qing held out his hand and grabbed the fighter by the face. He viciously asked what the purpose of the family is it? In return, he promised to ensure his safety. The main character with his own hands stretched the fighter's face in a smile. Lao looked angrily at the guy. Suddenly, the man's body began to shine brightly. The protagonist shouted to his girlfriend that they needed to move away, as the fighter will tear now. Lao looked at the people with a hateful look and said that they would not underestimate their determination. There was a very strong and bright explosion. Qing scaredly extended his hand forward. Chen came up and looked displeased at the body of a lying fighter. She did not understand how it all happened. Qing asked himself, what could encourage the heads of influential families not to be afraid of death at all? The main character rang the phone. He picked up the phone and noticed that Chen Yuan called him. Qing asked his girlfriend on the phone, "What happened?" The girl with excitement told the guy something at the same time with the Wu clan. Yuan scaredly said that the bandits abduct the girls and wrap them in corpses. Thus, they all want to find the Swanjun sword. Chen sat down next to the body of a man. She noticed how a pink ball of poison rolled out of him. The main character on the side looked scaredly at the girl and shouted so that she would not approach the body. Near the body of the monster lay a small pink ball and glowed brightly. Suddenly, a pink ball exploded. Drops fell into the hands of a frightened girl. Chen put her hands in front of her and screamed in fright. It got a little poison. Qing was scared. He shouted to the girl to keep calm. He decided to use the power of chaos to absorb the poison. A bright pink glow appeared around the girl. She screamed in fright. Chen screamed loudly. There was a very bright radiance next to her, and a fire was burning from above. The protagonist looked in front of him scared. He did not understand what was happening to his girlfriend. The girl rose above the ground. She had a bright-faced overlord and a magic sword on top. The fiery lord opened her eyes and looked at people silently. An unknown fire ruler flew over the ground. Pink twisting remained from below. Chen continued to lie on the ground unconscious. Above she had pink twisting. Qing was very surprised due to the fact that the curse over the girl was instantly scattered. Next to him was a surprised mentor. The main character put his hand to his girlfriend's head and said that this was the true power of the purple bloody sword. On the outskirts of the city, in an abandoned warehouse, a frightened man brought Boss to the broken talismans of life. They belonged to Lao Liu and Lao Zhao. Li Tian explained to his subordinate that if the talisman of life was broken, then this means that a person is dead. Their fighters lost. The fighters in the room were unhappy. They could not understand who in the city was able to kill their two masters. The boss raised his hand and told the fighters to calm down. He promised that for the sake of all of humanity, he would not just leave this. Li Tian turned back. He said in an evil voice that their fighters had not lost at all. The Swanyan's sword just touched them. The boss turned around and was surprised to notice a frightened girl inside the magic ball. He shouted to his subordinates that they finally found what they were looking for. The fighters were delighted. They raised their hands up and shouted that they finally found and time came. Li Tian from the rostrum strictly demanded from subordinates to block all the information. His father was supposed to find out especially. The boss with excitement explained to the fighters that they have only one chance. You need to carefully develop an action plan. The Wu clan should not notice anything. Inside the university building, students were sitting in the audience in the lesson. Ryu looked displeased at the students. She was in very deep thought. The teacher thought that the girl, Yuan, was definitely dead. She could not understand what the method was used by Zhang Chen. The woman looked at students in the audience. She thought that the main character was not the owner of the sword. Li's family completely went crazy and desperate. The teacher looked in front of her and said that even she had no idea what to do next. Yuan turned around and cunningly asked the protagonist, "Is he really looking at her?" Qing turned displeasedly to the girl and replied that he was not looking at her. The announcer told the audience on TV that, in recent days, many young girls have disappeared in the city of Tianquan. Citizens were advised to monitor their own safety. Ming leaned toward his friend and asked if he was free after school. Qing asked the student displeasedly. What did he want? Ming, with excitement, showed a friend a document and reminded him of a mission. The guy had to earn at least 10 loans in 3 months during the completion of various tasks. This would help him become a permanent student in Sianka. Chen asked his friend with surprise. Did he really have not received any loans from the moment of receipt? Qing explained to his partner that he now has no time to think about it. Chen was surprised to read the document and found out that her friend for the mission received 100 loans. It was a task of level A. Min slyly explained to his girlfriend that Qing had destroyed a whole family. Therefore, for him, the mission was easy. The student said thoughtfully that young girls began to disappear lately. Even 3 disappeared from their school. The Bureau offers large awards for the capture of the criminal. The main character, along with a girlfriend, looked at each other and told each other with surprise about the case of missing girls. Ming asked friends if they had any evidence. Chen, with great excitement, told the partner that she has a plan for how to catch a criminal. The student asked the girl, "What is her plan?" Qing displeasedly reminded his girlfriend that she should not intervene. Chen scaredly explained to her partner that she always thought about missing girls. She cannot live calmly until she understands this matter. The main character shouted loudly to the girl that there was nothing more important than her own security. The guy knew that from the very beginning she was the real purpose of the criminal. Chen, in a displeased voice, shouted to the guy that if he did not want to help her, then she will do everything herself. The girl asked the guy displeasedly, did he really think that she was so stupid? She decided that her friend decided to deal with this matter. Chen said displeasedly to the guy that he considers her for a burden and prefers to solve everything himself. The girl wanted to say something to a friend with a trembling voice. She really wanted to do something for him. After lessons at night in the forest outside the school, the main character sat with his friends. King was silent and looked very concentrated in front of him. Nearby were his friends. Qing asked his friend, was that really his brilliant plan? Ming sat and joyfully looked aside at the girl. Li was dressed in a short pink dress and her ears were on her head. She asked the guy if he was really sure that this plan would work. Chen turned around and asked the student displeasedly, why did he decide to use Shilan as a bait? Ming explained to his partner that several girls were gone from their school. So the criminal is looking for beautiful single students. Ming, in a cunning voice, told friends that the kidnapper would not be able to pass by the beautiful Shilan. Yuan came up on the side and told friends that the plan is very stupid. She could not believe someone pecking on the girl. Yuan hugged the frightened protagonist and told him to protect her if someone comes here. Chenna was scared and angry. She did not like that. The main character pulled his hands to the student. Li was unhappy due to the fact that the protagonist was losing everything to the girl. Yuan was surprised to ask the protagonist, did he really know who the criminal, but still joined his friends? Qing answered the partner that if they remain, they will see something interesting. Ming shouted to his friends with a wave voice to shout. Someone appeared on the side. In the darkness under the tree was some kind of silhouette. Li scared. One of the students was surprised that the criminal really pecked at the girl. Li was very scared. She decided that she saw in front of her and really the killer. The stranger in a cloak came close to the girl and viciously called her. The protagonist was very scared and worried. He realized what kind of man he stood in front of him. The stranger shouted a frightened girl to look at him. He opened his clothes. Li was very scared and shouted loudly that she was a pervert in front of her. The main character, along with his girlfriend, also scared and shouted loudly. Li started back. Suddenly, she hooked her foot behind the stone and began to fall. Li wanted to run away and stumbled. She began to fall and screamed. An evil stranger stood behind her. Qing abruptly ran forward and grabbed the girl in his arms. He shouted to be more careful. The criminal was frightened and ran aside. He shouted that it was an ambush. Qing looked after him with excitement. Min pointed to the fugitive and shouted to the main character so that he would catch up with the criminal. The main character fled and held the girl in her arms. He shouted to the criminal that he could not escape. Jian was walking around the school courtyard with students. One of the students said that they have already patrolled here for several days, but did not see suspicious personalities. Li saw students in the yard and shouted in a loud voice to catch a pervert. Qing shouted to himself with a joyful voice that the offender could not escape today. Yan was very scared and angry when she saw the main character with a student in her arms. Jean jumped up and hit the main character with all her might. She shouted that he was an animal. Chin dropped the frightened from his hands. The main character fell to the ground, angrily asked the girl, "Was she really crazy?" Lee scaredly shouted to the student that she hit the wrong person. A real criminal tried to escape. Jean turned around and looked in bewilderment aside. The main character shouted to the girl to get out of the road. He decided to hurry. Yuan carried a pervert in her arms. She shouted to students that the attacker was caught. Qing, along with Jian, looked at her with surprise. Jean released the criminal, and he frightened and screamed from a height to the ground. A frightened pervert was lying on the ground. Students stood nearby. Yuan joyfully thought to herself that she was smart. Jian, in a wave of voice, told the main character that she did not expect this. The guy answered her, displeased that there are many things that she does not expect. The main character looked around. He said to himself that this time there are all the actors around. Yuan went to the lying criminal. She said with excitement that he was under the spell. Yuan activated her magical skills. She decided to free the detainee from witchcraft. The pervert began to gradually recover. He looked scared at the students. The criminal lay on the ground and scaredly realized that in front of him, the king of newcomers and President Jian. The student raised the criminal up, and viciously asked what just happened. The detainee in a frightened voice said that he was returning yesterday after class. He was attacked. After a sharp pain in his head, he lost consciousness. Jean looked scared in front of her and realized that all this was a trap. An unfamiliar fighter appeared on the side. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the head of Wu and the head of Van needed the master. Around the students there were several warriors of the sensation of the soul. They had high combat power. The stranger looked at the girl and shouted that they would grab her and return her to the master. Everything now depends only on them. Ming shouted to the attackers with an evil voice that they were facing the girl of the protagonist. He was the king of the newcomers to the school. The attacker in fright recalled that Qing destroyed the Gao family. Another fighter told a friend that now there are 3 of them and they can figure out which of them is who. Chen looked at the guests and said with excitement that they are the chapters of families who cultivate immortality. These were Zhou Van and Wu. The girl could not understand what was behind all this. The stranger looked angrily at the girl and said that he had to act. Around him was a bright green glow. Chen reassured herself. She told herself that everything was going according to the plan of the protagonist. She had to play a role. A bright red glow appeared around the girl. She decided that they needed to catch the attackers. Then they would recognize the truth. The fighter shouted in a frightened voice that he sees the first level of cleansing of the soul in front of him. The attacker looked with excitement in front of him and shouted that it was not just a cleansing of the soul. There was a bright pink glow around Chen. The student shouted with amazement that the girl's technique is very strange. Students were surprised to notice how high a bright fiery glow appeared above the forest. Qing stood excited next to Yuan. Yan shouted in a frightened voice that Chen was fighting with someone now. The main character was very worried. He realized that she was in great danger. Ming ran on the side. He shouted to his friends that there were 3 fighters against the girl at the stage of cleansing the soul. Jen, in a frightened voice, asked the student, "Where is Chen?" Ming, frightened that the girl had defeated the rivals on her own. They began to run away, and she rushed after them. The student thought and scared when she heard that the criminals had fled. Jean was worried and shouted to the guy that their girlfriend would try to drag into a trap. Qing asked the girl to feel where she was. Yuan answered the guy that it was very good that he allowed her to take a trace of the girl's soul. Jean turned around and said with excitement to friends that they were ready for all this. They had a tracking technique. Yuan answered the guy that they found the girl's position and could find her at any time. The main character jumped up. He shouted to the girls that he would explain everything to them along the way. Ming shouted in displeasure with flying friends that they were throwing him, and he was afraid to stay himself. The girl flew in the evening sky. She saw in front of her a few more flying people. Chen in flight pursued the soldiers running away from her. They tried to hide from her. Jin told herself with the excitement that she would try to follow a girlfriend. For the early stage of purification of the soul, it is quite possible to cope with rivals. The main character laid a hand on the girl's shoulder and said that she would keep the distance and would not come across the enemy. Jian told the guy with distrust that he has recently been very mysterious and hiding something from her. Qing answered his partner that he initially wanted to engage in abductions, but Ji Mina's stupidity brought them to real criminals. Yan flew up to the guy and said in displeasure that, at first a pervert, and then the trinity of the attackers. This is already a lot for a simple coincidence. The student turned into displeasure and reminded the guy that he told her that no one could believe. Yuan, in flight, told friends that if the abductors take away the Cheng, then they will lead them to their den. Qing answered the girl that they would catch them all. Zhang got angry with the guy due to the fact that he endured their girlfriend. The protagonist explained that Chen did not need their constant protection. He believes her. The girl looked at the ground at the traces of the crime. She realized that the traces belonged to families who are being improved from Tianquan. But among them, there was no one from the family. King excitedly said that if the Swanyan sword does not appear, then the family will appear personally. This family will not take part, but they will secretly control everything. The protagonist explained to the girl that if something does not go wrong, then the family will remain out of work and continue to serve the Wu clan. Qing flew at full speed. He thoughtfully explained to his partner that they could use this. They do not need to be afraid of the family under the leadership of Li Taiyan. The main character, along with his companions, arrived at abandoned buildings in the forest. There was darkness around. King said, with the excitement of the girls, that he feels a huge amount of strongest energy. Yuan answered a friend that in this place, besides the heads of families, Li Tian is also. The main character asked his companions, "Are they ready?" They had a difficult battle. After the flight, attackers landed on the territory of an abandoned building. One of the fighters shouted in surprise that all the newcomers this year are very strong. The fighter walked forward. He told his friends that from this place it is impossible to escape even with wings. One of the abductors walked forward. He shouted that they had completed the task of the master and they now have them. After the flight, Chen landed through the window inside the building. There was a bright radiance around her. A whole group of fighters in black costumes appeared. One of the abductors shouted to the girl that she could not escape from here. Li Tian told the fighters with a joyful voice that they had coped. And this is a great achievement. The boss held out his hand to the side and shouted to bring the girl to him. He promised subordinates that they would all go down in history after he became a sacred emperor and will expel the demon clan. The girl heard some noise on the side. Someone lingeringly called her to the rescue. The frightened Chen saw how there were a lot of related girls in the hall in front of her. They were on the tables and near the walls. All victims asked for help. The kidnapper angrily looked at the girl and shouted that she would be as follows. Chen ran up to the bound and exhausted captive and scaredly asked what was happening to her. The exhausted and dried victim shouted to the girl that the abductors are real madmen. Chen, with tears in her eyes, promised the captive that everything would be fine with her. The sacrifice on the table began to jerk scaredly to the side. Nearby stood a frightened Chen. The girl was very scared and barely restrained screams. She did not understand why this was happening. Li Tian approached the girl on the side and said in an evil voice so that she would not be worried. He said that she would be perfectly sacrificing to awaken the Swanxuan sword. The boss angrily told the captive that her body would be sacrificed to the sword. She will become a goddess who will praise for centuries. Chen answered the partner in displeasure that she did not understand what he was talking about and was not going to become a victim. The girl turned angrily and shouted to the kidnapper that she should stop them. Did Tian displeasedly ask the captive, did she really decide to stop them all? Suddenly, a very bright and loud explosion was heard near the entrance to the building. Li Tian frightenedly turned to the side. He did not expect the appearance of uninvited guests. The main character, along with his she, promised the bandits that he would stop all of them now. The main character suddenly appeared in front of the kidnappers. He shouted to them that they would stop all of them now. Li Tian was very scared when he saw a guy in front of him with her. He called them by name. Yuan looked displeased and asked the boss, was she invisible to him? The boss turned around and told his subordinates that they had betrayed him. The fighters were scaredly justified. They said that they did not know that they were watching them. The attached and exhausted victims shouted to the girl that the abductors are real monsters. Jian threatened the boss with an evil voice that she would hold him accountable. The main character came up from the side and held out his hand to the girl. He said that he wants to deal with the boss himself. The main character explained to his girlfriend that Li Tian was his only childhood friend. That is why he must personally put an end to everything. Jean dropped her eyes down. She responded with a humble voice to a friend that she understood everything. Jean told her girlfriend that she would take the rest for herself. Chen shouted to the main character so that he was engaged in pulling. Wen closed her eyes and activated the skill of the art of illusions and ghostly printing. A bright blue dome appeared around the buildings. The girl shouted that no one would get out of this place. Boss angrily looked at the protagonist and shouted that he was dating him every time. Li Tian began to take off his glasses. He viciously said that if Qing had not been on the path of improvement, then the secrets of the family would never be disclosed. The boss squeezed his glasses with all his hand, and they scattered into small fragments. The boss accused the protagonist of the sudden death of his mother. He no longer had a happy family. The girl saw a message on the phone. A strong group with combat power of 900 units was discovered. Jian shouted to the main character from the side so that he was careful. Li Tian hid his real power. A bright pink radiance appeared around the boss. He was at the 9th level of purification of the soul. Jen suggested that the main character use their common soul to raise his level to the 9th. Qing answered the teacher calmly that this time he himself wants to end it. The boss shouted to the guy that he again opposed him, but did not give the opportunity to avenge the demon clan and avenge his father. Qing asked the fighter, to whom he definitely wanted to take revenge. Li Tian shouted in a loud voice that this would not be simple revenge, and he will become the savior of the whole world. The boss shouted loudly that with the help of the sword, he would kill his father and destroy the demon clan. This is exactly how the future of the country will be saved. On the side, fighters and girls looked at him with surprise. King, in a thoughtful voice, told boss that he thus wants to save the future of the country. Li Tian shouted to students in a loud voice that they were sacrificing the future of humanity because of the girls. A magic sword appeared in front of the main character. He did not want to listen to the words of the boss about the salvation of mankind. King decided to explain to the boss with a thoughtful voice what their humanity needs. The main character with a sword in his hand ran forward to the opponent. He shouted to him that humanity did not need such a beast as a savior. The angry boss ran forward and swung his weapon. He shouted to the opponent that he would die. At the place of collision of the two fighters, there was a very strong explosion. The girls held out their hand in front of them to create a protective dome from the shockwave. Frightened fighters scattered around them. Chen was surprised due to the fact that the shockwave was so strong. Jean looked angrily at the fighting guys and said that they were real monsters. Qing continued to fight violently against the boss on the swords. The girls said that the strength of these two fighters is very large and they are close to a breakthrough for the next stage. The girl shouted to the soldiers with an evil voice that they would not leave all of this alive. Jean shouted to her girlfriend to make her behind her. She would protect her. Chen answered the girls that she was not so strong. How they are. Chen looked concentratedly in front of her and said that she could take on 8 to 9 people. An angry bandits rushed forward in a whole group to attack rivals. The girl got into the combat rack and held out her hands in front of him. There was a pink aura around her. The fighters began to fly aside. They were struck by a pink aura from a student. One of the bandits was surprised to notice how the wound appeared on his face after the girl's attack. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard in the room. All bandits were struck by a bright yellow lightning. Bright lightning sparkled around the girl. She said that the heads of the Tianquan families are just garbage. One of the guards took out a yellow pill. He shouted to the fighters to use protective spells. They needed to unite all their forces into one in order to defeat the girls. Jian looked angrily at the rivals and shouted so that they would not even think about it. The students decided not to waste time. They attacked bandits with a bright lightning. The abductors managed to install a protective dome. One of the fighters viciously told colleagues that they could have fun with the girls a little. They decided to wait until the students end in mana and sacrifice them. Chen turned around and asked her girlfriend with fright, "What should they do now?" Yuan turned around and asked the girls if they ever played in the Royal League. The student had green eyes lit up. She shouted to the girls to attack from the rear. The bandits lit up their eyes in green. One of them shouted in a frightened voice that, with the help of protective spells, they would not stop the technique of a ghostly soul. And angry bandits with burning eyes rushed predatorily forward at other abductors. The kidnappers did not understand why their accomplices attacked themselves. Someone shouted that all these were tricks of demons. One of the bandits turned to the side and shouted that they also could attack from the rear. Yuan stood on the carpet and calmly looked at the running abductors. Suddenly, 2 students jumped out on both sides and began to attack the bandits with the help of lightning. Lightning from the girls pierced through the abductors and they screamed back. The bandits fell in a bunch on the floor. The girl shouted joyfully to her girlfriend that everything was ready. Jean slyly asked her girlfriend how much better she was the main character. Li Tian continued to fight against his opponent. He held in his hands his luminous sword. Qing jumped up and prepared with his blade to attack the opponent. The main character swung his sword and shouted that he was activating the great power of Yan. Li Tian abruptly broke and ran forward and shouted that people were only able to run. Li rushed forward with a sword and shouted to his opponent to show his strength. Jean scaredly screamed that 4 types of energy were controlled by the Kaolana sword. Is the family the technique of severe frost owned? The W family controls the flame, and the Shao family owns a deafening thunder. The main character sharply jumped forward. Li in the flight launched fiery languages against him. King in the flight waved his sword and fought off with his help from the opponent's fiery attacks. King activated the magic of the spirit in his body and improved perception. The protagonist swung the sword to the side and decided to master the direction of attack of the sword with the help of the technique of 5 winds. King swung and launched a sword forward. Around him was a bright blue glow. The main character soared in the air. With the help of a flying sword, he fought off the fiery stream. Li Tian swung his sword and shouted angrily to the guy to look at him. Chen, in a frightened voice, shouted to her friend to be careful. King managed to deviate into the wall. The opponent's sword flew straight near him. Li Tian noticed that the opponent used teleportation and flew back. The main character swung a sword and angrily asked the opponent where he was looking. Li was surprised to turn aside. He could not understand how the guy used the method twice. Patriot. The main character with a powerful magic blow beat his opponent, and he flew far to the side. The demoness looked aside and told the girl that the guy did not use the power of a common soul. But he turned it twice in a row. The demoness was surprised to ask the teacher how the guy was able to use the spell twice. Usually, such a technique only slightly reduces the distance. Jen slyly answered the woman that he personally was engaged in teaching a guy. The woman viciously told the elder that she had endured him for a long time, but anyone could not teach anyone. Yuan turned around and told her partners that such a shortage of distance is an ancient magical force. The girl said that such a force differs from ordinary magic. This creation controls the power of 3 great laws. Inanimate objects can be easily controlled. The demoness looked at the boss near the wall and said that it was her distracting technique. Yuan asked her partner, "What did she see this?" The demoness answered the girl that this is her strength. Li Tian sat on the ground and around him was a green glow. The demoness said that you can use the power of the soul to write down the necessary spells on any medium. The spell can be activated at any time. The woman slyly said that the main character had molested her a couple of days ago and asked her to teach him this. Wen remembered that at the time of the first battle between the guys on Li Tian, the spell was imposed twice. The mentor looked at the protagonist below and said that his fighting power was one of the strongest that he had seen. The boss was still sitting near a broken wall with his back. King swung his blade against the opponent. He shouted that 2 swords would merge into 1 sword of yin and yang energy. The boss was frightened by the deadly attack of the protagonist and screamed very loudly. Qing, with a powerful blow from above, finished off the opponent with his bright blade. The girls were scared of a bright flash. They looked with excitement at the protagonist. The main character looked in front of him. Before him, in the clubs of smoke, stood someone's silhouette. Jian was very worried. She looked in front of her and realized that the boss was still on her feet. Around the body of the boss were bright blue flashes. He viciously praised the protagonist and called him the best. The main character realized that his opponent had high-quality armor. He completely forgot that the family was the manufacturers of weapons. The boss angrily told the guy that he used his 500 units of combat power to suppress his 900 units. Sina's sword practically destroyed the best weapon of his family. Li Tian held out his hand forward and there was a luminous green leaf on it. The boss angrily told the guy that he would no longer give him a chance to approach him. The main character sternly raised his finger up and told the surprised opponent that he had already lost. A small green beam came from the hand of the protagonist. It was an encircling flow of time. It was such a spell that just used to control the direction of energy of the sword. The whole room was pierced by green threads. The main character told the opponent that the only one practiced such a technique. Qing, without turning around, shouted to the girl Jiang, "So that she protects Chen." Jean shouted in a frightened voice that she sees the unity of 4 methods. Chen, along with her, she, ran away at full speed to the side. She shouted that the guy wants to throw a real bomb. The guards in suits scaredly ran to the exit. They decided to escape as soon as possible. King said in a strict voice that the wind element is filled with pure wood. It is also filled with a fiery stream. Together with the magical power of the metal, it easily turns into a bomb. A bright fire explosion was heard above the building. The main character shouted to the opponent that this is exactly what he had prepared for him. The beaten fighters looked in front of them scared. In front of them stood excited girls. Jean looked with excitement in front of her and said that this is a unity of 4 methods. The strength of the methods is very incredible. Yuan reminded her girlfriend that the purity of the magical power of the protagonist surpasses the rest. Jin explained with the excitement of his partner that this blow would wipe anyone in powder to the level of the divine stage of improvement. The beaten fighters looked with fright in front of them. They did not know if the young master was alive. A very strong explosion was heard above the building. Everything around was covered with bright fire. The protagonist was scared and with interest looked in front of him. He waited for the boss to appear. Li Tian has transformed. He flew out of fire on huge wings. Qing told boss that he had finally revealed his main trump card. Li Tian turned gray. His body has changed. He told the main character that because of him he was forced to show the damned blood of his body. The protagonist in dismay asked boss if he was able to curb the power of damned blood. Chen looked at the boss with fright and did not understand what it was. Yuan explained to her girlfriend that Li Tian became a demon. The fighters in the crowd began to shout that the young master showed his strength and the main character is dead. Li Tian looked at people on Earth with surprise. The beaten fighters stood on the ground with a whole group and looked joyfully at their boss. Li Tian looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he did not know what was worth the salvation of mankind. The body of the boss became more and more demonic. He shouted to the main character that he decided to destroy all his labors. Yuan looked at Li Tian and said that his forms are much more perfect than that of Gao Wenqian and the rest. Jiang answered the partner with excitement that even 4 great masters together would not be rivals against the demonic boss. Jean looked up at the flying boss. She said that it was necessary to use the Dragon Disaster technique and the Forbidden Thunder technique. The main character appeared from the side. He shouted in a strict voice that this was his battle against Taiyan Li. The announcer told the audience that the young Mr. Li Tian attacked his father. In the end, he was killed by the head of Li himself. While the details of the incident are being clarified, students in the classroom could not believe that their president Li was dead. Someone called him a good guy. King sat at his desk. He could not understand how Li Tian could do this. Suddenly, very bright lightning rang out over the school building. Everything around was flashed. Students inside the class ran in dismay to the window. They did not know what kind of sound it was on the street. The main character looked out the window. He could not understand what was happening on the street. King shouted in a frightened voice to school children to run away. He saw a huge demon on the street. Very bright explosions were heard above the building. There was a fire around. The main character thought to himself that everything went differently. In a previous life, Li Tian betrayed the Wu clan and was killed during the attack on Li Tian. The boss flew in the dark sky. The main character looked at him carefully. The demon clan was revealed, and they were forced to appear personally and find Cheng. The main character realized that he could avoid the attack of the demon clan. He needed to stop Li Tian now. The main character shouted to boss to stop. His plan was originally doomed to failure. King explained to the flying demon that he could join them to eradicate the Wu clan. For him, this is the only chance to survive. Li Tian angrily answered the protagonist that he was subordinate to the Wu clan for 10 years, and now he gained great power. He even found a contract of Swan Yuanian. The boss said in a dreamy voice that he would devour his father and force the demon clan to show himself. Then he will unite his forces with the others to destroy them. As a result, he will become a hero. The demon took off high up. He shouted that he would kill the protagonist and destroy all the evidence. Everything will go according to his plan. King lowered his hand down. He shouted to boss that he was completely crazy. King explained to the opponent that it was useless to talk to him. They can decide with the help of power what is good and what is bad. At this time, the luminous figures of flying warriors appeared in the night sky. The fighter told the deputy to look aside. The deputy named Sias was at the 9th level of cleansing the soul. He looked down carefully. Behold, I looked at the battlefield in fright and shouted that he had never seen anything like it. The commander indicated flying fighters so that the first capture group would turn into a state of increased readiness. They had to follow him at the scene as soon as possible. The main character, along with the demon, frightenedly turned to the side. They realized that people were approaching them. The demon in flight realized that people from the bureau were approaching them. On the side of him, CE was in surprise. The deputy with excitement told himself that he was in front of him a monster and a demon. Chen was delighted when she saw the arrived deputy CE. They have a chance to win. C flew up and told the main character to fail. The student could not cope with such a rival. The protagonist calmly demanded that the deputy quickly fly away and inform about the entire authorities. The deputy looked in displeasure to the side and said that young people underestimate him. Flying fighters surrounded the demon from all sides. CA shouted to his subordinates to get ready. The monster sternly told the fighters to obey the main character and clean up as soon as possible. One of the warriors viciously shouted to the demon that they were from an elite group. All of them are masters above the 5th level of purification of the soul. The main character looked at the fighter in dismay and shouted that he would not say anything. Li Tian raised his hand and clicked his fingers to attack his opponent. Suddenly, the head of one of the fighters exploded and scattered into pieces. Li Tian continued to steam in the air. Next to him, the heads of agents from the bureau scattered. Sei was frightened. He called his subordinates Lao San and Lao Wu, piercing in a piercing voice. The protagonist flew up close to the deputy and wanted to say something to him. King demanded a strict voice of the deputy to order him to retreat to people. The fighter was very scared when he saw that Lao San and Lao had died. A colleague shouted to the warrior that they would try together. The fighter put it together and activated the skill of the Golden Sword of Destruction. Another warrior swung his hand to the side and activated the Divine Whip. The fighter spread his hand wide and launched a water spike against the demon. The soldier attacked the demon with the help of fireballs. He launched them out of his hand. The warrior took out a huge spear and decided to launch this banner of the earth against the monster. The demon flew calmly in space. Multi-colored lightning flew from all sides. Li Tian lowered his hand down and dark twisted darkness appeared around it. The demon glanced angrily in front of him and shouted so that people would not get confused under his feet. Chen scaredly shouted that the monster used black lightning. Yuan thoughtfully explained that the power of the witch is contained in such lightning. The fighter launched a fireball against the demon. The monster attacked him in response with black lightning. Li Tian continued to steam in space. He was able to suppress his rivals with the help of dark lightning. King carefully examined the body of a fallen fighter. He explained to the deputy CE that the demon could now use Manu as a conductor. The deputy rushed forward at the demon and shouted so that he would clean and did not stand in his way. The deputy jumped up the land high. He shouted to the monster that he would definitely kill him. Li Tian looked angrily at the man and said that he would help him if he chose the path of death. The deputy activated protective armor on his body. It was comparable in terms of effectiveness with the protection of Li Ziazhen. The deputy decided to defend himself against the zipper of the damned blood with the help of his armor. The protagonist jumped up and hit his legs with a blow to the deputy to the side. He managed to evade him from flying black lightning. After a blow from the guy, the deputy of the guy began to unconsciously fall to the ground. The protagonist landed after a jump to the ground. Next to him fell the body of the deputy. Yuan explained to the frightened deputy that the protagonist was not just stopping him. In the face of the witch, ordinary monks do not stand in bugs. The girl looked strictly at the deputy and said that the left hand would make him remember this. He turned in fright and was surprised to notice that he had no left hand. The deputy scaredly shouted when he realized that he was without a hand. Jian strictly demanded from a man that he would not scream and be grateful to the main character. King exhaled relaxedly and looked in front of him. He went to the demon. The flying monster asked the man how he decided to fight with the embodiment of the witch's power. From the side, next to Xin, his sword flew. Qing looked angrily and displeased at the demon and said that he was very miserable. The demon directed his hand to the guy and launched a dark lightning. He viciously said that his opponent even gathered the arrogance to pronounce such words. The monster attacked the protagonist with a bright lightning. He shouted that everything was already decided with the pawns. Jean scaredly watched her friend and shouted to be more careful. The side of the side scaredly cried out that one physical strength is comparable to the power of the great masters. The main character has transformed. He took the form of Hingdan. King raised his hands above his head, and with the help of a blade, repulsed a flying dark lightning. The deputy was amazed when he realized that the protagonist was able to block the demon's attack. Yuan told himself a joyful voice that the guy finally realized what the hereditary power of mankind. King stepped forward to the demon. He viciously told him that he refuses the dignity of man and stubbornly pursues the interests of the enemy. King in a strict voice told the demon that the spirit of mankind was the best since ancient times. The force that the emperor was compared can be compared with the force of the witch of the ancestor of the transformed Panga. Li Tian angrily looked at the man and said that the legendary rulers were erected early to the face of saints. The demon continued to attack the guy. He got angry and could not understand how he blocked his lightning. King held out his hand forward and activated the power of nature. Multicolored balls flew around him. The main character stood forward and attacked the opponent with the help of bright red radiation from his hand. The demon was scared. He realized that his lightning could not break through such a sphere. The main character told the story that an ordinary boy once lived. The guy chased for the crazy idea to save humanity and expel the witches. Therefore, he accidentally called the spirit of the deceased Emperor Xuanyuan. The spirit did not look at the guy down. He entrusted a person with his own power and assigned his responsibility for the future of all mankind. As a result, the true embodiment of chaos aroused. The guy drowned in a resentment and had no ambitions. On the same day, he made a decision. King said in a strict voice that before the final death of the soul, one cannot afford to let the hero's spirit. The demon was scared. He realized that the guy had in mind that part of the force that only rumors go about. The main character looked at his hand. After repeated hassles, his body finally adapted to the embodiment of Hindun. The demon scared the chief hero, scared that he was lying. Li Tian decided that he was the only hope of mankind. The inheritance of the emperor was long lost. The main character held a huge sword in his hand and held out his hand in front of him. Another blade flew to him. A bright glow appeared around the guy's hand. One blow could determine a further outcome. The main character extended his hand forward. He shouted to use the demon to use all his strength. Otherwise, he will have no other chance. The demon looked at the man in dismay. He was worried about his boyfriend. The monster told the man with a displeased voice that he did not like his smug face. He flew up, and everywhere around the large stones flew around. Li Tian shouted in evil voice that he himself was also surrounded by divine power. The main character stood on the ground with the blade. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. The demon shouted to the man that he would now use the power of thunder against him, united with demonic blood. Chen rushed forward to help her friend. Jean stopped the girl and shouted that this is not the level at which she had to intervene. Chen looked in front of her. She noticed a darkened sky on top. Keen explained to her girlfriend to look at the weapon in the hands of the protagonist. Qing closed his eyes and shouted loudly about the merger of the soul of the deceased with his direct descendant. Around the protagonist, a bright pentagram appeared on Earth. He stood in her center. King held a huge blade in his hands. He repeated loudly spells about the Great Limit. The frightened monster extended his hand to the man and shouted so that someone was silent. The protagonist shouted in a loud voice about the merger of yin and yang and about a pair sword. A black hole continued to shine brightly in the sky. There was an explosion on the ground. After that, stones scattered around. Students stood on the side and scaredly followed this. A very bright fire appeared. The main character tried to repel the opponent's attack with all his strength. King screamed very loudly. He tensed with all his might to finish off the demon. Around the protagonist, bright balls flew. There was a bright pink radiance above him. The demon flew high in the air. Next to him was a black and white radiance. Suddenly, the body of the monster was very struck by something. He screamed loudly. The demon could no longer stay in the air and began to fall down. He turned back during the flight to Li Tian. The body of the demon from great height fell to the ground. Huge dust clubs scattered around. King stood on the ground and watched the NP of the fallen monster. Stones still scattered around. Jean looked aside and was surprised to ask what kind of power it is. Chen shouted joyfully that her friend had won. Yuan said in a loud voice that the guy was able to combine the forces of two blades. Around her stood frightened fighters. Li Tian's lifeless body was on earth. There were bright traces of blood around him. Suddenly, the demon came to his senses and opened his eyes. Life returned to him. There were two large swords near the monster's body. The protagonist told him angrily to him that he had lost and should lose his life. Li Tian looked displeased at the opponent and confirmed his loss. He did not consider himself wrong. Qing answered the partner that they, together with him, could not determine what is true and what is wrong. Li Tian rose above the ground and shouted to the main character that he prevented him from destroying the demons. Zhang ran up from the side. She viciously told boss that he was shifting responsibility to another. Li Tian was very angry. He knocked his hand in the ground with displeasure. Cracks went around her. The beaten boss looked angrily in front of him and shouted that there was only one step left. Li Tian rose to his knees. He continued to scream that he was not surrendering. There was fire around him. Nearby stood the main character with a girlfriend. Qing looked strictly at his opponent and told him that nothing was over. The protagonist explained to the surprised boss that his plan was doomed from the very beginning. Qing looked aside. He explained to boss that Li Tianyuan exposed him all the time as a fool. The beaten boss looked scared at the guy and asked what he had in mind. At this time, flying warriors appeared in the sky. They were approaching the battlefield, where there was fire. In front of the fighters, A man went down to the ground and went to Li Tian's beaten. Yuan shouted a broken boss with a displeased voice that he had brought him very much. He betrayed the supreme god of demons. Jane shouted in a frightened voice that she was in front of her Tian Yuan. Next to him are all masters of the family. Jin shouted scared that the combat power of the Yuan was 1,500. He is very strong during the reincarnation. Chen frighteningly said that in the family of masters of the 9th level, there are more dozen. Did Tian in dismay asked his father, "Why did he come here?" Qing told a broken opponent that he still did not understand anything. The protagonist explained to boss that Yuan had long ate their plan. He needed to find out about the Xuanzhuan sword. Li Tian looked at his own hands and said that from the very beginning he was just a galloping clown. Yuan asked his son displeasedly why he fought with Tian if he immediately unraveled their plan. The main character picked up a small bubble. He told the man in a cunning voice that he initially wanted to lure them. Yuan looked at the guy with burning eyes and strictly asked if he was worthy of that. Yuan looked at her friend with fright and shouted to be more careful. The main character pressed the bubble and he crashed into fragments. Yellow pills fell from there. Qing looked strictly in front of him and said that this was a typical attack after reincarnation. Girls stood behind him and multicolored balls flew. On top of the Yuan, his clone of very high stature suddenly appeared and his eyes lit up. Rose lightning flew around. Above the body of Yuan appeared his huge demonic copy. People around were very scared. Yuan said in a frightened voice that the body of a man will become semi-dramatic and forever young. Yuan can be considered a truly immortal cultivator, Qing answered the girl. That there is a small interval between the 9th level and the divine stage, but still there is an insurmountable abyss. A broken boss, along with she, felt a strong pressure. They could not even move. Yuan stood and there were strong twisting around him. He shouted an evil voice that children's jokes had come to an end. Yuan spread his hands to the side and told the girl that humanity was doomed to death. You can survive only if you follow the demon clan. Chen with excitement asked a man if he would let other people let go if she followed him. Yuan angrily told the girl that she should be returned to the elder of the clan's spirit. After that, the elder personally removes the deadly weapon of pristine chaos from wireless sleep. The girl went to the side of the main character said that he should let her this time. Qing answered the girlfriend that he would not allow her to leave. Yuan sternly told the guy that the death of all mankind cannot be avoided. He demanded that Qing give his soul to the god of demons. This is the only way to preserve the human clan. Around the protagonist, multicolored balls flew. He told the man that he often asks himself how he deserved such a treasure. The boss saturatedly crouched and listened carefully to the words of the protagonist. Qing told the man that if there was Tian in his place and then he could cope much better. The main character viciously explained to the man that he himself is much better than heroes. King shouted to the fighters with a piercing voice that he would never bend in front of the invaders who kill their people. Li Tian and the girl were very surprised when they heard such words from the protagonist. Yuan silently, if he listened with interest to the protagonist, he looked at him with displeasure. Qing looked at the man and shouted that people were not changing. Yuan stood a short distance from him. The man looked at the guy and said that his mana was running out. He no longer had methods to fight against him. Qing viciously shouted to the opponent that he would die today. Behind the protagonist stood his girlfriends. He shouted to the man not to underestimate his friends. Jian shouted in surprise to the guy that he specially fought against Tian himself to maintain her strength. The protagonist turned around and asked the girl what chances of defeating Yuan. Jean looked thoughtfully at her friend and said that she had a 50-50 chances of winning. The beaten boss and Chen were very amazed when they learned that Jian was the daughter of the powerful head of Pavilion Xianlin. The girl stood and looked with fright at her opponent. There were still fighters next to him. Jian with excitement said that any of the dead people of the family can turn into a demon. Therefore, there is no chance of victory. Yuan looked at the girl angrily. Near him was a very dark aura. The man shouted in a dissatisfied voice that the girl of the 9th level of skill wanted to defeat him in an equal battle. Yuan shouted to her friend to take the Yuan. She decided to take the dead to herself. Chen ran up and shouted that she also wanted to fight. Qing turned around and explained to his girlfriend Yuan that she should also help him protect Chen. The main character turned around and explained to the girl that Yuan was next to her. The main character explained to the girlfriend that the demons of the Yuan were nearby. If he himself is here, then they could not give him the opportunity to use their weakness. The demoness flew up and asked the guy if they have a chance to win if they would fight. Qing with a smile answered the girl that there was a chance to win. Professor Zue has already taken care of everything. Qing said that the last time Su participated in the battle and showed the demon clan that she could sacrifice herself before he died from the poison. At that time, the demons would not use the trump card Rivnodo until this would not be a necessity. Yuan came up and told the guy that if the professor of Shui kills Yuan, then this would not affect them. Qing explained to his partner that Yuan had a little blabbed. Qing answered his girlfriend in a cunning voice that to win the Yuan does not need Su at all. Yuan looked angrily at his fighters and shouted to all take the damned blood and go on the attack. A whole group of fighters accepted demonic ampules. Changes began in their bodies. The bodies of demons began to change very sharply. Dark lightning sparkled around. Jean came up and in a strict voice told the main character that she would not let him down either by ant. Qing looked displeased at the girl and explained to her that he had a completely different one. The main character viciously reminded the girls that they still have a broken boss, Li Tian. Li Tian shouted to the fighters to get up and go on the attack. The decisive moment of all mankind has come. It was impossible to allow the Xuanzhuan sword to fall into the hands of demons. The boss ordered the fighters to sacrifice their lives for the sake of Li's family. Jian can get a chance to kill the Yuan? Jean turned around and looked displeased at the boss. She strictly called him a villain. Li Tian looked at the protagonist and with excitement suggested uniting his strength. Xuanzhuan's sword should not fall into the hands of demons. The main character smiled and said that he was very touched by his enlightenment. Suddenly, on the side and behind the man, huge and predatory demons with burning eyes appeared. People began to scatter in fright. Li Tian shouted to the fighters to stood up for him in front of the demons. The bandits ran away and shouted that they could not defeat the family of Li. They did not want to die. Li Tian was very angry. He looked at the fighters and called them cowards. Yan, with an evil smile, explained to the guy that people with a high position value their own lives. Yuan told people in evil voice that humanity would never overcome demons. Evil monsters fled forward to people. Li Tian put it into his own hands and activated the art of illusions. Green crystals flew next to him. Suddenly, a crowd of people froze in place. They could not move. There was a green aura around them. One of the fighters picked up a purple pill, but did not have time to accept it. Li Tian turned around and sternly told his subordinates that he had put a spell on them in advance. It will work when it will be necessary. Li Tian turned around and told the fighters that when they received the blood of demons, they would die with Li's family. Demonic fighters shouted to the guy an evil voice that after death they would not let him go. Li Tian looked at his subordinates and told them that they were special people. Li Tian spread his hands to the side. He shouted that they were already ready to go. There were demons around him and there were bright flashes. A huge monster in a jump swung with his own hands and prepared to hit another demon. The demon attacked another mutant with all his might and pressed him into the ground with a powerful blow. The monsters with burning eyes very viciously and fought among themselves with all their strength. One demon suddenly rushed forward and grabbed another mutant by the neck by his hands. The main character, along with Boss, turned to the side and carefully watched how the demons fought among themselves. There was a strong explosion. Stones scattered around. Qing turned around and said Li in a thoughtful voice that he underestimated his treachery. Yuan looked at the guys in surprise and said that they were a bunch of garbage and decided to restrain his army. Li turned around and shouted to the girl to act as soon as possible. This was the last chance for them until they all died. Jian stood in front of the demon and began to speak words about the sparkling thunder. The girl calmly looked in front of her and slowly continued to repeat the spell. Wen looked at the girl with interest and said that she was saying words from a book of change. Qing said that the founder of the pavilion Chenlun named Zhou wrote a book of change. In this book, 9 prohibited arts were hidden. Each of these arts can destroy the whole world. The teacher asked the guy, why did he decide that Jian to cope with Li Pul? Qing thoughtfully said that the ancestor Zhou is an outstanding person during the Qin dynasty. He studied with Hong Yun. He also studied the true technique of chaos and became the only person who aroused the absolute body of chaos after the legendary emperors to defend the human race. Pavilion Xianlun founded. The mentor was surprised to tell the guy that Hong Yun was his nephew. Qing answered the teacher that chaos techniques are very harsh. The emperor was not the son of heaven, and therefore he could not practice such techniques. The protagonist said that for this reason Zhou's ancestor wrote a book of change. It includes 9 forbidden techniques. The teacher cheerfully showed his hand to the balls near the head of the protagonist and said that technology is like ping-pong balls. Qing turned around and examined with interest on the girl Jiang. She was the heiress of 9 forbidden arts. The girl stood on the street and urged thunder. The sky was very darkened. Suddenly, a bright glowing dragon appeared from the depths of the sky. He began to go down to the ground. After the flight from the sky, the dragon crashed into a girl. Everything around was very brightly flashed. Jian, after lightning from the sky, shouted very loudly, and her whole body lit up. The demoness said in surprise that Jian used her own strengths to force heavenly powers to join her. This is already considered magic. Jen asked the protagonist, "What is the name of this technique?" Qing answered the teacher that only a chosen person can withstand pain from suffering from the soul with scorched fire. The girl's body began to transform. There was a bright fire around her, and she called the yuan a scum. The girl began to manifest her dragon with the essence, and she had luminous horns. She viciously demanded that Yuan turn into a corpse of a demon. The man viciously shouted to the girl that he was the great master of the stage of immortality. The man wanted to say something else, but the girl flew and hit him on the head with all her might. Yuan, after a very powerful blow of the girl, flew very far to the side. After a blow, the man fell to the ground and grabbed his hand at her to get up. Jian grabbed Yuan by the head and strictly asked who allowed him to get up. The girl, with all her might, pressed a frightened man with her head to the ground. There was a very bright explosion and stones scattered around. Jian pressed the yuan to the ground. The main character, along with their companions, watched with surprise how she finished off their opponent. Chen, with great fright, said that Jian inside herself hid a very terrible power. Yuan remembered the pavilion of Tianlun to herself with an exciting voice. Li Tian told himself a thoughtful and frightened voice that he always thought he was superior to Jian. The main character slyly reminded Boss that he still wanted to fight the girl. After a blow from the girl, Yuan began to recover. He began to rise above the ground. The man jumped to his feet sharply. He screamed very loudly and stones began to fly around him. Suddenly, the man's body began to increase very sharply. His clothes were torn. Demonic genes soared over the ground. She looked very viciously and calmly at her opponent. Suddenly, Yuan turned into a huge predatory monster. He viciously looked at the girl from below him. Li Tian looked at the demon. He did not believe that he could really be stopped. Chen, with excitement, said to herself that the invincible during the transformation was in conjunction with the blood of the demon. She remembered the forbidden technique of Pavilion Xianlun. The demon viciously rushed at the girl and threatened that he would blow her into pieces. The monster swung with all his might and hit with his hand into space. Around there were bright lightning. The demon shouted in a menacing voice to the girl that she underestimated him. Jean sharply extended her hand in front of her and activated the essence in her dragon. The girl sharply extended her hands forward and laid them on the mutant's body. Jean shouted loudly and activated the doubling of power. Around her body was a bright radiance. The main character looked scaredly after his girlfriend. He remembered that she vowed to surpass her father. Jin jumped high up and clung to the monster's huge hand with her own hands. The demon could no longer stay in the air and began to fall down. He screamed loudly and scared. The girl hung on his hand. Jin shouted in a loud voice and activated the art of lightning-piercing light. Yuan frightenedly fell from a great height, and a girl flew from his bottom. She waved next to her, and a yellow glow appeared around her. The girl flew angrily in front of her and shouted loudly about the power of space. The demon fell from a great height and shouted loudly. The girl dropped him from the flight. The monster fell to the ground. A demonic gene flew down next to him. The demon swung with all his strength and hit the ground. Around the building began to crumble. After the blow and fall, Jian lay on the ground. From below, she had the ruins of the building. The monster, without wasting time, sharply bounced off the ground and took off high up. The demon viciously turned around and screamed with all his might to the side. He saw a danger somewhere. The monster looked down at the ruins on the ground. A dark aura appeared around his body. The demon flew in fright in front of him. He wanted to see where the girl went. Suddenly, someone from the ground brightly and with lightning attacked the demon. He began to fall down. The monster was very wounded. He had blood and shouted loudly. Jane looked very angrily at the mutant and used a piercing light against him. She increased the strength by 30 times. The girl looked very viciously in front of her monster. She could not understand whether she killed him. The monster continued to fly in the sky without a hand. The main character shouted to the girl that mutants are usually born with increased regeneration. Perfect corpses most often inherit this ability. The mutant looked very viciously at people with burning eyes and decided to attack them. Suddenly, a new hand began to grow very quickly near the right side of the demon. The mutant joyfully looked aside at his new hand. Jian could not believe that the demon had a hand. The monster screamed very viciously and loudly. He flew and prepared to attack the girl. Jean jumped up. She shouted to the monster that she would kill him again. After that, the girl activated a piercing flash of light. There was a very bright explosion, and the upper part of the demon was demolished with bright fire. Half of the mutant's body after an attack from the girl began to fall from a great height to the ground. The monster fell dead to the ground. Around him was a bright spot of blood. Jian, with great excitement and fright, watched the monster. She did not believe that he could live again. Suddenly, the demon's body got to his feet and began to grow itself and recover. The monster walked confidently on the ground. He began to grow a damaged body. Jean stood on the side and looked scared at the demon. She said that the demons are really immortal. The girl extended her hand forward and activated the art of lightning. Suddenly, Jiang had a very strong bloody cough. Her body could no longer let the zipper through itself. King said in an exciting voice that Jiang was not inferior to Pere in strength, but when a girl passes a zipper through herself, she is caused by periodic damage. But Li Tian can regenerate endlessly. Jean shouted in a loud voice that she would increase the power of the dragon's body 3 times. Thanks to this, she will be able to deal with the demon. The main character explained the frightened girlfriend that when the demon's body exceeds his limit, she would die immediately. King turned around and in a strict voice told his girlfriend that he himself would take on the battle against the monster. The main character stood on the ground, and a demon flew on top of him. The monster laughed loudly and said that he did not believe that he was now in the power of the immortality of the demon clan. King said in a displeased voice to himself that his ears were scolding from the laughter of the demon. The main character shouted loudly. He called on himself to make members of the SU family. The commander shouted that it was time to shut up the mouth to the demon. Everyone should become in service. The monster looked aside in surprise. A guard appeared from the side with the mistress. He said in a thoughtful voice that Li's family was really patronizing the Wu clan. Jiang asked the protagonist with fright and surprise, "Was the Su family a spare plan?" The man extended his hand forward and shouted with excitement that everything happened as this guy predicted. A huge concrete wall appeared on one side near the demon. The commander shouted to his subordinates to close the ranks. Warriors surrounded the demon with the walls and used a demonic mound. Suddenly, huge chains in the direction of the monster flew from all sides from the stone walls. The demon, connected by chain, angrily asked, "Who was capable of this?" Qing came up and told the mutant that he still came up with something to defeat the Wu clan. The main character told the girl that the mound could suppress the power of the demon. In his body, regeneration will become impossible. She must end the monster. Jian, with excitement, asked a friend how many trump cards he still has in his sleeve. Qing turned around and told the girl that they would live and see everything for themselves. A tide monster saw a girl flew up to him. He shouted angrily to her to remove her hands. Jean launched a fiery, piercing ray against the demon. She used the art of lightning. The girl increased her strength by 50 units. The monster screamed loudly after the attack. A very bright, fiery whirlwind appeared in the sky. The demon bent after the blow. Jean flew around a connected mutant. She told herself in a joyful voice that she could finally. The defeated monster began to fall to the ground from a great height. Jiang flew next to him. The guard stood next to his mistress. They silently watched the battle from the side. Su Yun seemed with her second hand to the side and shouted to the fighters to deal with the remnants of mutants. The warriors boldly flew up to the monsters and began to hit them with bright fiery flashes. One of the mutants from behind jumped to the man and clutched his teeth predatorily. The monsters from all sides began to pounce on the warriors and wipe them. One of the fighters shouted in a frightened and loud voice that they would all die together. The warrior activated amateur in his body. There was a very loud and bright explosion. A powerful explosion illuminated the surroundings. Surprised girls watched him on the side. A broken demon stepped from the ashes and puffs of smoke. He walked slowly and barely sorted his feet. The monster with luminous green eyes said in a dissatisfied voice that they had fought for money and status all their lives. The demon fell alone to the ground and shouted to himself that they eventually died. The guard said in a thoughtful voice that the Su family lost about half of their people. Exhausted, Jiang frightenedly and viciously looked down in front of her. The girl looked at the body of the destroyed monster, said that it was finally finished. Nearby on the ground stood warriors in costumes. The guard bowed to the main character and said that he was glad to be useful. King bowed to the man and said that he was grateful to him for faith in his history. The guard answered the main character that he did not regret a bit about his deed. The man looked at the lying huge body of the monster. He said that the main character defeated the mutant with Jian. The demon could not even defeat the unification of 3 great masters. A group of fighters bowed to the main character and said that Tian Chuan was in debt in front of him. Qing answered his partners that the eradication of unclean is a pair of trifles for him. Jian looked aside at Li Tian and asked the protagonist, how was he going to do with this guy? Su Yun approached the side. She shouted menacingly that she herself wants to end Li Pul. The beaten boss said that he agreed that his daughter Su took his life, but wanted to ask for another favor. Su Yun, from all over the scale, hit the guy's face with his hand and he flew far to the side. Whether Tian said in a frightened voice that he wanted to deal with his own hands with Yuan. The main character came up and told the fighter that he could not promise him this. The boss realized that the main character did not trust him. King will look at the boss and said that he did not have the strength to defeat the Yuan. The main character looked at the body of the monster. He told boss that at first he wanted to get the trust of the Yuan and convey to him the news of the Swan Yuan Mosque. After that, did Tien decided to kill the Yuan in the basement during a vulnerability when changing the curse of blood? The boss explained to Chinu that he told the absolute truth. He also wanted to immediately reach the transformation stage. The boss said in an evil voice that he could get rid of the pursuit of a demonic plan. He would take Chen to the Divine Empress. He would also receive a blessing to obtain a sword and entering history by a hero. Li Tian lay on the ground and explained to the main character that he prevented the fulfillment of his idea. Qing explained to the guy that his bones would be wiped into dust if he had not appeared at the right time. The boss looked at the guy in surprise and asked what he wanted to say. Qing looked at the opponent and explained that Dongfan GC did not know how to arouse the blade. The protagonist said that the Pavilion Qianlun is also unreliable. Under the surveillance from the demon clan, it is very difficult to live to meet with Du Fanji. The demon on Earth came to his senses and opened his eyes. Qing explained that the monster used the Yuan as a pawn. The beaten boss lay on the ground in fright, asked the protagonist, "And what about it?" The main character looked at the demon and said that his relatives were very afraid of the last response from Shuejian. Therefore, it is not shown. There is only one best insurance. Qing said in a thoughtful voice that when the demons invade the city, their subordinate form the information of the 12 heavenly deities in case of a critical situation. The main character looked at the monster and said that he could influence the launch of 12 different streams of the Man of Demons. The guy looked at the mutant and said reasonably that this is why he waited for a long time until he risks causing the formation. It was laid down the strongest 10 years ago under Li's house. The demon looked angry at the guy, shouted that he had thought all this from the very beginning. Qing looked at the mutant and with a smile said that he was now only two paths. The main character stood near the body of the demon. The monster could either die here or use the spell from the main demon for a deadly battle against people. The monster looked at the protagonist very viciously. Qing said that for the demon, the choice is now obvious. The connected mutant shouted menacingly and called on a dozen fearless daredevils, Li, and a dozen the greatest deities. Around him were bright pink twisting. The demon ordered his subordinates to come. A bright pink lightning appeared above the castle. The fighters heard the call of the boss. They scaredly began to get bubbles with pink liquid. Warriors massively began to drink an elixir from bottles to turn into monsters. After taking the medicine, the body of people began to increase sharply, and clothes were torn to them. The mutant grabbed a huge knife and prepared to stick him into himself. The demon pierced himself with a quick motion with a knife. Dark blood sprayed him. The demon stood near the tall altar. He thrust a blade into his chest. The monsters stood in a large circle near the altar. They sacrificed themselves. The sky was very darkened. Gradually, bright rays flew from the palace to heaven. The girl showed her hand up and shouted to her friends to look at the sky. The man along with the woman ran out into the street and looked fearfully at the sky. They did not understand what was happening. The sky has become very black. People scattered and shouted that the end of the world had begun. The passerby held out his hand forward and she rested on a pink obstacle. A dozen of the highest heavenly entities were in the palace. Above the building was a bright, huge dome. A bright hole appeared in the dark skies. Pink rays began to fall from it to the ground. The beam fell into the monster's hand and chains fell off his chains. The hand was freed. Bright light hit the monster's leg and she freed himself. His chain fell off. The demon felt freedom and prepared to jump to his feet. A frightened girl stood nearby. The body of the monster began to recover. He threw off his chains and stood in full height. Jean shouted with excitement that Yuan continues to grow. Chen could not believe that the monster really possessed such power. The guard looked at the monster and shouted with affright that even 3 great masters could not defeat him. The demon jumped to his feet and looked very viciously at people with luminous eyes. Li Tian said in a frightened voice that they could no longer overcome the giant. Qing answered boss in a cunning voice that right now the trump cards of demons were lost to capture the blade. Qing said in a cunning voice that the true monster, which is hidden behind the demon, is already nervous. The main demon sat in the dark palace. He said in displeasure that Yuan launched his formation. The monster with burning eyes was dissatisfied with the fact that someone launched the final formation, which remained in case of extreme measures.